Test mic 1 2.
Test mic 1 2 1 2 test 1 2.
Fiona is connected. Jeremiah is Jeremiah, I don't know. Maybe for the next session. Yes, you can see when she turned on out.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Mandrin Tani from the Department of Science and Innovation in South Africa. I will be facilitating this morning session where we will be looking at the role of the AFCFTA to serve as a springboard to develop science, technology, and innovation. So I would like to request my panelists to come on stage. We have Prof. Kumba from the Academy of Science in Kenya. We also have Dr. Piani Libia from Toka Bio, South Africa. And then we also have Dr. Tozamile from Technology Innovation Agency in South Africa. We'll also be joined online by Prof. Fiona Tregena, who's the South Africa Industrialization Chair from the University of Johannesburg in South Africa. Welcome, Prof. We were also supposed to be joined by Mr. Rui Livramento, but I think he will indicate if he managed to join because earlier he indicated that he had challenges. So just to get ourselves started, there's no doubt that the African Continental Free Trade Area will definitely be a game changer for the African continent. According to the World Bank, the AFCFTA presents a major opportunity to lift 30 million people out of extreme poverty, as well as to raise incomes for about 68 million people in the continent. The implementation of the AFCFTA will enhance Africa's long-term economic growth and enhance intra-Africa trade sustainably, because we all know that the levels of intra-Africa trade within the African continent is very low. So this session this morning will be looking at what role does science, technology, and innovation play in terms of supporting the operationalization of the AFCFTA. We'll also be looking at various policy interventions that can be deployed at both national and regional levels in terms of unlocking the opportunities that are presented by the AFCFTA through STI. So to get us started, I'll start with you, Prof, online, to kindly unpack for us in terms of how innovation can contribute to industrialization under the AFCFTA. Thank you.
Thank you, Mandri. Greetings to everybody from Johannesburg. I hope you can all hear me all right. Thank you for the invitation to participate in this important and impactful event. I'm delighted to be here alongside my esteemed fellow panelists, and apologies for not being able to be there with you in person in Addis this morning. So I think it's a really critical question which you've posed, Mandri, about how innovation can contribute to industrialization under the AfCFTA. We can see innovation in a way as a macro foundation of the kind of structural change and industrialization that's needed in African countries. Innovation is important for doing things differently, doing things better, and for firms and countries to be able to catch up. So in terms of competitiveness, keeping pace, improving product complexity and sophistication of the kind of products that are manufactured under the AfCFTA, improving diversification. Also, if we think about the role of African firms and countries in terms of regional and global value chains, innovation is really critical for upgrading within those value chains. So improving the position of African firms and the kind of value which they are able to capture in value chains in ways that contribute to sustainable development. And we can also look at innovation in terms of capabilities. Obviously, it's a two-way relationship. Enhancing firms' productive capabilities in Africa is important for them to innovate. Also, innovation itself builds those kind of capabilities, which would enable an acceleration and a real deepening of industrialization in African countries. I think also looking at the level of industrialization, particularly in LDCs in Africa, many countries are coming fairly late to industrialization, or have been called late industrializers, or even late industrializers. So innovation then provides opportunities for those latecomer firms and countries to be able to catch up, to push into the production of more complex products. And I think it's also important to recognize that innovation takes different forms. We know about product innovation, process innovation, and so on. Not all innovation has to be inventing some new product that is that's novel to the world. Sometimes it's about taking existing innovations, existing technological advances, and adapting those to local conditions. So even something which is new to a particular market, to a particular region, to a particular product, or even to a particular firm. So it's about strengthening the kind of capabilities of firms to look at what are those innovations that can take them forward, that can enhance their productive capacities and ultimately their ability to produce more. Here we're talking in particular in terms of manufacturing, but even the other kinds of activities that are linked to manufacturing through value chains, so that we can really see a deepening of an industrialization on the continent. And I think this is really crucial for taking advantage of the opportunities under the AfCFTA, which, as you've mentioned, Mandri, can be a real game changer for industrialization and broader sustainable development in African countries. Now, let me maybe leave it there and come back in more detail if we have time.
Thank you very much, Prof, for those very insightful comments, especially highlighting that innovation is not about creating something new, but is definitely enhancing what we do and finding ways and means in terms of doing it better. So I also like the fact that you've mentioned the role of value chains, and we know that the private sector is an important partner in that aspect. So I would like to hear from you, Dr. Lebeya, from a private sector perspective. What opportunities do exist for the private sector to leverage on the AfCFTA? Thanks.
Thank you for the time, Chair. And I would like to first thank the Ministry of Science and Innovation back home and the Technology Innovation Agency to make this visit possible and the discussions. As a private sector, and specifically within the field that we operate in as Toka Bio, biotechnology is still one of those not exploited as it should be, especially within the African continent. One of the reasons for that is the development of biotechnology in itself is heavily reliant on the Northern Hemisphere, which is great because then collaboration between the two helps in moving forward what we should need. Now, let me give an example here of agricultural sector and its intersection with biotechnology and information technology, as we've heard a lot about AI, and as Prof. Fiona was talking about deepening the value chains. Almost everywhere in the continent, agriculture itself, whether you're talking plants or livestock, is abundant. Africans in general farm. Whether we farm in a way that is productive or that is considered first class, that is a different question. But what do we do to link together the private sector and the public sector in making sure that we are able to feed ourselves, but also feed the world in terms of arable land that we have, enough vegetation that allows us to cultivate crops and have livestock. One of the things that we participate in, which I think is relevant in terms of the CFTA, is assisting especially livestock commodity groups and commercial groups in accessing world-class markets. This include Europe, Asia, and other places. So, but one of the issues you would get is how do you then harmonize the standards that are required? Here I'm talking phytosanitary regulations that are mandated by the World Organization for Animal Health and other related organizations. So within the continent itself, you would find that the standards themselves, while they exist, the harmonization thereof, it's a bit tricky. And I think it is the function of the private sector together with the public sector to exploit those opportunities and deepen those value chains through multidisciplinary approach, in this case, especially led by biotechnology development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Livia, for those inputs and also for highlighting the need for the private sector to work together with government as well as communities and to help those who are marginalized to also access international markets. And I also appreciate the input in terms of what outputs can we as the African continent send outside and also become competitive? And that also brings me to Prof. Kumba in terms of the technology and innovation outputs that we produce in the continent. We're still below 1% in terms of the world percent in terms of publications. So what role can the AFCFTA play in terms of supporting us to enhance our innovation and technology outputs, but most importantly, enhancing them in order to grow our economies in the African continent? Thanks.
All right, thank you very much, Madam Chair. And thank you to ECA and UNESCO for inviting us from the Academy, from the African Academy of Science to participate in these conversations. Much appreciated. So my understanding of the AFCFTA is that it is the topmost level at the AU head of states level effort to integrate the continent, to have the continent speak to itself, have the continent deal with itself, work with itself before it looks outwards. And when you look at how the continent is distributed, 55 countries, different geographies, different capacities, not everyone can do everything. And we come from the premise that whatever the continent wants to do through the CFTA, it boils down to human capacity or human capital, human competencies to achieve that. When you use the word technology, for us, technology is very broad and very encompassing. When we fly, the planes are technology. The network that connects all the different airlines, they are technology. When you do fintech to move money from A to B and facilitate commerce, is technology. The SWIFT system that enables trade, global trade, is technology. Transportation, everything around is technology. So when you say technology for us, we're asking ourselves, what does it mean for Africa to integrate in terms of technology? It means bringing the expertise in these various areas together to look at an architecture for the continent. What does it mean to integrate the ECOWAS system with the Central African system, with the SADC system? So for us, the free trade area would end up being a big, good design and piece of paper if it doesn't factor the capabilities of the people on the ground themselves to deliver those outcomes. In our university systems, for example, how do you talk of moving of the mobility of credentials and qualifications? There has to be some harmonization of the operation systems, of the credential systems, of all the various things that right now are nation-centered, but need to be regional-centered. So those things all together, they require acute understanding of geopolitics, geotechnology, geoeconomics. Everything is by design at the regional level. And those requires strong skills, strong competency, or emphasis on the technologies that undergird all these different things that the CFTA aspires to achieve. One example is this, as I see. Almost every country has an innovation agency that the countries themselves are already trying to do what we're calling innovation at their own level. So it's not an abstract thing. And they're embedded, well-funded, attached to the Ministry of Economics or Finance, and they work with their university system to create innovation hubs, startup hubs, but then they're working at a national level. So if you want to do about free trade and free movement of these ideas and the result of this innovation, then I would think the AfCFTA would need to look at how to connect these different innovation agencies to talk to each other. So that if Kenya is innovating in fintech, and Zimbabwe is innovating in minerals and other extractives, and maybe Senegal is discovering oil and innovating in oil, the different advantages by geographic location and resources that the different countries have, how do they talk to each other? Getting all these things done at the bottom line is human capital in science and technology. Without that human know-how, that everything else becomes very shallow and paperwork. So for us, what I would say in closing is that the architecture that the CFTA wants to, at least aims to design for the continent, should be anchored on the very institutions that deliver us the technology and scientific tools to make those things happen. Otherwise, there's a disconnect between the policy conversation and the practitioners, and then nothing happens. There are so many policy discussions, but the practitioners are the ones, the foot soldiers are the ones who make it happen. So we think that a good effort would be a consortia of all the innovation agencies on the continent. That would be a good effort. A consortia of all the competitiveness institutions on the continent, of the university, different consortia, so that the continent leverage on its own human capital to enable the AfCFTA Secretariat deliver what it aspires to deliver. So this kind of architecture, in designing, in looking at the continent as one piece of real estate and designing things on how one country complement the other, and one in terms of assets and capabilities and competencies. But at the bottom of it all is technology. Everything else is technology, and technology is a very broad term, very broad in everything. The word innovation is not shallow. Anchor on what people are already doing. I know I'm going to be over here. And then the last item that I thought about, in terms of the private sector, if you look at what the CFTA aspires to achieve, it's about asking our captains of industry, the biggest companies. I understand there are at least 400 companies that gross $1 billion on the continent. Do they want to be country-centered, selling their products within the country, or do they want to capture regional markets? Can some companies go from just being a big company in Zimbabwe or in Cameroon to becoming a big company in West Africa? How does the CFTA address the issue of the external business, the external pressures from those who are more resourced? So the fear is that if these continental institutions and structures don't talk to each other, then the free trade design would end up being a collection of lots of policy, but the practitioners will not be entangled in it. So I see.
Thank you very much, Prof. Kumba, for those important issues that you are highlighting, which I think will make time for them to unpack them a little bit further, because there is a need for us to play a role in terms of strengthening the innovation ecosystems. And that also requires partnerships that you are also referring to, and forming those consortia in terms of the innovation agencies that exist within the continent. So I think we'll come back to some of the issues that you have raised, but I would also like to give an opportunity to Dr. Thozamile. As an energy expert, we know the challenges that we are facing in terms of energy in the continent, but I think we would like to look at it in terms of what opportunities exist through the energy sector that can support the implementation of the AFCFTA through science and innovation. So just talk to some of the innovations that you have or support that can serve as an enabler to achieve or implement the AFCFTA. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to thank you for giving Technology Innovation Agency the opportunity to talk about energy in this forum. And we are an innovation agency based in South Africa, funded by the Department of Science and Innovation. When you talk about energy in Africa and you parallel it with other developing countries and developed world, we seem as the countries to want to adopt what already exists in other countries, especially in the far north. I think Prof. Fiona indicated about not reinventing the wheel, just also try to adopt what already we know is working elsewhere. But we know as a continent, most of the African countries fall under the low middle income and the low income countries, if you look at the UN document. And therefore, we sometimes don't adopt the technologies that suit our environment, and we don't utilize our natural resources to efficiently get the products that will make our countries better. One of the living examples is what we currently are experiencing, and we know that there is a lot of flooding. We heard yesterday about the issue of Zimbabwe, where last year it was exporting its products, but this year it's looking to other countries to support it. And that boils down to climate change and what energy options do we have as a continent to adopt. And as a technology innovation agency, we have been lucky enough to fall under UNCTAD initiative that is looking at technology assessment. What it entails is for each country, South Africa, Seychelles, and Zambia, to go back to the constituents of their countries, the industry, academic institutions, social activists, and innovation agencies, so that they can sit down and map a way of identifying technologies that suit each of these countries, so that when you adopt a strategy going forward in the policies, they are informed by the problems that each of these countries are facing. And I think that will address part of what we are facing, instead of looking at solutions that are working elsewhere. Let us align them to our different problems that we face as different countries. And South Africa, through that process, has identified green hydrogen as one of the technologies that we need to pursue going forward in addressing the effects of climate change and also being competitive in the global economies. Because fortunately, we have the renewable sources of energy, which is the sun and the wind. And we also have the minerals that are required in the production value chain. of green hydrogen, which are the PGMs. So all in all, it seems as if for us to succeed and to be competitive, we need to look into our different situations and then adopt policies that are really trying addressing those problems that we have identified. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Tozamile, for reminding us the need to invest in local innovations. And that requires us to localize the innovations that we have so that they are able to respond to the challenges that we have that are unique to Africa's challenges, and also highlighting the need for technology assessments so that we can develop or identify technologies that will really respond to the challenges that we have on the ground. So when we look at the issues of localization, they require us to have policies in place that could support us to implement or localize the technologies that we have to respond to the societal challenges that we have in the continent. So I just want to come back to you, Prof. Kumba, again, to kindly outline for us what kind of policy interventions do we need at both national, regional, even at continental level that could also serve as an enabler or create a conducive environment for us to implement the AFCFTA. Thank you.
I think by the very mandate of the AFCFTA and the aspirations of much of the continent wants to work as one. The continent wants to work as one big bargaining block on the global scene. They want to collaborate with each other. They want to do intra more than extra. And so I think that the kind of policy considerations should be ones that focus on continental designs of institutions, continental designs of activity, not so much, not only regional, as now there are 5 regional economic communities, but looking at continental architectures in every domain that you want to consider, especially like R&D. I'll give you a good example. Our universities struggle substantively with research, infrastructure being a key part. Much of our research, our scholars have to go abroad to do any good research because of infrastructure. Some of the infrastructure that's found abroad, no one country can accommodate that. They're expensive. So if we have to upgrade our university infrastructure, then there has to be a regional consideration where those who have the capabilities the most, whose environment are most conducive, can be encouraged, or through policy considerations, to host regional infrastructure for the continent. I would rather have our students from Kenya go to Senegal to use a research lab, or go up to Egypt than go to Brussels or to New York. Not because we don't want to go abroad. The CFTA says we want to work with each other. We want a continental architecture. So I would think that in terms of R&D, really bringing, and this is where an institution like the African Academy of Science can be very useful with their community of fellows to provide the continent, because this is also the continent's human capital, top scholars, to at every aspect of what it means to develop on the continent, provide a broad continental map. Everything is continental. R&D being the key. If our companies, our private sector has to upgrade its products to sell beyond their domestic boundaries, it means firm upgrade. It means internal innovation. That's all R&D. If you're selling your products at a low level for small market, if you have to now sell across country, across border, to compete sometimes with Korean, Chinese, American, other products coming from outside, you have to upgrade your product. That's R&D, and some are not able to do that by themselves. So I would think that from the CFTA, looking at every aspect of our continental development as a geotechnical, a geopolitical, I keep using this word a continental design, we're very useful. And the academy is very, very well positioned to provide that kind of guidance because they are the technical experts in that area. And they know the continent and they practice the continent. And that's where you find your top scholars to do that. So R&D, it's a foundational aspect in all areas. I worry sometimes that the word R&D is so used that it's banalized. Almost every aspect, we come from the understanding that what distinguishes Africa from the rest is science and technology capacity. So everything else boils down to that. And R&D in that area, you name any sector, That's what boils down to. Frontier R&D, focus on that, then we can drive the agenda that the free trade area aspires to achieve for the continent.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Prof. Kumba, for highlighting the need to invest in research and development so that we can innovate better. Because I think it also brings us to the earlier point that was made by Prof. Tregena to say innovation is not about starting something new, but it's about exploring ways in terms of seeing how we can do things better. And also the need to invest in our research infrastructure. So thank you for highlighting those important points. But I think also one of the elements that you are bringing into the discussion that I also want us to unpack a little bit is in which industries does Africa has a niche in terms of being competitive and supporting the implementation of the AFCFTA. So I think I'll start back with you just as a follow-up question to your intervention to highlight some of the industries that where you see opportunities for Africa to support the implementation of the AFCFTA and become globally competitive. Thanks.
Thank you again. I think in that light, it's difficult to see which industries Africa currently leads globally. Look at our markets, look at our supermarkets, what's on the stores, look at what airlines we fly, look at what clothing we wear, or the marketplace, it's hard to see that. But we all say all the time, Africa is the richest continent. So we have the resources. The point is to targetly the discussion that goes on about sometimes the term beneficiation, value addition. We don't just want to benefit and add value. We want to at least try to manufacture our own goods. If Congo has the resources that power the whole digital world in their high-tech systems, if the West Africa coast has all the natural resources that the rest of the world needs, if all the conflicts on the continent are usually driven by the fight for our resources, I think it's not about going too abstract, but it's to focus, say, we want this to be part of our own productive sectors. I'll give you something very simple that align these resources to enable us with human capital. The West African coast, from Angola all the way to Senegal, is an oil coast. There's hardly a country there without oil on the ground. But you would not find many oil or petroleum engineering programs on that coast. Petroleum engineering, that's tech. So who would do that work for us? By just establishing big-time schools of engineering, petroleum engineering, for that sector on the whole West African coast. The absence of that means we keep ourselves outside of participating in these sectors that are the backbones of our economies, but we give it out to external expatriate human capital and businesses. So aligning our strategic assets as a continent, our resource base, with the human capital needs, with university graduate curricular programs, aligning our investments in education, in research and development on topics, on themes that align with our resource base so that we can come back and be the ones to do that and grow the economy on our own. Otherwise, there's a huge disconnect between what we have and what others come and get away from us, and we don't participate in our own economy at all. It's difficult to see what else the continent really does. And I don't say this negatively. Every high-tech thing on the continent, every gadget, that I know of at least, that's consequential. But why? Why is it come from external sources? Because our university systems have not pivoted enough to align themselves with the productive sectors that we think should drive our economy and give us the advantage on the globe. And I think the CFTA is key. It's key because the continent has already focused all its mind and power and resources on that institution. It is, at this point, the main driver of Africa's development. And if that main driver doesn't handle this, then it goes to side drivers. And the side drivers don't have that power of that convening power of respectability. So I think the CFTA cannot function without looking at all these other aspects.
Thank you very much. I think you also bring us to our next point that I also wanted to ask Prof. Tregena online. When we look at the role of innovation and how it supports in regional integration, I want us to unpack the links between regional integration as well as industrialization, but focusing on the operationalization of the AFCFTA. So if Prof, you could also elaborate a bit on that in terms of how regional integration is aligned to industrialization to support the AFCFTA. Thanks.
Thanks, Mandri. That's really pertinent to consider in terms of the vision and also the operationalization of the AFCFTA. But as we know, there's different models of regional integration.
While
that
we
have been
try to get Prof back online, I think I'll come back to you. Oh, yes. Yes, Prof, I don't know if you got my question.
I did get it, and I was responding, not realizing that you couldn't hear me. So shall I respond now?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
No, thanks very much. I think it's a really relevant question in terms of the vision and the operationalization of the AFCFTA, because as we know, there's different models of regional integration, and the one which is being consciously pursued through the AFCFTA is one that puts industrialization at its heart. So it's about really building capacities and capabilities across African countries, so that more of what is consumed on the continent is actually produced on the continent. So it's a vision which says that regional integration goes beyond just breaking down trade barriers between countries in Africa and kind of hoping for the best. It's about more purposefully building those capabilities, strengthening regional value chains, so that trade on the continent isn't just left to chance, but to move towards a situation where we strengthen industrial capabilities on the continent, so that even customers in other African countries are buying more that is produced in fellow African countries. So that's why we see that structural transformation and industrialization has really been put at the core of the AFCFTA. And I think part of that, and it relates with your question to the previous panelist actually, is around what sectors and so on are possibilities. Part of the operationalization of the AFCFTA is about identifying those sectors and those industries which have particular potential, and deliberately, purposefully building and strengthening regional value chains. So for example, in terms of agro-processing, the automotive sector, clothing and textiles, pharmaceuticals, as well as related industries like transportation and logistics, which are really key for accelerating and deepening trade on the continent. So I think those are some of the types of industries. And I think linking as well with some of the comments from Prof. Kumba, looking at the possibilities, for instance, of resource-based industrialization, not as the only route, but as one of the pathways. As he mentioned, Africa is incredibly rich in natural resources, but those natural resources in themselves are not enough, because otherwise we find ourselves in a situation where the natural resources are exported and we are importing back the finished products that embody those natural resources, but at really unfavorable terms of trade. So particularly when we look at very low-income African countries, which are only at very early stages of industrialization, and one of the feasible routes towards industrialization is looking at building on the resources base, for example, in terms of minerals in countries which have them, in terms of agriculture, but moving further along the value chain, adding value and so on, so that products are not exported in an unprocessed form. And again, that brings us back to innovation. The need for innovation, the need for technological upgrading to ensure that firms and countries can be competitive when they seek to upgrade and to move along those value chains. For example, if we link this to green industrialization and the imperative of the green transition, we know that Africa has some of the rare minerals that are increasingly needed internationally for this green transition, lithium, cobalt, and so on. So how do we then approach it? If we just continue the old patterns of just exporting those rare minerals in their form, of course, there will be some revenue generated, some sort of minimal job creation and so on, but it's really not enough. It's not enough to take the continent to the next level in terms of development, prosperity, and so on. So it's about saying, how can Africa then also be a producer of those advanced technologies, of those green products, whether it be fuel cells or whatever that EVs, electric vehicles, that actually utilize those rare minerals. So I'm using the rare minerals as an example to illustrate where we have those natural endowments as a continent. How can we use those to the maximum? And again, this links with the core themes of the session around regional integration and innovation. And those really come together crucially in this, because as we said, we need innovation. We need strengthening our productive capabilities in order to do that. Otherwise, it just remains at the level of a rhetoric. Yes, we need to upgrade. We need to do more. And 5 or 10 years down the line, we'll be having the same conversation. So it's about investing in those capabilities. And also pooling regional productive capacity and regional markets. As we know, and my fellow panelists have also referred to this, it's both that our consumer markets are in some cases relatively small, both because some countries are small, and even for large countries, the purchasing power is relatively low. And even in terms of productive capabilities, we find these dispersed across countries, even in terms of technological capacity. Again, as my fellow panelists have spoken about, how to connect different innovation systems on the continent, how to connect technology agencies and so on, so that it's not just national innovation systems, but perhaps regional innovation ecosystems to support the kind of upgrading which is needed. So I think it's a vision which integrates innovation, industrialization, regional integration, as well as regional cooperation more broadly.
Thank you very much, Prof, for sharing those insights and also highlighting the need to add value to the minerals that we have. That is indeed, as much as we focus on resource-based industrialization, but how do we also add value and also become competitive in sectors such as agro-processing, minerals beneficiation, and the pharmaceutical sector. So I think another element that we also need to start adding value to is the research outputs that we also produce. How do we ensure that we start commercialization, the research outputs that come out from our research institutions as well? So coming back to you, Dr. Thozamile, can you kindly share with us in terms of how, as Africa, we can start enhancing our commercialization efforts in terms of supporting the issues of commercialization so that we are able to leverage on the opportunities that are offered by the AfCFTA? Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. I think now I feel that Prof. Fiona has said most of the things that relate to commercialization of our IP that is generated within the continent. But for me, mainly what I identified as the key drivers of commercialization is to deliberately patent or protect our natural resources. And we know that in as much as we are vast in biodiversity as a continent, we hardly benefit when these items go outside, as she indicated that when you buy in the shops, is something that must have originated in Africa in one way or the other as a raw material. But we ended up buying it at a premium price. And sometimes we are not aware even that we are buying our own product. But if we deliberately protect our indigenous knowledge systems across the continent, we know that whoever benefits out of the products coming out of that raw material is paying what is due to Africa, but also in protecting our indigenous knowledge system, we are also delaying. We know that in the innovation value chain, we are very far below with the developed world. And they sometimes come and take these raw materials, and it takes 10, 20 years if it's in the medical field for them to come back as medicine that they sell to us. But if we adopt, because naturally they know, and people from Africa know that through narratives, we know what is working for what, but we hardly translate that into documents that we can use to standardize the production of the pharmaceutical products so that it can suit the world, it can suit Africa. So there must be a deliberate way of producing medicine in a way that is acceptable in a standard format where there are check and balances about the efficacy and also what is working in those products. But secondly, it is about the regional centers of excellence that we really need to make sure that they are functional, not only on a research level, which is currently what is the case. We know that universities across Africa have started the interchanging of students across, and you see academics moving from one country to the other. But beyond the academic research, what are the outputs of that research? How do we exploit them such that there is commercial value that comes out of them? And the Technology Innovation Agency in South Africa has initiated a process where we don't only fund people at universities to publish, because that's what universities are meant to do. But let's translate those publications into viable products that are assisting in addressing our various problems in our countries. And if we adopt that strategy of not researching for the sake of researching, but researching in trying to address socio-economic problems, I think we'll be addressing most of the issues that we face as a continent. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Thozamile, for those inputs and also for emphasizing the need to protect our IP and also invest in our indigenous knowledge systems, as well as the issue of harmonization of standards as well, because trading within the African continent becomes cumbersome because of the different various policies and standardizations that innovators or the private sector needs to go through. So I think that also brings me to you, Dr. Piani, to also outline to us from a private sector perspective, what role can government play in terms of supporting the issues of standardization to help you or enable the seamless flow of trade within the continent and also support the implementation of the AfCFTA? Thanks.
Thanks for that question. I think when it comes to, and I'll do this by way of giving an example so that it's much easier. If you look at the CFTA at a very basic level, dictates that it should be, or it should become easier for one to take goat from Ethiopia to across the border and be able to receive a valuable income from that animal that they're selling. Currently, it's not doable. You cannot just sell commodities across our borders. And the reason is not because there isn't such commodities. The reason is because the phytosanitary regulation is awkward and cumbersome. And it means it robs those very primary producers that have those commodities. And that's universal throughout the continent. Now, how do we work around that in terms of making sure that the CFTA itself, it becomes a phenomenon that is applicable everywhere else? I'll give an example again, given the difficulties in Ukraine earlier on. The price of wheat and cooking oil went through the roof. You have to ask yourself, what is it outside the minerals that Africa possesses, that if we had problems, it would make the prices go through the roof. It's not because we don't have those commodities. It's because we are not as organized as we should to be able to command that. I'll give an example of livestock as an example. Here in Ethiopia, I think cattle around 110 million, about similar number of goats and sheep. You look at Botswana, there's maybe under 5 million, but Botswana export, and they get foreign direct income from that export. Why? The difference would be they were able to sit down and look at the phytosanitary regulation and look at the client countries that they need to send to and harmonize their systems with the countries that they need to send to. Now, how are we going to do that within the African continent context of the CFTA if the phytosanitary regulations that we have, good as they may be, are completely different from each other? It should be very easy and become normal for those commodities to flow. Now, what can governments do? It's easier. I think throughout the continent, it's very easy to point a finger at government. They don't do this, they should have done that. But how do you integrate the private sector and the public sector to look at this as a win-win situation? Now, what am I talking about? It's government's role to regulate those sectors, but it's private sector's role to go out in the field and bring in the technology and bring in the integration tools that are available to make sure that whatever policy prevails within a country can look at what other commodities available, how can we make sure that they match what the next country requires. And I'll give an example back home. We have a pilot program where in one of our provinces, for the sake of looking at markets outside the country itself, basically European and Far East, we looked at where the government looks at, this is the private sector, which will, a private commercial sector that can export, same as Brazil, Argentina, and Australia dominating the beef market, with much fewer animals than we have in the continent. Then the private sector develops the tools, whether it's mobile laboratories, whether it's the standards, and the government does the regulation of that private sector to try and say, let's go into the field, let's clean the animals, let's get the vaccination protocols, let's look at the post-vaccination monitoring, let's look at what the outside markets need. Let's also assess these markets, which ones are better markets, which ones can we get easier for indirect income. And when you put those together, before you know it, you have a vibrant economy within the rural areas where the livestock is, and you have good markets outside. So that harmonization would require some sort of working together between the two sectors, and also forward-looking in terms of what are those commodities that we really would like to use to dominate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Piani. Indeed, harmonization is key. So I think now I would like to open up the floor. I think it would be good to have an interactive session. So just to hear from the audience, if we can get 1 or 2 comments, preferably, I think that would be great because we don't have much time. Yes, over to you, Sai. Take the floor.
Yes, good morning, and thank you for interesting discussions. Laurent Bouchereau from the EU delegation to the African Union. I would like to rebound on the comment about pooling efforts between the national innovation agencies. This is something we have tried to do in Europe. It took a long time. It's only recently that we established a well-funded European Innovation Council that support very promising startup companies with the European competition. I would like to ask, Africa is a huge continent, many countries. Is there room to go stepwise to look at cross-border cooperation, maybe regional cooperation? You have SADC, for instance, you're all from Southern Africa. Is there better to go stepwise rather than to go directly Pan-African continental? That's my question.
Thank you. Thanks to the panelists. I'm Professor Slemi from Algeria. I just want to raise the problem we have in many African countries regarding the creation of accreditation center because generally we don't use international norms, and the problem today is about certification of products, and if we reach the international markets, how complex are the norms in Europe, by example, how to export in Europe, but even between African countries. I think it's a great issue to discuss this aspect of creating center for accreditation to accredite laboratories and research centers. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you very much. I think we'll take the last one in the interest of time. Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Samuel Chugome from the African Materials Research Society. Our primary objective is to promote excellence in all aspects of materials research. So I like the comment from Prof. Kumba when you were talking about mapping Africa in terms of resources that we have. I think it's something that we should find a way of integrating efforts as a continent, in the sense that if you look at the different regions and you focus on how you can use material science to develop advanced materials, and then go a step further and map Africa in terms of economic zones based on those materials that we have, and then we move forward right up to the final stage of having finished products. So I think it's something that needs the integrated approach. Because from my understanding is that there are different initiatives on the continent. I think what is missing is how to put everything together so we can have a combined effort as a continent and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those very good questions and comments. I think the way we will approach it is I'll give an opportunity to all the panelists to respond, but also give their key messages. So in less than 2 minutes each, if we can start with you, Prof. Fiona online, just to give your own comments and also your concluding remarks. Thank you.
Thanks for that, and for the comments. I think I will maybe touch on one or two of them. In terms of the first question from the delegate from the EU around whether it's better to go stepwise, regionally or sub-regionally versus going directly Pan-African. Look, I think a multi-pronged approach is needed, but it's also important to note that the continental-wide approach is not a new one. It's not that it's just, of course, coming out of the blue, and it's a jump where there was nothing before, because it really is building on decades and decades of continent-wide initiatives, including at trade level, as well as in terms of cooperation on innovation and so on. Of course, not enough has been done, but it's not a jump directly to the continental approach in a vacuum. It's also already building on the regional trade blocks which are there, COMESA and so on. And I think in a way, it brings me perhaps as well to the second question from the colleague from Algeria around accreditation and so on, which is to say that trade integration and regional integration in Africa isn't only about breaking down trade barriers, because the non-trade barriers are very significant as well. So even if tomorrow we could move to zero tariffs across the continent on all product lines, that would only take us part of the way towards effective trade integration on the continent. Accreditation is part of it, as the delegate has mentioned. Even when we look at the different regional trade blocks which are there, each one having its own standards, its own operational modalities, and so on. Part of the challenge with true regional integration through the AfCFTA is about harmonizing all of those payment systems, standards, and so on, which is quite a substantial process. It's certainly not an overnight process. And then there's also the issues of infrastructure as well. The long delays at many borders really present significant challenges in terms of trade integration. Even if we have zero tariffs between two countries, but if a truck must wait days at the border just to transport manufactured goods from one country to another, and those could be brought more quickly from outside of the continent, that will be a binding constraint on true regional integration and industrialization in the continent. So I think, yeah, it's about a multi-level, multi-pronged approach. Certainly, there's still a role for deepening integration, even bilaterally between neighboring countries, regionally, including through regional value chains, but also deepening it at the continental level. And as I said, not only in terms of dismantling trade barriers, but also non-trade barriers and infrastructural constraints. So to do all of this, it really can't be business as usual. We wouldn't like to find ourselves, sitting in 5 years' time or 10 years' time singing the same song. So it's really about decisive interventions by governments, by regional blocs, and at the continental level to unlock some of the opportunities which are there, as well as working together with the private sector so that the private sector can take up the opportunities which are created, create opportunities, and assist collaboratively in resolving some of the challenges which are there towards deepening trade integration and industrialization on the continent. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Dr. Libya, your comments and concluding remarks. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I think it will be harder to condense in 2 minutes, but I'm going to try. For me, I think the only question that maybe I could respond back to is the one for accreditation by the prof from Algeria. When I look more at the agricultural commodities and bioprocessing in itself, I think what the CFTA as a concept would assist a lot in there is that when you look at whatever commodity we can focus on, it means there are other value chains that are linked to it. I'll give a simple example of if you are to take poultry from one country to the other, its disease profile in that country, the vaccination itself, the records that are required, and all that certification that's required within that needs to be done. So it's one thing to have a policy and the rules and regulations that say, this is how you do it. It's another to be able to get the intervention that's required that is specific to the profile of that region. And therefore, certification alone without the integration of those value chains that assist in doing so would be difficult. But lastly, I think while there will be healthy competition, collaboration is required as well. If there's a poultry market, say in Algeria, and a strong one in South Africa, and the idea is to try and export that within the continent, but also to other better paying markets, it means there should be some collaboration between the two commodity groups to say, how do we secure the tests, the vaccines, and all those things that are required to make sure that our certification can stand through scrutiny when we do send those commodities abroad. So I think between the competition and the collaboration and making sure that the value chains are rich, it's something that will go a long way in making sure that the concept of free trade actually carries value.
Thank you, Prof. Dr. Thozamile.
Thank you, Chair. I don't want to repeat what has already been said, and I would like to recall one of the outcomes of our discussion yesterday. It was about actioning what is in the policies. And sometimes we attend gatherings like this one, and we come up with big documents or trying to address these issues. But there are no action plans to see through that these policies. really drill down to the people that is meant to assist and our different countries and our communities. So if you can have an outcome that really has an action plan on how we are going to implement going forward, and when do you converge in trying to see what has been done, then it will probably propel us in the actions to the next steps that we need to undertake. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Prof. Kumba.
All right, thank you. So to address our colleague from Algeria first, I had mentioned earlier that you know, if I make it this tone, there's a policy discussion and there are practitioners. If those two are not together, then it's difficult to see how much what needs to be done is actually done. So beyond the university credentialing across countries, beyond the agricultural sector, in just almost every practice on the continent, to integrate means to harmonize all those different systems at every level. Every ministry has a collaborating ministry in other country. Every institution has an equivalent, almost every, approximately. So I would see the CFTA as a convener of practitioners to have an intracontinental dialogue among ourselves, on how we get these things done. From airline travel, from road travel, from fintech, from university, from products from one market to another market, just across the board. I see the spirit of the CFTA as the continent aspiring to talk and deal with itself. And if there's only a policy architecture above, that sometimes works with the funders from abroad who are not continental practitioners, who are not attached to the reality on the ground, then there's a big disconnect. So I would see the CFTA as a convener of African practitioners to do Africa. The big tech companies. I go to many meetings where you have, say, confederations of industry, or our ideas of tech transfer. It's in the university. It's in small companies, agriculture, small farmers. But I mentioned that there are over 400 companies that gross $1 billion on the continent. They're not in the conversation. Those are the drivers, the top tiers who lift up the whole boat. So there's that disconnect between the really key drivers and practitioners who should manifest, who should implement this aspect. And that is all the way up to the innovation conversation. The challenge on the continent that Europe had is how do you make a collection of countries that are national in their character work together as one confederation. The US was able to fight a war, a civil war, and become one country. Europe didn't fight a war to become one country. They are trying to come around it. No one ever imposed on the barrel of the gun that Europe be one and do everything together. So they still have that struggle. Africa doesn't have that either. We don't have one overriding authority. So it's a challenge of how do countries that are nation-centric have a discussion of collaborating. Africa is diverse. At the AU, I go there sometimes, I hear conversations. Is it Arab language or French or English or Lusophone? These different systems, how do you harmonize them? And they are all very strongly passionate about these colonial or non-colonial heritages. How do you deal with that? Do you go at a region where maybe in East Africa, there's more homogeneity in their makeup, or West Africa, or the Arabic North, that's more, this kind of smaller clusters of homogeneity of peoples? So it's a general conversation that I think the CFTA, if it will succeed, it has to be a convener of intra-Africa discussions by practitioners at all levels. Otherwise, I think there's a big disconnect, and it will be another big idea, like Pan-Africanism, that we rallies many emotions, look forward to many things, but at the end of the day, the variation in the different institutions and countries doesn't quite yield the result. So there has to be an intra-Africa discussion at every level. No one has the full answers, but in those discussions, we'll see where the rubber meets the road, as my colleague here is saying, where the really thing happens on the ground. So that's how I would see it. There has to be an intra-continental discussion at every level. And the CFTA is the best convener, because for all heads of states to sign up, say this is our continental platform for all our development prospects across the board, then they become the convener of all these other items. It might be a big task for them, a small institution like a young institution like that, but that's the mandate that they have, including higher education. That's the mandate that they have. They only extract it on policy. Then there's a disconnect between the head and the body, and the body is the practitioner. That's how I see it.
Thank you very much, Prof. And I would like to take this moment and thank all of you, our panelists, for your very insightful interventions. Indeed, there is a big role that science, technology, and innovation can play in terms of supporting the operationalization of the AFCFTA. And I think beyond this discussion, we will continue to engage in terms of how we can ensure that science continues to play an important role as an enabler to support the implementation of the AFCFTA. So with that note, I bring the session to a close. Thank you very much. And I think we can give our panelists a round of applause.
it's working. Good morning, colleagues. May I ask you to go to your seat, please? We need to start. Thank you. Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to this session on leveraging the International Decade of Sciences for Sustainable Development to promote science, technology, and innovation in Africa. Today we have the privilege of exploring the transformative power of science and its potential to address the global challenges. Throughout this session, we will delve into the ways in which science can be harnessed to drive sustainable development. Particularly in the context of Africa, we will explore innovative approaches, share success stories, and identify opportunities for collaboration. Without further ado, I would like to invite the keynote speaker of this session, which we are very honored to have, the President of the UNESCO General Conference, Her Excellency Ambassador Simona Mirella Miculescu. Ambassador Miculescu is a high-level experienced diplomat, currently serving as the permanent delegate of Romania to UNESCO and the President of the UNESCO General Conference. With a long career spanning over 32 years, she has held various prestigious positions, including being a representative of the UN Secretary General and the head of the UN office in Belgrade. Alongside her diplomatic career, she has excelled in academia and public communications, publishing books and articles on international relations and being recognized as an expert in international public relations. Your Excellency, Ambassador, the floor is yours.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, esteemed researchers, ladies and gentlemen, it is with enthusiasm, I could say, and a sense of wonder that I stand before you today, speaking from the heart of Ethiopia, a nation revered as one of the cradles of humankind and recognized as a vibrant cornerstone of Africa, a region that holds a special importance for UNESCO, standing tall as one of its two global priorities. The crux of our deliberations today is of particular relevance for the African continent as well as for the entire world. How to best harness the vision of the International Decade of Sciences for Sustainable Development 2024-2033 to address the increasingly complex and interrelated challenges of our times, from deepening inequalities to escalating disasters, from climate disruption to biodiversity loss. By putting sciences at the heart of global development strategies, the Sciences Decade is more than a mere aspiration, isn't it, dear ADG, who passionately fight for this? It is a blueprint for transformative action, a new compact between policymakers, scientists, and society to realize the imperative of producing and harnessing scientific knowledge to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, upholding the principles of human rights and fostering societal well-being. This ambitious yet imperative endeavor requires us to overhaul science, technology, and innovation systems, as you call it here, STI. I learn acronyms every day. To reconfigure traditional structures and ecosystems of science into a dynamic, adaptive, and transdisciplinary framework. UNESCO, as the lead agency for the Sciences Decade, and I compliment all the UNESCO colleagues who are here, has emphasized that this decade has a vision of a sustainable world in which science and the culture of science are developed and made accessible to all. To realize this ambition, we need to cultivate an environment that fosters advanced scientific inquiry, enabling every person to participate critically and constructively in the scientific discourse and the decision-making processes also. The advancement of open science is paramount. By ensuring universal access to scientific processes and knowledge as a fundamental right, we hold the promise of democratizing the benefits of scientific progress. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Africa, with its vast potential, is pivotal in this endeavor. The decade will provide new opportunities to establish research ecosystems that integrate all scientific disciplines and knowledge systems, promoting robust dialogue, such as this, among scientists, including traditional and indigenous knowledge holders, across local, national, regional, and international levels. Enhancing STI capacities within African nations can bring significant developmental gaps and spur regional innovation. Africa's own engagement is crucial, but only to address its specific challenges, and not only to that, but also to enrich the global scientific dialogue with its unique perspective and needs. The integration of local indigenous knowledge and practices, again, with scientific research can unlock really innovative solutions. One of the key focuses of the decade is that opportunities for involvement and advancement in science are equitably available to women scientists, young scientists, and traditionally marginalized scholars, ensuring that the African scientific community is robust and diverse, capable of driving forward the continent's development goals. But let's make no mistake, no scientific advancement is possible without quality education accessible to all. Specifically, STEM education plays a pivotal role in cultivating scientifically literate communities, shaping the future scientific workforce, and tackling global challenges head-on. This is why our efforts must continue to be tirelessly devoted toward achieving SDG 4, ensuring inclusive and equitable opportunities for every individual to access quality education. Excellences, chers invités, cette décennie internationale représente un appel à l'action lancé par l'Assemblée générale des Nations unies, incitant les décideurs politiques, les scientifiques, les chercheurs et toutes les parties prenantes concernées du monde entier à s'unir pour élaborer des solutions durables et concrétiser les objectifs du développement durable. La réalisation de cette vision ne restera qu'une aspiration sans le dévouement inébranlable et résolu de tous les acteurs concernés au niveau national, régional et international. Comme nous l'enseigne judicieusement un proverbe africain que tout le monde connaît, si tu veux aller vite, marche seul. Mais si tu veux aller loin, marchons ensemble. Ainsi, c'est uniquement par une collaboration audacieuse et innovante, transcendant les limites traditionnelles entre les disciplines et les frontières géographiques, que nous pourrons exploiter la sagesse collective et lancer des initiatives transformatrices pour relever les défis auxquels nous sommes confrontés. J'invite donc tous les États membres, les scientifiques de toutes les disciplines, l'industrie, le secteur privé, les organisations régionales et internationales et la société civile à saisir l'opportunité offerte par la décennie internationale des sciences pour unir leurs forces et réaliser ce changement de paradigme. Donc, je vous remercie déjà pour votre engagement dans cette vision prometteuse. Merci.
Thank you very much. Excuse me. Thank you very much, Ambassador Miculescu, Your Excellency, for this insightful speech. We hardly appreciate you being here with us today. Thank you very much. Colleagues and esteemed guests, let us move now to the roundtable discussion taking place in the session. And please let me invite the panelists, the esteemed panelists who will join us here today. If I may invite you, please, to come to the stage. No, I wouldn't know. Can you remove this? Thank you. Morning. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and esteemed participants, it's my honor to introduce the esteemed panelists for this insightful roundtable discussion. Each panelist brings a wealth of knowledge and experience to the table, contributing to the diverse perspective we seek to explore. Firstly, we have Ms. Lydia Pretto, Assistant Director General from Natural Science Sector at UNESCO, whose extensive experience and leadership in the field will provide valuable insights into the intersection of science and sustainable development. We also have Dr. Peggy Otti-Boateng, Executive Director of the African Academy of Sciences. Dr. Otti-Boateng expertise in scientific research and development in Africa will shed light on the unique challenges and opportunities the continent faces. Joining us from the Chinese Academy of Science and Technology for Development is Dr. Yang Jing, representing the International Research and the Training Center for Science and Technology Strategy under the auspices of UNESCO. Dr. Jing's expertise in science and technology strategy will offer valuable perspectives on global innovation and collaboration. We are also privileged to have Mr. Alex Nyangi, Manager of Emerging Markets Public Affairs at Google, joining our panel today. Mr. Nyangi insights into the intersection of technology and sustainable development will provide a perspective on the role of technology companies in addressing the global challenges. Also joining us virtually, we are delighted to have Ms. Heidi Hackman, as a Director of Future Africa and the Strategic Advisor on Transdisciplinarity and Global Knowledge Networks at the University of Pretoria. Dr. Hackman's expertise in transdisciplinary research and global knowledge will work to contribute to our understanding of the interconnectedness of various fields in addressing complex challenges. Lastly, we have Professor Leslie Green, a distinguished professor of Earth Politics from the Faculty of Humanities at the University of Cape Town. Professor Green's expertise in environmental politics will enrich our discussions on the governance and the policies required for sustainable development. It is really an honor to have you all here. Let us start by asking Ms. Lydia Pretto. First, we want to set the tone for this roundtable and understand more about the International Decade of Sciences for Sustainable Development. Lydia, can you please talk to us more about the key objectives, the goals, and the outcomes anticipated for this International Decade of Sciences for Sustainable Development?
Thank you very much, Amal, and good morning, everybody. I have to say that after the inspiring speech of our president of the General Conference of UNESCO, I think you get the gist of what the opportunity we have with the decade. Really, in my view, and we have been discussing since yesterday, the importance to reinforce our STI systems in the continent and abroad, how to connect what we do in terms of research and development with the needs of our people in the ground. How can we involve them also in the design of the scientific questions and the scientific programs? How can we collaborate more among African countries and with countries outside the region in order to bring the best of science and technology to development and to provide better lives to everyone in the planet? How can we conserve better our resources and manage better the needs for adaptation and mitigation in relation to climate change? What technologies, what science should be in place, and how can we make sure that that knowledge is really accessible to society, but also to policymakers that can take the right decisions based on scientific evidence. So when you look at that panorama that we have been discussing since yesterday, the decade is that opportunity to have 10 years of a full investment in two major aspects that were already mentioned. One is related to the scientific community, and another one is related to society. And the first one is to say, do our STI ecosystems today really are able to respond to the needs of our people in terms of development, in terms of conservation of the environment, in terms of having access to clean water, to have better health? And we have been discussing that no, we need to transform our STI systems to make them more open, to make them more inclusive, to make them more responsive to the needs of the people, and to really also making them more part of the decision-making process and of building this vision of a full sustainable development for all and with all. And I remember, dear Minister, you said not for the people, but with the people. So part of the decade, the objective, one of the major pillars, is how the scientific community can really open up, can embrace open science, can embrace inclusivity, can embrace partnerships, can embrace the capacity to really talk to the development needs and produce the knowledge and the technologies we need to face the challenges that are in front of us and will be in the future. The other aspect, not least important, is the societies. We do need to have societies that are scientifically literate, that they have a culture and promote a culture of science, that when I have to take a decision as an individual or community, I look to the knowledge that is around me, that allows me to understand the reality that we are living and the possibility of changing that reality for better, because I understand what is in stake and I have the knowledge and the technology to do that transformation. So these are, and I would stop here because we have many people in the panel, but I would say if during 10 years we can transform our scientific systems to respond to the needs of society, and we can have our societies embracing the knowledge and participating in that knowledge creation, then we will have a better world for sure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lydia, for giving us this overview of the major challenges and also the major outcomes of anticipated from the international decade. Now I would like to move to Peggy, and since we heard about the major goals and outcomes and what we want to achieve under the international decade, let us move to more specific strategies for Africa. And since you are representing the African Academy of Sciences, how do you think the African Academy of Science can work with the governments, with the international organizations, with other stakeholders to achieve these goals of the international decade? And how can the Academy ensure that these achievements are actually equitably benefiting everyone in Africa?
Thank you very much, Amal, and thank you for inviting us. Maybe just to take you on a memory lane of the importance of academies. many countries in the global north over centuries have used academies as knowledge brokers. They have used academies to drive science, technology, innovation in all its forms for sustainable development of its countries. Unfortunately for Africa, we haven't harnessed the full potential of academies. And we have a gem, which is the African Academy of Sciences, which represents the whole continent. It is an institution with all the top scientists you would have in Africa. And they are in 10 different disciplines. If you talk about engineering, policy, basic sciences, climate change, health, human sciences, agriculture, they're in 10 different areas. So that is what places the African Academy at the fulcrum of leveraging on the decade of science for sustainable development of the country. Not only countries, but the continent. We have also 3 tripartite mandates. The first mandate is that we are pursuing the recognition of excellence by award of fellowships. And we have over 800 fellows. And this is Africa. Also, fellows from the diaspora. We've all been talking about science, but we haven't harnessed the full potential of the scientists in the various diaspora. Our second mandate is in the area of excellence, where we would like to pursue as well as possible, training in science, technology, and innovation. And we have developed over the years thousands of world-class scientists. And again, we have a pool of scientists to use in leveraging this, what you're talking about. And why aren't we using, the pool of scientists that we have? For us, this decade provides us with a great opportunity to do that. And not only that, this is one of the only, academies, which is a think tank with affiliation to the African Union. And we also connected with all the United Nations, including UNESCO, WMO, UNEP. So we form a great, focus, for Africa. And not only that, we also connected with academies all over the world, including Chinese Academy of Sciences and Chinese Academy of Engineering. We're also funded, by, we have a great collaboration with the EU through one of the programs we have called ARISE, where we train with developing world-class scientists. So for us, the African Academy of Sciences, we haven't harnessed the full potential. This is the time that we would be able, to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peggy. Yes, it is indeed the time with this big number of fellows from the African Academy of Science. It's indeed the time to, and we hope the International Decade will be the best opportunity to do that. Thank you very much, Peggy. And now I would like to move to a different experience, still relevant, to Dr. Yang Jing from China. So based on this foundational understanding provided by Peggy and also what we can do in Africa, by Lydia and also by Peggy, how do you think, how can the international collaboration among academies of science and arts contribute to achieving the objective of the decade? And how, maybe you can link this also to the lessons learned from the Chinese scientific community. What can you share with us based on your experience in China? Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Bonjour, Madame and Monsieur. Thank you for the invitation. I'm very honored to be here to share some views. And I'm from the CASTED, which is also the Secretariat of the International Research and Training Center for Science and Technology strategy under the auspices of the UNESCO. Since the establishment in 2012, it has conducted public training in the field of science and technology innovation policy every year to share the experience of the China's science and the technology innovation policy research and practice. I think the international collaboration among the academics of science and arts contribute to achieving the objective of the IDSSD in at least 3 ways. Firstly, in terms of ideas, I think the international collaboration pay close attention to international hotspots and the global common challenges can shape and strengthen the value of the community with a shared future for mankind. As we know, mankind has only one Earth, and all countries need to work together to solve the common problems faced by mankind. And the second, in terms of skills, collaborative research and innovation activities can enhance the knowledge and the skills. So it will promote employment and promote the inclusive and sustainable company growth. And thirdly, in terms of resources, I think through the exchange and collaboration among the academics, we can build a multi-level and diversified collaboration network, just like CASTID as a think tank. We collaborated with the other think tanks and also the academics, which will promote the further flow of the capital talents and the data and the other factors, and jointly promote sustainable development. And as the biggest developing country, I think we can share some practice of the China's scientific community. First, we promote the spirit of scientists. And maybe most of you have heard the name Yuan Longping, who is the father of the hybrid rice and also the Beidou navigation satellite system, and so on. I think every science and technology progress in China cannot be separated from the hardworking and courage and the selfless dedication of the countless scientists. And second, we attach importance to the combination of the education and the science and technology. Chinese society attaches great importance to education, advocates science, which provides a better social foundation for the development and the application of science and technology. Third, we strengthen science and technology innovation, especially the digital innovation. At present, the globalization has entered a new era of the digital transformation. And I think there are two very important factors. One is the digital technicals, and the other is the data. To put science and technology innovation, we focus on original innovation and also the digital innovation. rely on which to promote the common prosperity. And for example, we use the digital technology to promote green and low carbon development and bridge the education gap and support industry development and coordinate the development between the rural and the urban area and the regions. Of course, learning is mutual, and we also need to learn from the other countries. We also need to learn from the Africa experience. So we look forward to more exchange and coverage with the Africa.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Yang Jing, for sharing the experiences from China and how maybe they can stimulate it or mimic the to also introduce new examples or successful examples in Africa. Thank you very much. Now we would like to broaden the discussion and the objectives of this discussion a little bit and move to a different perspectives to discuss more about the importance of education and the research environmental humanities for promoting public engagement and awareness. And for this, I would like to invite Ms. Haida Hackman, who is actually joining us online. Haida, I hope you can hear us.
I can. I hope you can hear me, Amal. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. So, Haida, if you can, please talk to us about what role does education and the research in environmental humanities play in fostering public engagement and awareness about sustainability.
Thank you, Amal, and thank you for affording me this opportunity to join you online. I really regret not being with you in person. So I think your question, raises a very long-standing imperative for the inclusive scientific community, which is essentially that, if we think about sustainable development, I think we've come to a stage where we have acknowledged a long time ago that all of those SDGs require integrated knowledge. There's nothing there that where we can make real progress without the necessary knowledge of both the social and the human sciences. And so I think one of the points I think that I want to make is that when it comes to fostering public engagement and awareness, I don't think we should make this the responsibility of the environmental humanities alone. This is a joint responsibility for the scientific community as a whole, the integrated scientific community. But of course, what that requires is collaboration between the disciplines and the integration of social and human sciences knowledge into our collective endeavors. What is those disciplines from the humanities and social sciences? When I talk about necessary critical knowledge, let's just think, for example, it is the social and human sciences that alert us time and again to the importance of context, to how our solutions to various global challenges play themselves out in context. Context matters. They also alert us to the real world consequences of, for example, climate change. They are able to advance our thinking around the conditions and visions for transformative change. They alert us to the importance of behavioral issues in pursuing such change. And of course, the importance of governance systems and decision-making processes within society that allow and or foster such change to be taken. In other words, I don't think the social and human sciences are only engaged in, creating literacy and engaging the public. They are essential for both policy and public action and need to be fully integrated. If we think about the context within which we meet today, a context in which we know that the world is way off track on meeting global goals, that the world is facing a time of what we now call polycrisis, and a seemingly more dangerous future for humanity, we need to ask some difficult questions of the scientific community. And again, I think the social and human sciences here are critical. Two questions. The one is, we need to ask about the power balance and politics of science, power balance in the world and the politics of science. And so at Future Africa, which is a Pan-African research platform at the University of Pretoria, we have now decided to really invest in looking at issues around the politics of sustainability, to understand what it will take, not only from the scientific community, but from policymakers and from societal actors to shift towards making more, or to increase our ambition level and to accelerate the impact of the knowledge we produce. And the second issue is, the world is full of calls for transformation, for profound systems change. And that means that we need to convene the knowledge that we know we have within the social and human sciences to understand what transformative processes entail, to understand how we recognize transformation when it happens, and to learn from those lessons. And I do think that the social and human sciences community in Africa has particular perspectives and experiences to share. Let me leave it at that for now. Amal, back to you.
Thank you very much, Haida, for taking us into this perspective. And in the same line, I would like to continue with Professor Leslie Green and talk more about, or explore more about the impact of integrating the environmental humanities into sustainable development. So Leslie, if you can talk to us about how actually can the integration of environmental humanities contribute to the sustainable policies during the International Decade of Sciences for Sustainable Development.
Thank you very much, Amal, and thank you to UNESCO for the invitation to me here to represent the Earth Humanity Coalition. And I thank the University of Cape Town for supporting my travel. Now, it's an extraordinary moment to be here at the start of the International Decade of Sciences for Sustainable Development. The key challenge is transformation and integration, as my colleague has just said. Now, why does this matter? Ladies and gentlemen, I want to take your mind back to Cabo Delgado. The name will be very familiar to many of you as the part of northern Mozambique, where an extraordinary war broke out, and which is rekindling as we speak, with another 100,000 refugees on the move right now. That war came about with the discovery of gas in a tropical island paradise. And the gas companies, Total Energies, declared force majeure to say that this was an unforeseeable event and they would therefore withdraw and were released from their contract. However, between 2013 and 2017, 4,795 single-space pages of environmental and social impact assessment were done. 4,795 pages of environmental and social impact assessment were done. Why was that war unforeseeable? And I think one of the most important aspects that we need to bring to these discussions is the absence of, the fragmentation of our disciplines. So I did an intensive study of that environmental and social impact assessment. And the work was excellent by ornithologists, by herpetologists, pedologists, hydrologists, an archaeologist, a cultural anthropologist. Each report was excellent, but the integration happened in the corporate boardroom. We don't have in our universities, in our scientific societies, we don't have a peer reviewable integrative science. We haven't done that work yet. We've gone deeper and deeper into individual disciplines. The technology brought to bear on that environmental and social impact assessment was wonderful. You know, the use of geospatial imagery was excellent. I can't fault them on the technical side of that work. And yet a war broke out that led to 1 million people being refugees and several thousand being killed brutally by an insurgency that many research outfits, in fact, all of the independent research outfits, including Mozambican, after the, you know, that did research into this insurgency, made the case that this was a local insurgency of people that were deeply unhappy, people that had been long traumatized by war, people that had been repeatedly moved up and down that area through war after war, people that were deeply disappointed with the inequality that they were facing. And when this huge development came in, that inequality was exacerbated. None of that kind of information was present in that environmental and social impact assessment. So why do we need environmental humanities? We need fields that link every other field, and that could not be more urgent, because environmental solutions, sustainability solutions that are not politically sustainable are not environmentally sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leslie, and for the inputs from both Leslie and Haida. We really see the importance of the integration of humanity sciences and the natural sciences, and I think this integration might be missing in different regions around the world, and we really hope during the decade this something like this can be achieved and enhanced and promoted. Thank you very much. Now we move to a different perspective, different third perspective, which is the role of the technology companies. And I'm really happy to have Alex from Google to talk to us about that. So Alex, how can major technology companies like Google contribute to advancing the goals of the International Decade of Sciences of Sustainable Development? You have heard more about from Lydia about the major outcomes or the objectives. So how do you think technology companies can contribute to that through innovation and technology?
Thank you. And it's a great honor to be here amongst these panelists. And in terms of just looking at it from the perspective of global companies such as Google, I'll share largely from my own experience and my personal experience. In terms of, for us, for starters, being a technology company, it's really impressive to see the continent look into a decade of focusing on science, technology, and innovation. For us, who we are a company which is about 20 years old, we've actually been born and bred within that sector, STI. That's what the company is really all about. And as Google, our mission is really to organize the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful. And for us to achieve our mission, what has really enabled us has been the innovations in technology that we found, and we've been able to integrate as well. So where I see the opportunities here sitting is, for example, one of the areas we need to do a lot more focus is in terms of strengthening our research institutions, because I think this will be really cornerstone within our universities, looking at the research centers and the many innovation hubs on the continent. If we're able to increase our research capabilities, and not just the capabilities, but the output that is coming from this, then we should be able to see fundamental changes within the continent. And I think at the heart of this would be in terms of looking at how can we promote STEM education. And this promoting STEM education here is looking at it right from the onset of learning. I know learning starts at birth, but we need to look at it in terms of even at basic education. How do we infuse, for example, yesterday I talked about what you're doing around something you call experience AI, where we are introducing aspects about AI, analytics, etc., right from very basic education, looking all the way to tertiary education in such a way that we can have a generation of Africans who are really founded around STEM or STI in this case. The other thing as well was be looking around what's the innovative ecosystem we have in the continent, where are the gaps and where are the opportunities for us, because this is what is going to really drive the change. Because the entrepreneurs who are going to come from this, the startups, and also looking in terms of areas, how can we harness more deliberately technology transfer? And when we talk about technology transfer, it's not only technology coming from outside Africa, but it's also looking at, we've had many very good case practices. We have pockets of amazing things happening on the continent. How can we within the continent be able to share this more? How can we transfer more, even going as far as looking at our own indigenous knowledge? There's a lot of this that exists in the continent. It's a question of seeing how can we be able to harness this more. And then the other thing is that it's without doubt, we have challenges around infrastructure. This is looking from reliable connectivity, power, and other infrastructure. How can we ensure that we are able to improve on our infrastructure shortfalls? Even the whole challenges we have around transportation, whether it's road transport, air transport, etc. Because as a continent, the more interconnected we are, the better we're able to trade with each other, the better we're actually able to thrive together. And lastly, it will be important for us to see how do we leverage more around the technologies within various sectors. I would like to focus on 3 sectors, which I think will really create the transformation we want on the continent. And the first one is around agriculture. How can we digitize agriculture? How can we have more precision farming on the continent? We've been given examples whereby in one year you have excess, the next year you have shortfalls. How do you have more precise agriculture? How can we have more of our scientists coming more with climate resilient crops? And there's a lot of amazing innovations happening around this. And then generally around our food systems, how can we ensure the whole food system is able to be transformed? And here we can be able to leverage on various technologies. The second sector is around healthcare. And around healthcare is looking at, we have challenges around infectious diseases. What can we actually do? And what are those innovations that are happening? Yesterday, I did mention an example. It's not tied exactly to infectious disease, but I give an example whereby there's an innovation Google came up with called AlphaFold. And this is in the medical field. And what we're able to do is you're able to map all the proteins, 3D structures of all the proteins, which advanced the field of medicine over 400, 500 years. So in terms of looking collaborations between the industry and the various sectors, how can we be able to do this and look at things that how do we make our medical care more affordable, and how do we actually strengthen the entire health system? And finally, the third area as well I feel will be very transformative is around energy. And here for Africa, I will say more around renewable energy. Earlier panelists talked about we have plenty of wind. We have the sun. Yeah, as Ethiopians say, we have 13 months of sunshine. Yeah, how can we be able to harness this? Same thing to ensure that as we harness energy, we're also looking in terms of how we're mitigating the impacts around energy. Around the environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alex. This is really great talking about these 3 major important issues for Africa: agriculture, healthcare, and energy, and the role of technology. And I think we need really to strengthen the technology transfer more and more, and the technology companies definitely must play a big role in this technology transfer to Africa. Actually, the panelists here brought really wealth of ideas, and there are a lot of questions, but of course we have limited time. But before we give the floor to the audience to ask some questions, I would like each of the panelists, please, in just 30 minutes of each, if each of you can give us one key example that you think it can be a successful start to implement the objectives of the decade. In 30 minutes, please, just we start with Lydia, please.
We have 30 minutes because, of course, we have many ideas. But one topic that came very much yesterday and also this morning is the fact that we don't have enough research infrastructure in the continent, and therefore our researchers, they move out. In effect, yesterday when we were discussing the freedom of expression, freedom of academics, etc., with Peggy, we were saying that the first freedom in Africa that is broken is the fact that a researcher have to move out of the continent to do research. And that's the first freedom that we don't respect, because we don't have enough infrastructure in the continent for a researcher to do top research. But luckily, we have a very creative team, and Amal as the leader, last year, we start with a program that we call Remote Access to Laboratory Infrastructure. It's under the Open Science recommendation of UNESCO that promotes open science infrastructure, research infrastructure. And what we are doing is to match laboratories in the continent, outside the continent, that have the equipment that researchers in many small labs and universities in Africa don't have. And remotely, because luckily technology helps us now, there are a lot of very sophisticated research equipment that can be assessed remotely. So the African researchers don't have to leave their laboratories, their universities, their homes. They can do research here, but in collaboration and remotely assessing scientific infrastructure. And we are hoping, Amal, I know you are fighting for that, to really increase this program, to massify this program. And in fact, we are talking to the African Academy of Sciences because we need to map the needs of African researchers so that we can then match with the facilities of institutions that have already said to UNESCO, we are ready to embark and we are ready to open our infrastructure to researchers that don't have this kind of infrastructure. Because remember, science today is expensive, it's big science. The equipment that we use today for fundamental science, they are a huge investment. No country alone can do it. European Union does it together. And we need in Africa also to think about joint scientific research for the African continent, but we also need to use the digital technologies to really assess remotely. And finally, and very quickly, sorry, but it's really, the decade is very important, is on the STEM education. And thank you very much, Alex, for bringing that. Because one of the things we did, and Martial is here, the STEM mapping, and in Africa, you mentioned that. So we need that mapping really to make sure, because UNESCO has a big program in STEM education, both from the education sector, but also from the natural science sector. But the mapping that we are doing will guide us in how to really promote good STEM education from childhood, I would say, up to the university. And linked to that is the revision of the engineering curricula in Africa that we are also proposing under the decade as a collaboration between UNESCO, the World and the World Federation of Engineering Organizations, because we need to revise also the higher education curricula in our continent. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Lydia, for mentioning 3 examples. So, but the 3 of them are great examples, so they deserve the time. The remote access, the STEM, and the engineering curricula. Thank you very much. Peggy, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just to follow up on what Lydia said, we have models. The African Academy over the last 40 years has developed models for exactly what you're talking about. We've created a consortium of researchers, and we have all the information. What we need to do now is to have the repository of all these solutions in one place that you can access. Because, you were aware that, when we're developing the engineering report, or even the science report, Africa data was, distributed everywhere. What we need now to make those forward-looking strategies is to have one repository. And African Academy of Sciences, provides that. We also need to open the science, through open science. Again, we need the platform to do that. So let's use the academy. I mean, the academies all over the world have made great impact, but it's time now for the African Union and UNECA and all of us and the UN to use what we have that has been developed over 40 years. And we have honorary members, who are presidents. We have the founding members who are your own from, all over Africa. We have, positions in all the 5 different areas, regions in Africa, and they are linked to the regional economic blocks. So what else can we have? So let's use this as our own. And we are Africa-led, for Africa, by Africa, in Africa, to drive the sustainable development that we want and for the future that we want for Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Peggy, for this call. Thank you. And Jing, please.
Thank you. As my research area is digital transformation, so I will talk about that area. The digital transformation have a big influence on both on the society and the economy and also the governance. In the past, the science discover are more dependent on the observation and maybe the experiments, but now it's more rely on the AI and the big data. So for example, the big data or the AI technology goes faster and faster. And I think we should pay more attention to the technologicals such as the digital technologies. And for example, we use the online lessons to bridge the gap of the education gaps. It guaranteed the rural students can get the same lessons with the urban areas, and we develop the green technologicals and to make the society to the green transformation and the low carbon transformation.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this and call for closing the education, the gap in education. That's very important. Now, Haida online, please.
Thank you, Amal.
One quick example, key example of
let me try and give you one
something
example
positive to contribute to the decade, to the achievement of the goals of the decade. Are you still online? Haida, can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Okay, let us move to the next speaker until Haida joins us. Maybe Leslie, please, if you can continue. Oh, here is Haida. Sorry, I'm sorry.
Thank you
Can
very
you
much.
hear me now?
Oh, sorry, she's here.
I'm
Yes.
sorry. Okay, Haida, go ahead, please. Go ahead.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me. A quick example. I think if we think about sustainability science in Africa, I think we must keep in mind that, African science is still hugely reliant on external international funding. And that does lead to patterns of competition for resources rather than collaboration. And to counter this, I think, and this is essential to Africa's positioning within the decade, to counter this, we have been working across the continent with various partners to, under the rubric of the International Future Earth Programme, which many of you are familiar with as an international sustainability science network, probably the most powerful one we have, to ensure that through Future Earth, we are able to connect the integrated sustainability science community across the continent and possibly even establish an African Sustainability Science Association. This is not only to connect sustainability scientists on the continent with powerful global networks, but to increase our visibility and voice in those networks. Thanks, Amal.
Thank you very much, Haida. Leslie, please. Sorry for the confusion.
That's okay. Thank you. The Earth Humanity Coalition was part of the body that proposed the decade together with UNESCO, the International Union of Pure and Applied Physics, and several others, which I won't go into. But the Earth Humanity Coalition pushed for the decade along with UNESCO and managed to get it on the table. our work is not to duplicate what UNESCO is doing. Our work is to do the transformative work on the sides that feeds in to the innovation and that creates spaces for that innovation. So there's a series of hubs, of international transdisciplinary hubs and working groups around those, drawn from international scientific societies. We had our very first conversation as a team in January, and already we have 30 signed up international scientific societies, as well as a number of observers, including the African Academy and the Chinese Academy. And we're proud that Amal is on the working group as well. But our goal is to establish a web of Earth humanity sciences for equitable well-being on a healthy planet. To do that, we're looking to create a series of spaces where we can work with big science and translate big science into big picture science, because we are in a situation where we are bringing 21st century technologies to bear on problems using 18th century disciplines and approaches. We need to work with the international scientific societies, bring them together to work with indigenous knowledges, to begin to shift the questions, not just to looking at collecting data objects, to do that and look at how do we connect them, how do we pull them together. And that's where the relational approaches that come in many of the indigenous knowledge approaches in the post-colonial knowledge sector, bearing in mind that Aimé Césaire's comment was colonization is thingification, and the move had to be towards reclaiming relationality in the sciences. How does the world fit together? So our goal in the next 10 years is to work towards building a series of hubs that will have in-depth conversations that can begin to build this big picture science, that we can bring innovative solutions, transformative solutions into the sector. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Leslie. And now we end with Alex, please. I'm sure you have a lot of great examples at Google.
Yeah, I think I'll just speak on one thing. I think without a doubt, what's going to be very important for us to do is collaboration. So collaboration is definitely key for us to be able to harness the various synergies, be able to scale up, and also be increased speed, because I think also the pace of how we are creating the transformation will be very key. And this is whereby we, for example, the Africa Union, looking at regional bodies and regional institutions can really help us drive policies, STI policies, and also initiatives which are aligned to the decade's goals. Same thing with governments. Governments can really be able to create enabling policy environments, investing in STIs, and more importantly, be able to foster public-private partnerships. Same thing as well, the academia and research institutions, looking at how do we have more quality research, how do they train skilled professionals that require, and also how are you promoting innovation within a particular space. And also not to forget the private sector in terms of investing in R&D, and also supporting startups, because startups are really what is the cornerstones of what a lot of enterprises are, and also being able to promote and adopt sustainable technologies. And not to forget our civil society in terms of raising awareness around this particular decade, and also advocating for more adoption of STI, and generally ensuring the community is really engaged in this particular decade. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Collaboration is very, very important now. We have really few minutes to end this session, and I would like to open the floor for questions. And we have the first question from here, please.
My question goes to the African Academy of Sciences. Madam, you said we have a huge number of talented scientists and engineers, but they are underutilized, to say the least. They're not fully utilized. What is your strategy to utilize this excess capacity for the continent? Because the continent needs those engineers and scientists to solve major problems. Follow-up question for you, Madam, again. Technology and innovation is not an option anymore for Africa for sustainable development. That's essential, that's a critical part of it. How much your academy influences the policymakers on the continent's strategic focus? Thank you.
Very much. Maybe we can take the questions and then the answers. Yes, please. The microphone here, please.
Thank you. My name is Wilhelmina Okwe from Ghana. My question borders on the social and human sciences as we talk more about, the STI infrastructure and all of that. And for me, we are more interested in softwares and access to databases. I keep saying this all the time when I have the opportunity. And we want to also say that the role of data science in all of this, as we speak about open science, is so dear to us as social and human sciences. And also sharing lived experiences, as well as how to protect our indigenous knowledge systems. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any more questions? Maybe the last one, please. Yes. Microphone. Here.
Thank you very much. My name is Iyo Absatu from Ethiopia. I have some pretty question for UNESCO. Is that really the issue of science and innovation is more of making things easy for the society, and that's why we are focusing on the science, and we have also still ample of existing facts and the realities that we found out are in practice, but we are not utilizing it. As the first speaker raised as a question, is as Africa, there are, I think, very many conflicts, and there are about 28 active conflicts in Africa. That call for education has to be very open, using these technologies and the clouds of national software. So what do you propose regarding this smart education innovation in Africa? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So for the sake of time, we stop now, and I ask the panelists, please, to give in 1 minute an answer to each question. We start with the first one, to the African Academy of Science, and Peggy, please. And what is your strategy to utilize the very high capacity of scientists in Africa? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that important question. Over the years, I told you we have 3 tripartite mandates. The one is recognition of excellence, which is award of fellowship. The second is providing the think tank, function to shape African science, technology, and innovation strategies and policies. And the third is capacity building and STI. Over the years, we've done very well with the first 2, but what you're talking about, in the area of, providing the think tank advisory, policy, direction for many countries, and even to the African Union. And our new renewed vision of leveraging science, technology, innovation for sustainable development in our country is precisely, to harness that. And my colleague, in the previous, discussion, articulated that. And it's up to the African Union, again, to value the importance of the African Academy of Sciences, and also the regional economic blocks like the ECOWAS or the, Central Africa, to recognize the importance of it and also harness the potential. Many of the times when there are issues, they don't call on the African Academy of Sciences, or they don't call on academies. This is the time to use what we have to develop, what we need in Africa. And you talk about conflict. Science diplomacy is also another big area, which the most academies also drive. So, I call on all of us, and we need a lot of work to do in that area. And we need, all of you to partner with us to make really, the academy resonate for Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peggy. And now the second question, I would like to ask Haida to answer it, please. Haida, are you with us?
Yes, I'm
about
still.
the social and the human sciences and the role of the data sciences.
Can you hear me?
Okay, seems like the connection. Maybe I can ask, please, Leslie, to answer the question.
Thank you. Social and human sciences have a hugely important role to play in drawing indigenous knowledges, post-colonial knowledges into our science debates. I am from South Africa. In 2008, 9, 10, you will remember our president at the time was in the news for all the wrong reasons, which is that he was rejecting virus science and rejecting HIV treatments in the name of trying to build an African science. For us, that was the start of an entire discussion. How do we think differently about indigenous knowledges so that we don't end up with this opposite Western science versus African sciences? How do we bring them together in a more useful way without putting them into one or the other kinds of relations? The key there is what do people know about their local landscapes? So for example, in terms of managing habitability and environmental governance, local knowledge is crucial to understanding how water flows, how the soil is working, what the conditions are, when the fish are biting, and when the season is bad. Those kinds of knowledges are crucial to bring in to the way we put our knowledge together. Putting that together in a way that interests and people on the ground is crucial, because otherwise we end up with the same mistake that was made during COVID, where environmental governance sciences was rolled out through the military. Sorry, not environment, medical science was rolled out through military interventions, which caused enormous backlash. So working with local knowledges, with how people know and how to draw those in is absolutely crucial.
Very much, Leslie. And now the last question is for Lydia. And given the science and education in Africa and that it's not well utilized, what do you propose?
If allow me, sorry.
Please.
It's been a very interesting discussion. And I want to go back to Professor Jonas' question to the African Science Academy. We make our academies as they are. So all of us have to look at the African Science Academy. It really has a potential that maybe is not yet there, but there is a potential to really, really drive a lot of the transformations in our SCI systems in the continent. And the reason why I'm saying that, and I'm speaking now from a perspective of UNESCO, we have worked very much with the academy because we can really reach the scientific community in Africa through the academy. And I think that what we need to do under the decade, and I'm calling in all of us here, all the stakeholders, that what we need is to really strengthen the interface between science, policy, and society. And in fact, Excellency, we have the Minister of Mauritania here, and yesterday you mentioned how you now monitor the impact of research in relation to the needs of the nation. And the same with the Minister of Sierra Leone saying we cannot do research that is not connected to the political decisions and to the needs of our people. So this decade, in our view, it's very important that we do that link, that interface, the building of trust, but also the transformation, how we do science. Because that was a big discussion yesterday also in your panel, also the issue of innovation. How do you link what is there up there to what you can do here? So I think the decade is that opportunity to bring all these stakeholders. And this is one of the things that we hope from a UNESCO point of view and the Secretariat of the decade is that you feel the decade is yours. It's not of someone else. It's from all of us. We have to be there and we have to act and we have to bring our vision and our capacity and our knowledge and our abilities and investment to really change. So I'm glad that we also have Google here and representing also the private sector, because we will need all of us to really make the decade a success. But then going quickly back to education, and sir, thank you very much for your question. And you are right, it's not about knowing scientific things. It's about how science really helps you to understand the world, and therefore making you a citizen that looks for harmony and for peace. You know, in UNESCO, our mandate is peace, is building peace in the minds of people. And scientific knowledge, because it helps you to understand the reality, your reality, and the reality of others, allows you also to build interrelationships and a common future that brings peace. And I think that's when we talk about education for sustainable development, education for global citizenship, education for peace, this is what we are talking about. You cannot have peace with neighbors if you fear your neighbors, if you don't understand the resources that you are sharing, and therefore you don't know how to manage. And so you need knowledge to do that and to understand that your neighbors are different, but that difference is good for you because they bring something new to you. So instead of fighting, instead of fighting for resources, you jointly share your resources and you benefit. But you are right, it's education, and it's an education that has to build on how can we build peace through knowledge, through intercultural dialogue, through sharing common values as the people of Africa. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Lydia. And here we would like to end this session by 5 key messages, which I think are the results of this very rich discussion. First, we need to strengthen the infrastructure in Africa, the scientific infrastructure. We need to strengthen STEM education and engineering education. We need to make data available and accessible. We need to integrate or put a lot of effort in integrating the human and social sciences with natural science, and also collaboration and partnerships are extremely important. All this, we hope, by the end of the 10 years of the decade, to contribute to fostering the culture of science, which is the ultimate goal of this International Decade of Sciences for Sustainable Development. I really enjoyed a lot this discussion. I would like to thank the panelists. Thank you very much for everything. Once more, thank you for all. Thank you for our keynote speaker and for everyone here for attending. Thank you very much. Sorry for my colleagues in UNICA if it took longer than. Thank you very much. Yes.
Microphone. Hello. Hello. Now we are running out of time. I think what we suggest it is to start the next session now. Colleague, let's start the next session. If you want to coffee, you can go directly to the coffee break. We don't have enough time. We are so late. Dimitri. Next session will start soon.
we go on now.
Dear colleagues, we will start. We are running already late, so we will start this session. I know that this panel is standing between you and lunch. And because of the time that we have lost in the morning, we don't have a lot of time to waste. So let's start this session. My name is Dimitri Sanga. I'm the Regional Director of UNESCO for West Africa. And it's my pleasure to chair this panel on the Year of Education of the African Union. Since the beginning of the forum, we have already started and listening to different panelists who were saying that education plays a central role in fostering both technology, innovation, and science as a whole. For those who are following what's going on in the education sector, from the MDGs to the SDGs today, you will see that we have made quite a lot of progress in terms of ensuring that there's more and more enrollment in our countries. But this came with a lot of challenges including the quality of education itself. That's why when we move to SDGs, SDG 4 actually is not only talking about ensuring people are enrolled in schools, but most importantly, they have access to quality education, but also those who are not in the formal setting of education can have access to opportunities of learning throughout their life. So in terms of, at the global level, we are talking about SDG 4, but at the continental level, we have the Continental Education Strategy for Africa that was running from 2016 to 2025. Putting all this together, there have been a lot of actions at both the continental, the sub-regional, and the country level to move education forward, put it to the service of the development of the continent. But in doing so, there are still a lot of challenges that education systems on the continent are facing. And one of those challenges, key one, has to do with inequalities. Inequalities through a series of factors: household income, region, refugee status, disability, ethnicity. All these inequalities do affect and impact on education outcomes. Let me share you two figures. The first one, in terms of completion rate from our UNESCO Institute of Statistics, the latest figures are talking about on this continent, in sub-Saharan Africa, only 65.8% of children enrolled at the primary education have completed that level of education. When you go further, look at lower secondary education, this percentage drops at 46. And then we go even further, at upper secondary education, it drops at 25% only. And as people say, the devil is in the details. When you start looking at different segmentation of the population, the gaps between, for example, boys and girls becomes even more significant. This being said, it becomes very clear that we will not be able to achieve SDG target for SDG 4 or the target of the CESA if persistent disparities are not overcome on this continent. If equity is not placed at the center of all policy and financing mechanisms on this continent. As a matter of fact, the first ever report on monitoring jointly SDG 4 and CESA that was produced jointly by UNESCO and the African Union is titled Putting Equity at the Center. As far as investment in education is concerned, as you might be aware, the Insurance Declaration adopted in 2015 recommends that government spend between 4 to 6% on education. The situation on this continent is that on average, we are spending 3.7%, which is not even the minimum of what is recommended. And this has stagnated from 2012 to 2021. We still have an average spending of 3.7. So during this panel, we will be looking at two things. How do we transform education systems so that they can be ready to meet both current and future needs of this continent in this ever-evolving world that we are living in? The second issue that we would like to address through this eminent panel is how could we realize the full potential of education as an equalizer so that we are leaving no one behind. And for this, I have 7 panelists. I hope that we'll have time to go through. Because of time constraints, I would like our panelists really to limit their intervention to 3 to 5 minutes maximum. So without further ado, I would like to start with the Deputy Minister of Higher Education and Tertiary Education, Innovation, Science and Technology from Zimbabwe, Honorable Simelesiwe Sibanda, who is at my far left. Minister, we know that Zimbabwe is working on some of the policies and initiatives to ensure that education can prepare Zimbabwe's youth for the 4th industrial revolution. Can you share with us some of those initiatives very quickly? And in doing so, also look at some of the inclusive education for all issue that we are looking at. How do you go about making sure that education is more accessible to marginalized people in Zimbabwe? Over to you.
Thank you very much. On the first area, looking at the policies that we have in terms of preparing our youth for the 21st century, our specific policy is the Heritage-Based Education 5.0, whose thrust is to create graduates that are not only fit for the purposes of working, but are also able to generate new industries. The policy is heritage-based, where we are saying we should rely on our heritage, which is our animals, our flora, all our resources to develop our country. The policy is anchored on providing infrastructure that develops the capacity in emerging technologies of the future that are being incorporated into the curriculum of our institutions, to ensure that all students are equipped with the requisite knowledge, and are able to apply the knowledge in the context of Zimbabwe. Where we are having a skills gap, we leverage on our institutional cooperation and seek the training of our students, such as in space science, big data, supercomputing, robotics, and AI. And we are also looking at the infrastructure, the technological infrastructure, where efforts are being made to improve access to technology and internet connectivity in schools, particularly in rural areas. This includes initiatives to establish computer labs, provide laptops or tablets to students, and expand broadband access. We are also looking at the vocational training, where recognizing the importance of practical skills for the development of our country. So vocational training programs are being promoted to prepare students for specific industries and occupations that are in demand in the fourth industry revolution. This includes focus on areas such as coding, artificial intelligence, robotics, and renewable energy. We also work in collaboration with industry so that the graduates that we produce are relevant for the industry. So we then identify stakeholders with the industry so that we collaborate and work together. We also have a TVET policy that trains our youth on practicals, that is on the job trainings through our polytechnics. We have got apprentice programs and also vocational training colleges. As Zimbabwe, we have ensured that policy for every province to have a university, every province to have a polytechnic, and also to have a vocational training college so that we don't leave anyone behind. That is the mantra that we are pushing as a country, of leaving no place and no one behind. Those are the policies that we have, the strategies that we have with regards to the first question. And then should I go to the second question? On ensuring that education is more accessible and inclusive for marginalized groups, including those in rural areas, especially looking at the girl child, people with disabilities, the following measures are being taken. We have got measures for the basic education and also for the tertiary education. At basic education level, we have a program called the BEAM, which is a program where the government pays fees for the underprivileged children and the national feeding schemes, especially in those areas where that will be affected by drought. And also infrastructure development, where investment in infrastructure, such as building schools and classrooms, which improves access to education. Special attention is being given to ensuring that schools are equipped with facilities that accommodate the needs of students with disabilities. That is a policy when you look at the plans that we have in terms of construction plans, that we cater for the needs of students with disabilities. Then when you look at teacher training, teachers are being trained and further training given to be inclusive and sensitive to the needs of marginalized groups, as well as for them to embrace new educational trends. Then during the COVID era, there was e-learning where we were interested in terms of reaching students, those who could, the areas that had less internet coverage, we managed to improve in terms of coverage so that we were able to meet the most disadvantaged areas. And then in tertiary education, we have got a loan skills with financial institutions where students who are not able to pay fees are then assistance with loans at lower rates. And also we are partnering with the certain financial institutions or telecommunication institutions like Econet in terms of having scholarships, which is called Joshua Mugabe Scholarship, that is under Econet. And also we've got a presidential scholarship where His Excellency has got a program that is running, which targets students from marginalized areas where they are sent even in universities out of the country and in universities within Zimbabwe. We have that the universities also came up with the programs which is called a program which is called Work for Fees program, where we are saying those students who are not who do not qualify or who do not have been taken up by these programs that I have mentioned, they are given some tasks within universities which are tailor-made not to disturb them in terms of their education, so that they can do some tasks at the end of the day in lieu of their fees. We have a tertiary education disability policy which emphasizes the provision of infrastructure for the disabled, that is in tertiary education. This indicator is tracked at the national level, and we have gotten a program called the NDS 1 under the mantra of leaving no one and no place behind. So those are the strategies that we are doing as a country in terms of making sure that education is accessible even to those who are underprivileged or from marginalized areas. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister, thank you very much for sharing those thoughts with us. You have mentioned during the COVID and beyond, you have tried to make sure that you use technology to have these young people and other learners to continue accessing to education services. While doing so, there are also challenges. Some of us have seen in many countries two main challenges. These are power and connectivity. So maybe we'll come back to that with some questions from the panel. Again, thank you very much. Let us move now to UNESCO. I have the pleasure to have my colleague, the director of the International Institute for Capacity Building, based here in Addis Ababa, Dr. Quentin Woodon. I've mentioned at the beginning that, yes, we have made a lot of progress on this continent to have access to education, but quality is still posing a problem. Dr. Quentin, how can African government build a strong education system that equips students with both foundational and emerging skills and empower them to thrive in this digital era? I know also that we're putting a lot of emphasis on teachers, but in doing so, the issue of funding is still there. If you can also throw some thoughts on some potential financing mechanism that can help us move the agenda forward. Over to you.
This works. Yes, wonderful. So thank you, Dimitri, for the question. And of course, I can answer the question in 5 minutes, right? How do we improve education system and how do we finance them? So let me try to make an argument, which is not exactly answering the question, but an argument about the importance of foundational learning. So my institute put out a report a month ago about girls' education. And if you think about girls' education and keeping girls in schools, you may think about social norms and the fact that many girls drop out of schools at the secondary level to get married, maybe become pregnant and so on. And that's very important, no doubt, right? But when you look at the data, and it's the same argument I can make for girls' education or for STEM education, right? When you look at the data, what could be the most effective way to help for girls' education or to help for STEM education is actually not focusing at the upper secondary level when you might have a divergence between boys and girls, you might have a divergence between STEM, non-STEM, etc. Right? What matters probably the most is foundational learning, right? So first, I want to make an argument about the importance of education. Second, about the importance of foundational learning to prevent dropout. And then third, as Dimitri mentioned, what's the role of teachers in all of this, which is one of the areas of focus of our institute. So first point, the importance of education. I mean, we have people from many different backgrounds here, and this conference is broader than education, right? But when you look at the development of countries, right? It depends on the assets that countries have. And the World Bank has done a lot of work on this. In a stylized way, you have three main assets. You have natural capital, which is your forests, your oil, your minerals. You have produced capital, what you invest in factories, in roads, in all of that. And then you have human capital, which is people, right? Human capital is the value today of the future earnings of the population. When you look at the data, human capital is 2/3 of all of the capital, all of the wealth of countries. That's the core for future development, 2/3. And when you look at education as part of that, it's more than half, right? So education is really fundamental to improve long-term development, right? You might all not know that, but the data, I think, is interesting to make that point. Now, this conference is a part about STEM, right? One of the reasons why many African countries and some other countries in the world are not as advanced as they could be is because there's a huge gap between women and men in human capital. Men earn much more than women, right? Typically in a country in Africa, women earns 40%, 30% of the total earnings, right? That is due to education, but that also is due to occupational segregation, right? That the fact that girls tend to go into fields and occupations that are less, between quote, productive, that earn less, right? And there's a huge premium on STEM. You can measure it in different ways. It goes from 15 to 20% apart from the gains that you have from education. This is important for this conference because the topic is science, technology, and innovation, right? So then you would say, okay, well, like for girls' education in general, or boys or girls, but we should do more to have more students going to STEM in the upper grades. But actually, most of the students will have dropped out by the time you reach upper secondary. And what you can show with the data is that the main reason for dropping out in primary and lower secondary is actually the lack of learning. You can ask parents, why did your child drop out? You can provide a lot of answers to that question. The parents typically tell you lack of learning is the key, right? Which is the point that Dimitri mentioned, foundational learning. So if you improve foundational learning, mathematics, reading in the early grades, you will have much higher likelihood that the kids will go up and including go to STEM or for girls keep in school. Now, how do you improve learning? Well, you improve learning with better teaching. Now, what does that mean, right? So much of what we do for teacher professional development nowadays is not necessarily great. There's a lot of new research showing that taking teachers and sending them for a week somewhere and cramming some theoretical content, sending them back to school, that does not work. You need coaching, you need mentoring, you need groups of teachers being able to talk together. You need teaching at the right level. You need, to some extent, structured pedagogy. These are all terms that you may have heard. But we need to train the teachers much better so that the kids learn better. And they also need to be better trained. Pre-service training, the fact that they have a professional degree matters a lot. When we do regression analysis with student data, PASEC, for example, we find that. We also find that having more female teachers and more female heads of schools is very important. It has a beneficial impact for boys and girls alike. And you can actually explain why that is, right? So you need to improve teaching. You need to make teaching a profession with career stages. You need to make teaching more attractive so that you have good people going into teaching. And there is a new report launched by UNESCO just 2 months ago discussing the lack of attractiveness of the teaching profession, right? We need to make it more attractive. Now, one way to make it more attractive is to raise salaries. That's very hard in many countries, right? Many countries have high levels of debt. There is no money, right? And that links to the last part of the question of Dimitri. So what can you do in terms of innovating financing? But I would like to answer in 2 ways. One way is that there are some innovating financing mechanisms that can be used, including to pull in private resources to fund public education. That exists, right? Or to pull in new donors. I mean, for example, the GPE, Global Partnership for Education multiplier mechanism is one of those ways, but there are many others, right? But at the same time, there is a limited amount of money. And all that you can do, even to put in more donor funding, is going to be limited. I mean, when you look at how much donor funding account for total spending in education in countries, it's very small. right? I mean, the World Bank, which is the largest donor actually for education in West Africa, I did the computations a few years back, is about 2% of total funding for education. So actually you need to have more domestic mobilization and a higher allocation from domestic resources to education, which is what Dimitri just mentioned when he mentioned that target of 4 to 6% of GDP. But at the same time, money will remain limited, and we have to be frank about this, right? We cannot expect miracles. And so I think it's extremely important to look at the cost-effective interventions, to do also more with the funding that we have. And if you have not seen that report, it's not from UNESCO, it's from the World Bank. It's called Smart Buys. There's a very interesting analysis by really top people in the field about what are the cost-effective ways to improve learning, to improve the foundational learning that Dimitri mentioned, right? And some things are called bad buys, right? So if you just buy computers for many kids and you try to provide one laptop per child, that doesn't work typically, right? If you just provide some resources without changing also some of the conditions under which resources are used, that's a bad buy. But there are some great buys, including informing parents about the benefits of education so that the parents and the families make the sacrifices that they need to do to send the kids to school. But also some of the things I mentioned before when I was referring to teachers, like structured pedagogy, like teaching at the right level, not teaching at the level of the curriculum, teaching at the level of where the kids are so that they actually learn, not teaching 100 kilometers above where the kids are, right?
Okay.
So I'll stop here, but I wanted to say, apart from more funding, we need more cost-effective interventions, and we need to do the research and the application of those principles to what is done at the country level. Thank you.
Dr. Odon, thank you very much for those insights. This gives us a good transition to my next speaker, because we're talking about funding. When we are sending children to school, it's yes, about them being in the labor market as people who are demanding, but also they can be entrepreneur, and we need to push more of that. We have the pleasure to have the Chief Executive Officer of Universities Fund from Kenya and chair of the ECA Alliance for Entrepreneurial Universities in Africa, Mr. Geoffrey Monari, who is with us. So building on what our colleague Quentin was just trying to say last, and in light of the Alliance for Entrepreneurial University Africa's commitment that I'm aware of, toward 1 million startup and 100 billion USD in revenues. What is your strategy in reaching this ambitious goal first? Second, what role do you see for government, private sector, and academia in working together to create the next generation of entrepreneurial universities in Africa? Over to you.
Thank you very much, Dimitri. First, before I give what our strategies are, maybe I want to give a background of the university, the Alliance for Entrepreneurial Universities in Africa, which was launched in Kigali in March 2022. This was in the backdrop of transforming universities to become providers of goods and services. This was a resolution that was made in the 2022 STI forum, like this one in Victoria Falls, Zimbabwe. The purpose of the alliance is to encourage universities to promote nature and drive entrepreneurship and business development within the institutions in the region and beyond. The Alliance also envisions the successful development of entrepreneurial universities in the African continent through collective and aligned engagement, partnerships, and support in encouraging universities to be more entrepreneurial. And this is because we all know what the universities in Africa are going through and in the world as a whole. The golden years when universities had a lot of money from government are all gone. And therefore, these universities need to be more entrepreneurial, to be able to support themselves, to be able to support the students that they are nurturing to be out there. Most of the students we know in the African continents after graduation do not have jobs. How can we be able to nurture them to become more entrepreneurial in their skills so that they don't depend on governments to be able to support them with the jobs which are not there. Currently, we have got a membership of about 30 universities across Africa, but we know that this number should be able to grow as we move forward. The objective of the Alliance is to advance university initiatives that promote innovation and entrepreneurship, aiding national and regional efforts to strengthen institutional arrangements, sharing relevant knowledge, resources, experience, and good practice, showcasing activities, outputs, outcomes, and impacts, co-identification of research and development areas for collaborative arrangements, supporting each other to co-learn and co-innovate in terms of entrepreneurship, and finally, forming strategic partnerships with local and international research communities for producing solutions to research findings. So the ambitious strategy to achieve this goal of towards 1 million startups and $100 billion in revenue, what the Alliance has done is to promote university entrepreneurship initiatives in Africa. The Alliance encourages member universities to develop programs that foster innovation and entrepreneurial spirit among students and faculty. This will involve business incubators, mentorship programs, or entrepreneurship courses. We have carried out various boot camps. Every year we carry out a minimum of 4 boot camps across Africa to ensure that this goal is achieved. Each university-based startup incubators and accelerators are expected to support the students and alumni ventures, provide access to funding, workspace mentorship, and business development spaces. The other initiative that we have done is to strengthen the institutional frameworks of these universities. The Alliance aims to aid national and regional efforts to create an enabling environment for university entrepreneurship. Here we are focusing not only that the university should be able to be an entrepreneur, but the entrepreneurship should be able to run through the curricula of the universities. How do we ensure that universities encourage entrepreneurship and grow entrepreneurship as part of their curricula in the universities? Which institutional frameworks do they need to put in place so that the curricula has got the right infrastructure to be able to grow entrepreneurship in the university? Number 3 is knowledge and resource sharing. The Alliance facilitates exchange of knowledge, resource, and experiences among member universities. We have a newsletter that goes out, and we are able to share the different initiatives that we have been able to take through during the year, so that each of the universities can be able to come together and learn the successes and failures, because we all know that any innovation that is brought out in the market, some of them do fail, some of them are successful. But what is important here is that what lessons are learned, so that you can be able to improve on this initiative, so that there is more knowledge sharing and resource sharing in this. Showcasing of achievements, the Alliance highlights the activities, outcomes, and impact of member universities in fostering entrepreneurship. These showcases have been done in various forums. Last year alone, the Alliance held a very successful event with the Kenya Innovation Agency, which was in the Kenya Innovation Week, and we were able to bring in and showcase various achievements from the various universities and member institutions that are members. Number 5 is research collaborations. The Alliance encourages collaborations in research and development among member universities by identifying areas of cooperation that universities can be able to leverage. Which are the strength areas that each university has, and how can you be able to work together? Because we all know universities have got their own strengths. Then how, as an alliance, we look at the strengths that each university has, and how do we bring together these universities so that they can be able to focus on their strengths and be able to come up with initiatives that can be able to bring together better results. Strategic partnerships, the Alliance seeks to establish partnerships with local and international communities Currently, we are also members of the Global Entrepreneurship Network, which is domiciled in the UK, and we are relating with them and be able to share initiatives and programs with the member institutions. The Alliance also supports access to finance. We all know that one of the key issues to ensure the success of the entrepreneurial universities in Africa and the universities themselves is access to financing. That is, can the universities be able to access seed funding, venture capital funds, angel investors, and many others to be able to access the funding that is required for them to become more entrepreneurial. We offer financial literacy programs to be able to know how do the member institutions navigate this area. Number 9 is the policy advocacy and institutional support, which we are currently doing. This is a policy advocacy that we are carrying out. We have various forums in which our members are able to participate, to be able to carry the policy advocacy and for them to be able to get feedback on how they can be able to improve their services. And lastly, we have a monitoring and evaluation mechanism to be able to follow through. And one of the key developments is, for example, what Professor Kioni presented on Origin. That is an initiative of the Alliance through ECA, and we can be able to see the progress of Origin under the Dedan Kimathi University, among others. There was a study that was done in the 7 countries in Africa, that is Ghana, Ethiopia, Rwanda, and the studies that came from there are the ones that are assisting the Alliance be able to move to the next level. So we have a monitoring and evaluation mechanism. We have established key performance indicators to track progress on the goal of 1 million startups and 100 million revenue. And regular monitoring and evaluation is done to be able to look and ensure that our sites are kept on this goal. On the second question, on the role, which role do we see the government and private sector and academia playing? On the government is policy and regulation. Government needs to implement policies that incentivize universities to become more entrepreneurial. The government needs to support these universities and ensure that their policies are their tax breaks that they can be able to get. Are there initiatives that can encourage the universities to become more entrepreneurial in terms of giving them facilities or giving them more funds when they want to become more entrepreneurial? This could involve tax breaks, as I've said, funding for research for these universities with commercial potential, because we need to move the research to commercialization. That is, the aim of being entrepreneur is to commercialize the research. So which incentives has government put in place? Streamline intellectual property regulations so that it is made easier. We all know that it is a challenge in many of the African governments for the IP to be registered, and the challenges are there. So how does the government facilitate this so that universities have it easier for them to register the IP, and how are the regulations always updated? Funding and infrastructure should be there to support the business incubators, co-working spaces, and other resources needed to nurture startups in the universities. Government should be able to provide these incentives and give the right infrastructure so that the universities can be able to become more entrepreneurial. Collaboration, work with universities and the private sector. The government should be able to provide an environment which is there and makes it easier for them to become more entrepreneurial by providing PPP arrangements that are more friendlier to the universities and are not very cumbersome, so that they can be able to support these initiatives. When it comes to the private sector investment, university spin-offs and startups emerging from entrepreneurial universities should be able to get angel investments and capital venture from the private sector to bridge the funding gaps. We all know that governments cannot have enough funds to be able to support these universities. And as I said at the beginning, those funds, there are competing needs for governments right now. So the private sector needs to come in to be able to bridge this gap based on the requirements of the private sector. So there has to be a link between the universities and the private sector so that the private sector can be able to support the universities. The private sector is moved to support universities because of the need level of what they require so that they can be able to be supported or they can be able to support the universities.
Okay, Mr. Monari, thank you very much for the interest of time. We will have maybe an opportunity for some questions so that we can come back to some of the issues. Let me move to our colleague from China. Yesterday, we had a colleague from WFP who was saying we don't need to cut and paste some of the issues on technology, innovation, science, but we need to have our own homegrown on the continent. I would say it's always good also to look at what's going on somewhere. Instead of cut and paste, let's talk about lessons learned from what the other have done, especially when you look at some of these countries in Asia that more or less were at the same level of African countries a couple of decades ago, and that have made quite a lot of change. So we might have some lessons learned from there. So I have the pleasure to have Mrs. Tian Nianping, who is associate researcher at the Chinese Academy of Science and Technology for Development. I very much like that for development, and I'm looking at my colleague Peggy, who is leading our Academy of Science on the continent. It is important to make sure that that leads to support development effort on the continent. Mrs. Nianping, can you share with us, if any, some of the lessons that you think Africa can learn in trying in our quest to achieve the goal of universal and quality education for all on the continent? Over to you.
Okay, thank you, Chair. And it's really my great honor to be invited to this forum to exchange some of my observations on the relationship between science, technology, and education, and also maybe some of China's practices, and just not copy and paste, just some of China's actual practices on this area. And first of all, I would like to elaborate on the relationship between science, technology, education, and human resources. We think that the quality of human resources is influenced by the quality of education, and the quality of education is influenced by the level of science and technology. And the level of science and technology is influenced by the quality of human resources. So we can see that they three form a cycle. It is a cycling, and it's these three reinforcing each other. So we think that education, science and technology, and human resources are the three fundamental and strategic pillars for development. So China has initiated some strategies based on this, such as the strategy for invigorating China through science and education, the workforce development strategy, and the innovation-driven development strategy. The strategy for invigorating China through science and education was initiated in 1995, and it was then become the basic state policy in 1996. And also China now is proposing an idea of science and education collaboration. And this idea was first proposed in 2012 by an action plan for education through the collaboration of science and education. And then we have formed a collaborative mechanism for science and education between the Ministry of Science and Technology and the Ministry of Education. And then last year in 2023, we have issued opinions on strengthening science education in primary and secondary schools, so that we can see that this, in this regard, China is also realizing that it is very important to strengthen the education of science and technology in the elementary schools and also middle schools. And so how could the development of science and technology empower education? First of all, I would like to mention the higher education institutions. Dating back to the 19th century in Germany, they encouraged researchers to teach in universities so that students could acquire more practical abilities in scientific studies. And China is also learning from this kind of practices and is proposing the development of high-level research universities. So this kind of universities, we think that they are the core carrier of the collaborative development of science and education because they can incorporate science research results and the latest scientific and technological developments into teaching content to cultivate more talents with innovative and practical abilities. And also, the second point is with the development of digital technology, as many panelists have mentioned before, digitalization is becoming more and more important tool that we must take into consideration. So also for education, we can use the digital technologies such as the internet and to narrow the gap between the education inequality. We have formed many online education platforms. On the one hand, we may have education on online platforms for students. For instance, like MOOC, a massive open online courses, they focus on higher education and maybe they provide free courses and also they can manage the study like in real universities, such as students may take lectures and they can also take tests in the online courses. And also we have online education platforms for teachers. And in China, we have a platform called 3 Classes. And what are the 3 classes? They are classes especially for remote and rural areas, classes given by top ranking teachers and classes from top schools. So teachers can also share their courses designs and schools can share their curriculums so that they may also fill the gap of the inequality of education. And the third point may be that science could encourage cross-border cooperation and exchanges, thus inject more vitality into education. The example is I would like to make is called a Cloud for Youth program. It is sponsored by Alibaba, and it was started in 2021, and it is to provide computers and smart facilities to schools in rural areas. So that up to now, they have provided smart facilities to 60,000 schools in rural areas to narrow the digital gap between rural and urban students. And also last year in 2023, in cooperation with UNESCO Chair on Artificial Intelligence in Education, this program also would like to promote balanced development of global AI teaching. And next is about STEM education. And the latest example is the establishment of the UNESCO II STEM Center, which is the Category 1 center established last year in Shanghai. And it was the first Category 1 center in China and also the first Category 1 center in a developing country. And its main function is to promote inclusive, equitable, appropriate, and high-quality education for all in the field of STEM from early childhood and adulthood. And last, I would like to spare some time introducing our CISTRAT training program. As we can see that CISTRAT is a Category 2 center under the auspices of UNESCO, and our mission is to carry out international cooperation, professional training, and experience sharing in STI strategy and policy research. And our focus is including the SDGs and other goals of global well-being. So as the UN Assembly declared that the 2024 to 2033 decade is the International Decade for Science for Sustainable Development, CISTRAT is also willing to take part in this kind of actions and would like to make contributions to this. And our training workshops will be held every year, and it is supported by the Ministry of Science and Technology of China and also UNESCO. And our international training workshop is offered for free to science and technology policymakers, researchers, teachers, entrepreneurs, etc., in developing countries. And our topics may vary a lot, including climate change, science and technology talent, science parks, science and technology theory, gender equality, etc. And this year, we would like to pay special attention to African trainees. So we would like to do it in July or August. It will last for mainly 2 weeks, 1 week in Beijing for lectures and exchanges, and maybe the next week for field study in another city in China. And so I would like to take this opportunity to welcome you to join this workshop and share your insights on SDI strategy and policies. And I'm from now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We can see that beyond cut and pasting, lessons learned are very important issues. When I was listening to our colleague, UNESCO has already, since we were hit by the COVID crisis, working with a number of countries to develop what we call Imagine École for the French-speaking countries and Imagine Learning. These are platforms where teachers can exchange material, but where also students can access those material and so on. And of course, all this require a lot of training of teachers so that they start developing those material that can be used online. Also, to thank very much China for being a partner on a lot of these fronts through the category institute, the institutes and so on. Last and not least, I hope that we have the colleague online. We're supposed to have the CEO and co-founder of Debo Engineering from Jimma University, Mr. Jeremiah Lulu. Is he online, please? Can you check if he's online?
Yes, here I am.
I have the impression that...
Hello?
Yes?
Here I am.
Yes, please. Thank you very much, and then welcome to this panel. Very quickly, can you share with us some strategies that can be implemented to bridge the gap between theoretical learning in schools and practical skills needed in the workforce? While doing so, also try to share some of the measures that can be taken to ensure that teachers and instructors receive ongoing professional development to keep pace with the evolving educational needs and methodologies. Over to you.
So thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Before sharing my perspective on the rigors that we raised, let me share I'm working here in Jimma University as well as Debo Engineering. So Debo Engineering is an emerging technology based, especially on AI-based agri-tech solution. You can find more about Debo on the we can Google as more than 100 of media have also shared our success story. So I am lecturer and the Artificial Intelligence Center Director at Jimma University. In our center, Artificial Intelligence Center, a lot of my students as well other staff came to my center, and I will give them support to simulate a practical project on AI related projects. So when I come to the questions, the way or best strategy to bridge a gap between theoretical learning and practice skills. If someone is asking for my personal career success as Jimma University as well, our startup Debo Engineering startup success is as well as I have also support other startup is that is our strategy is a project-based learning. So as we have been working from the beginning, or I myself learned it on the project-based learning, so which almost give us the full to the fullest skill of like from the problem identification, analysis skills, design, as well implementation and the communication skills. So when we work from with a project-based learning, we first identify the problems. So on the problem, we learn how to identify the most crucial problems. So the problem identification is one of the best way to develop problems solving skills. So we'll be that. So doing so, we have been just built it and developed parallel projects, a number of projects within the campus as well from the Debo Engineering startup company that give us more than 14 awards that give us both national and international recognition. So this is a way, the best way of bridging theoretical learning and the practical skills is to make learning based on the project, as it will introduce real-world projects that require problem solving and the practical skills as well. So the another point I'll share here is internship and apprenticeship opportunities, a best way to support the student to bridge with the business hand-on experiences. So when students go to the partnership and internship and the apprenticeship companies, they learn their real just practices, real experiences that is other companies and industries practicing. Another issue is skill-based courses that offers course focusing on practical skill like communication, team working, and the critical thinking. So even when I gave my students a project as well course, I guide them beyond the curriculum. You know, most of our curriculum is just you give them course, we introduce, we teach them, then we collect exams. That is, I don't believe in such way that our student can succeed. So we give them skill-based courses. I test whether just the courses I providing is whether our student is taking some kind of communication skill, team working. Most of the AI project and the computer science release project are just based on the teamwork. So on top of that, we give them a critical thinking and problem solving mechanisms. On top of that, we also just foster on industry partnership. We do that because this is also another strategy. We believe that the help is students to learn more practical skills rather than theoretical skills. So when, for example, what we made as a Debo is that in 2020, we won African level competition called Best African Challenge 2020. So we won the competition, and in part, actually the program was just partnership, designed with a partnership with a Microsoft company. So Microsoft company offer us Azure account cloud service, as we may limit with the computer, especially within our campus, we have limited resources. So we partnership with this company, Microsoft Inc., and they provide a free 1 year Azure cloud service so that you can train our AI models on their platform. So that collaboration support us to build more of our AI projects that give us even more success as well, competition winning. Another point I will raise is here is technology integration is also as another best way to integrate theoretical learning with the practical solution, especially on the simulations. Just not only simulating the scenarios, also with working with the virtual lab, as I mentioned, even on especially within other cloud service providers, even if we have limited resources. So those are the things I selected as a best bridge between a theoretical learning and practical skills. And on another second question, ensuring ongoing professional development for teachers, the one thing I personally believe and also supported or just enable me to success in my career is I have a number of opportunities to work on and work with a number of companies, those who regularly design workshops and the seminars. So regular workshops and the seminars are the best way of ensuring ongoing professional development for the teachers. That is not a small thing. So every teacher should seek and ask for workshops as well seminars. So designing at school level or participating in workshops that designed by other companies, the best way we ensure ongoing professional development skills. That one. Another one is peer observation. So teachers should encourage a teacher to observe other classes to learn and share a best practice from the other teachers. Nowadays, in our artificial labs in Juma University, Artificial Intelligence, other teachers came to our center and they learn the best way we are working with our students, because as I mentioned earlier, most of our students are coming to our labs and working from there. So they are observing, they are sharing, even they are learning new culture. As teacher can be sit with one lab and teach with the students, not only teaching students, learning with the students is also the best practice we are.
Yes,
Professor. Sure.
Professor Lulu, thank you very much for your insight. We would have loved to have you face to face here, but you have done a very good job online. So thank you. Colleagues, despite the fact that we are pressed with time, I think we still have a couple of minutes. We want to have some reactions, questions, input from the participant. Over to you. The floor is open. Whoever would like to take the floor, just raise your hand. I'll give you the opportunity. Over. So I have on this side one person. No, nobody else on this side. I will start on this side. Okay, and then already someone else here too. Okay, let's go with these three. If we still have a couple of minutes, we will do another round.
Thank you, the
Over to
chair.
you.
Okay, Abdullah Isadifu from UNESCO Liaison Office at Addis Ababa. I want to thank all the presenters for the insight and the new information they share with us. First of all, concerning the foundational education, foundational learning, I think that after the presentation, we are still at the same point because we need fund for foundational education. If not, we are sure that we will fail. This is the first one. The second point is regarding ICT in education. Since the COVID period, we developed online learning, but we are very late on virtual laboratory to do the simulation. So we need to strengthen our teachers' capacity in terms of using simulation, because if you want to prepare the youth to the labor market, for instance, also the student for technical vocational education, you need to do a lot of simulation. And we know that today, the physical laboratories are very expensive. Issue of money, funding again. So let us work on e-laboratories to reinforce the capacity of our teachers, but at the same time, we need again money to fund the digital infrastructure. So that's what I want to share with you. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Abdoulaye. Je vois que les DG Science va être très content de répondre à ta question. Elle en a parlé déjà un peu. Ces laboratoires à distance. Nous sommes dans la décade des sciences, donc c'est quelque chose qu'on doit absolument explorer. La distance n'est plus vraiment un défi là où on peut utiliser ces laboratoires, même les laboratoires mobiles, on les a essayés au Sénégal. On va d'école en école avec un véhicule où il y a tout ce qu'il faut pour faire des expériences en chimie. C'est des choses que nous allons explorer. I have 2 hands on this side, please.
OK, merci
Please
beaucoup.
introduce d'abord vous présentez et puis
OK.
dites-nous si c'est une question spécifique, à qui est-ce que vous adressez parmi les panélistes.
Très,
Over.
très bien. Moi, c'est Raimi Essessine. Je suis du Bénin. OK. Je voudrais féliciter déjà les panélistes pour dire, je vais rebondir sur l'intervention passée. Il faut reconnaître que pour pouvoir assurer la durabilité dans tout ce que nous allons mettre en œuvre dans la décade, il faut commencer par la base. C'est ça que je suis d'accord avec l'éducation à la base. Et comme l'a dit Madame Thion, je pense qu'il faut penser au cours primaire, à l'enseignement secondaire aussi pour asseoir des programmes adaptés aux besoins réels de l'Afrique. C'est important. Et adopter aussi le modèle apprentissage par la pratique, d'où la nécessité de tisser des relations avec le secteur privé qui détient quand même certaines technologies, même si on doit mettre en place le partenariat public-privé pour renforcer l'enseignement supérieur aussi. Il faut commencer par la base. C'est en ce moment qu'au niveau supérieur, l'adaptation même des programmes de développement, des programmes d'enseignement et de recherche aussi pourra être durable. Le deuxième point que je voulais aborder, c'est dit par Madame l'ambassadrice ou l'ambassadeur. Il faut que nous allions ensemble. Et pour ça, il ne faut pas laisser les pays aller de façon individuelle. Moi, je voudrais proposer la spécialisation par secteur ou domaine au niveau des régions de l'Afrique. On peut dire, par exemple, au niveau de l'Afrique de l'Est, c'est beaucoup plus technologie qui est développée là-bas, Afrique de l'Ouest, technologie et autres. Ça permet de renforcer la durabilité de ce que nous allons mettre en place dans les programmes de recherche. Troisième point pour finir, c'est en quelque sorte ce que nous avons au niveau de la Chine, ce qui est présenté, le renforcement, la formation continue de nos enseignants, le partage de connaissances aussi surtout, et je félicite l'Académie des sciences pour l'Afrique. C'est quelque chose qu'il faut renforcer, perpétuer. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Dernier intervenant.
Merci, Professor Mukhtar Salami. And my question is for you, Chair. I see that you made a remark about the concept of development, asking the academy to focus also on research and development. Just my question, in Africa, do we really have to focus only on applied research? Can't we have ambition on fundamental research? That's my question to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will, in the interest of time, very quickly start by a question that is addressed to me. My insisting on the fact that we do research for development comes from the discussion that we just had. One of the impeding factor of research is that we do research, it has to be funded. And most of the time, whoever found research will dictate even the agenda of that research and the topic, the thematics on which you will be working. So most of our researchers across the continent keep on working on how the chameleon changes colors and so on, whereas we are still looking at how we can cope with producing enough food on this continent, despite the fact that we have climate change issues and challenges. So we will not do the research that will help us solve our problems if we don't fund it enough. So bridging the gap between research and development effort by countries, because the agenda is decided by countries, regional economic communities, and the African Union, will help us to do so. But this does not mean that we will not do fundamental research, because we know even applied research do also benefit a lot from fundamental research. It will be there, but we need also to make sure that we do applied research. For the other questions, I've seen a direct one to my colleague Quentin on foundational education and so on. Maybe it was a comment from our colleague. And as well as the use of ICT, that also was a comment. I don't see any specific question. That's why I will give a minute to each of the panelists, just some thoughts. What should we, as a participant, just put emphasis on from what you have presented, if there is one thing that we can really keep from this discussion? Let me start with my far left with Honorable Deputy Minister. Over to you. 1 minute.
Thank you very much. As a country, we believe in education that addresses the needs of our people. That is the reason why we have coined our thrust in terms of education to heritage-based education, where we are saying our education should be hinged on improving or using our resources which are relevant to our situation in terms of improving the situation that we are in. So that is, and also we have revised our education system. Therefore, as African countries, we need to look at the way our education system was tailor-made. We believe as Zimbabwe, initially the education system was, we call it a colonial education system, which was tailor-made to produce a worker than an employer or someone who can be innovative and come up with something that can help us. So we're moving away from that education system to an education system that can improve, that can produce goods and services which are key for our development. So that is the issue that we are throwing to all of us as African countries, challenging each other to say, let's focus on such programs or such education system which will address our challenges as a people.
Thank you very much, Minister. Mr. Monari.
Thank you.
Minute of glory.
Thank you very much. For me, I think it is time now that we have a culture shift in Africa and look at the future of university education from the traditional university, which fully depended on government, to be a more entrepreneurial university. That is the future of university education, not only in Africa, but in the world. So we need to work together to ensure that that dream is achieved, because the traditional university that depends on government will not be there. As an entrepreneurial university, you can be able to have the students have a culture shift, and also the university itself have a culture shift so that it can be more entrepreneurial and be able to support the community that it serves, because every university should also be able to be a catalyst for change in the community that they are in.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And then I see for you opportunities to work with our International Bureau for Education, which is working on curricula to really bring these universities to play that role of entrepreneur. We can put you in contact with our colleagues from IB for that. Mrs. Nyamping, what would be one of the most important lessons learned from China to prepare education system on this continent to play the rightful role in support of Agenda 2063? Over.
Well, I think I would like to emphasize on the collaboration between public sector and private sector, because on the one hand, on the public sector, for China, government input about 4% of the GDP annually now to the development of education. And most of them were put into remote and rural areas for balancing the education inequality. But 4%, to be honest, is still a little bit not quite very high. As you mentioned, in Africa, it's 3.7%. So it's, yeah. So I would like to say that maybe we would like to put more investment into the education sector in the future. Maybe that's my own advice. And also our private sector would like also to play their role in the narrowing the gap of the rural areas and urban areas education. Just like I mentioned before, such as the enterprises of China, Alibaba, Baidu, Tencent, they all have their programs for supporting the education in rural areas. So as long as the public sector and working with the private sector, because public sector maybe provide the guideline and the private sector may be the follower or the practitioner, I think we may have a better result in combating such kind of
No,
problems.
thank you very much. These are some of the thinking that we also started during the COVID by putting in place the Global Coalition on Education with the private sector, Huawei, Microsoft, and so on. Quentin?
Well, 3 points. One, foundational learning, as Abdullah mentioned, is absolutely essential. I mean, as you know, 9 in 10 children 10 years old cannot read and understand a simple text in Africa. We need to improve that. Second point, we need to find a way to use digital technologies. Many people have mentioned that. It's not easy, but that's, I think, the only way forward to have more blended learning, to try to better train teachers and the mass of teachers who may not have the full abilities to teach what they want to teach currently. And then third point, we can dream of a world of 6% of GDP allocated to education, but frankly, that's going to be very hard. Most countries do not have the funds, have high level of debts. And so to me, it's extremely important to look at the impact of what we're doing and look at the cost effectiveness of what we are doing. We need to have cost effective interventions. Thank you.
Merci. Mr. Lulu, if you are still online, last word. Professor? Your microphone, please. You are muted.
Yeah, I'm audible.
Just a last word. What would you like to participant to leave with after your intervention?
So my last word is that on the ICT, I want to reflect that so always we can't proceed in our education ecosystem without ICT infrastructure. But when we connect with internet, we will more distractive within the. We will lose our focus on the education. So we have to design new way of providing education resources, especially if you can provide offline, especially for childish and adult learners, so that they do not distractive while learning, just with the way they connect with the internet. So my final just word is we need to be use ICT infrastructure. We need to promote, and we need to allocate resources via ICT infrastructure. But when we connect with internet, we may distractive with the Telegram, WhatsApp is there, Facebook is there, so that we're not distractive with the notification of social media. We need to be disconnect and learn more. Focusing on the education system is one of my last words. Thank you for the opportunity once again.
No, thank you very much to you. And this, colleagues, lead us to the end of this very interesting session, despite the fact that we did not have a lot of time. I will not pretend to give justice to the wealth of discussion that we have by summarizing it. But a few quick points. The first one is that the AU year of education is timely. Timely because our countries have made progress in order to have more children in schools, but we still have a number of challenges to deal with. So this opportunity offered to us by the African Union during the African Year of Education is to find ways of creative ways, transformative ways of pushing this agenda of SDG 4 and CESA forward. Second, we cannot really reach the outcomes if we don't address inequalities so that we leave no one behind. Number three, quality education. We cannot have quality education without having quality teachers who are at the core of that agenda. So we need to make sure that we prepare our teachers, we train them so that we can have quality outcomes on education. Funding, yes, we have some targets at the global level. As my colleague from IGBA said, it's not easy. Even China is at the minimum of what is required. So we need to explore alternatives. And in that one, we need to be very creative in coming up with new funding mechanisms, including the work with the private sector. And finally, technology is very important, but we know some of the limitations of technology, including connectivity and power, so we need to address those challenges so that we can improve our education systems. With this, I would like you to have a big round of applause to this very important panel that we had. And thank you very much for being here, despite the fact that we have taken a little bit of time of your lunch. Thank you.
Test one.
Hello, can you hear me? Perhaps we sit down, we start now, please. We have about only 30 minutes left, so. Yes.
Test 1 2. Test 1 2.
Hi, Usono. This is Dikasta. Yes, we can hear you. Okay. I'm good, thank you. How are you? Okay. You too. Bye.
Yeah.
Okay, good afternoon, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Laurent Bochereau. I'm the Research and Innovation Counselor at the European Union delegation to the African Union. And it's my great pleasure to welcome you to this session, the last but not least session in this STI forum. It's entitled Closing Funding Gaps to Accelerate Sustainable Development, and it's focused on the AU-EU Innovation Agenda. Before I give the floor to Tidiane Ouattara, the Acting Director for Education, Science, Technology, Innovation at the African Union Commission, I would like to remind you that 9 months ago, the ministers responsible for research and innovation from both the AU and the EU adopted this AU-EU Innovation Agenda. So this innovation agenda is not a new funding program. It's rather a comprehensive framework to stimulate innovation cooperation between researchers and innovators from both continents. It's organized around 4 objectives. 2 are thematic: public health and the green transition. We heard a lot about it already. And 2 are more horizontal: innovation and technologies, including digital, and capacity building for science. 1 month ago, during the EU Research and Innovation Days in Brussels, we had a similar session to showcase this innovation dialogue with the presence of Commissioner Bellosin, which was very well attended, and during which we launched the so-called dashboard of initiatives which are relevant to the innovation agenda. So it's a web portal that gives access to a number of ongoing program and initiatives which are relevant to boosting innovation cooperation between both continents. They are continent to continent, they are multilateral, and they can also be member state to member state from each side. Today, the session will be composed of 3 parts. The first part will be dedicated to STI 4 SDGs roadmaps and to discuss the role of these roadmaps to mobilize and guide STI investment at national level to address the most pressing SDGs. We will have a presentation by my colleague Angela Sacchina from the Joint Research Center in Spain. We will also have a presentation by Lydia Brito, the ADG for UNESCO, because UNESCO has been at the forefront for developing the methodology in not only Africa, many places in the world, including Africa. Then we will hear from some of the countries which have developed or are in the process of developing roadmaps. Ghana, represented on the panel, probably one of the most advanced countries. The roadmap is already existing. They are now developing the action plan. And 2 other countries which are working together with the Joint Research Center, Rwanda and the Seychelles. They will connect online. That will be the first session. Then we move to another session where we will hear from innovators, entrepreneurs. How do they access finance? How do they grow their business to become champions? At national level, hopefully continental level, and becoming also global leaders. And the third panel will be dedicated to innovation funding in those complex ecosystems. So we'll hear from people from ministries trying to boost innovation, but also innovation managers. We'll hear from venture capitalists and also from banks representatives who will be on the panel. And we'll discuss this issue of developing the bankable projects that are truly innovative and explain how they do this and showcase some of the successes. So after this brief introduction, I'm very pleased to introduce and pass the floor to my good friend, Tidiane Ouattara, who is the acting head of acting director for the Education, Science, Technology, Innovation Division at the African Union Commission. So Tidiane, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Laurent Bouchereau. Merci beaucoup. First of all, I would like to convey to you the warm regards from the Commissioner, Professor Beloussine, Commissioner for Education, Science, Technology, Innovation, Department at the African Union Commission. It is really a pleasure and an honor for us to be here, and we thank the organizers for inviting us. By the way, we should be also the organizers because we are part of the game, and we are organizers also. This being said, talking about science and technology, I just want to address 2 points here, 2 points very well known by all people. In 10 minutes, we cannot cover all, but we can try to underline the key points that can constitute topics for discussions and for strategic analysis. The first point, by its nature, science and technology is a cross-cutting matter, meaning science and technology is covering thousands of subjects, and it is involving all levels of the societies. Therefore, it is a necessity to work together to be able to use science, technology, and innovation for a sustainable socio-economic development. This is true for Africa, mainly because it is a huge continent, 30 million square kilometers, with a lot of natural resources to manage, with a lot of, I would say, natural hazard to address. And it is a population made up of 1,300,000,000 now. And by 2050, we are talking about a kind of population exceeding 2 billion. The need of this population is huge. But currently, science and technology is not used at the optimal level. And we have to look at this population as an opportunity. Why? Because 60% of the population is young. There are those we need to encourage and to educate in such a way science and technology becomes the key pillar for African socio-economic development. In the Agenda 2063, where we do have the 7 aspirations of the 55 countries in Africa, science, technology, and innovation is considered as a pillar for the implementation of the aspirations. That is very important.
We don't have sound in the English channel, please.
During COVID-19,
we cannot hear Dr. Tidiane.
We Africans,
please, we don't have sound.
Knew, but all citizens, even on the road, understood what science and technology and innovation can be critical and important in their daily life. Where are we? Several studies are showing that in Africa, science and technology is a little bit behind. There are several reasons. Nobody is guilty. The problem is not there. The problem is to see the gaps as opportunities. Let's be positive. And addressing science and technology and innovation should not look at only at the programmatic level. Because usually we hear people, I'm not scientists. Therefore, this is a business of scientists. No. If you are not scientists, you are benefiting from science. Tell me what you do a day, I will tell you how many times you have used science technology derived products and services. Therefore, let's look at the policy angle. How to develop together an integrated African science technology policy and innovation policy. Yes, we do have STISA. It is between brackets the opportunity to inform you that we are developing the new STISA 2034, and all players are invited and will be invited through the established channels to come on board to build together our compass for science and technology. Policy engagement or policy makers engagement, policy decision makers engagement for science and technology, it is critically important. Therefore, the policy piece for science and technology, let's collaborate together within Africa, but with our partners coming from abroad. This is why the AU EU innovation agenda, the HLPD are critical and important for us. Let's build on these kind of success stories. Let's avoid duplicating. Let's strengthen and create the synergy. At the programmatic level, this is where it is important to engage the national institutions. Even if you develop something at the continental or regional level, the countries should take the ownership and align with the national actions or align the national actions with what is done at the regional and continental level, and to share the best practices and to share knowledge on the way to do business. The last point, which is important and which is for us a little bit neglected, it is the awareness. It is not obvious that people think that science and technology is a done deal. No. Let's continue creating the awareness. Let's engage our decision makers. And as you can see, on all these 3 elements, you will see that education is a cross-cutting matter. Let's invite lawyers in science and technology. Let's invite policymakers in science and technology. When we see our young students, our young kids saying, oh, me, I'm strong on STEAMs, I'm not strong on that. Everybody has its place in science and technology. We should look at education as a pillar that will allow us to get there. But all that is possible if we invest in science and technology. The investment, yes, people are talking about funding. It is a kind of thought of school. Funding for some people can be seen as, a gift. Funding can be seen by some people as humanitarian business. Me, I like talking about investment. You put your money and you get something at the end. Let's invest in science and technology and innovation. This is why the topic this afternoon is critical and important. We will look at 3 axes as by the concept note. How to mobilize the resources, that is critical. How to, once mobilize, how to access, it is very important. And the most important for us is let's align the science we are doing with the priorities of the countries. This is how you get money. Be fundamental science, be applied science. Science for science doesn't work no more, finish. Those who have money want to know how your science can create the value, add the value. I will stop here. African Union Commission is willing and keen to be part of the game of the process. And we are inviting all stakeholders to join us for the development of this TISA 2034 and for the implementation of the EU Innovation Agenda. Because we have signed it, we have to take the ownership. It is our tool. Let's make sure that it is working. And let's take the lessons for that need to be improved. Thank you very much for your attention. And we are together until the end of this session. Thanks.
Well, thank you very much, Tidiane. We will not take questions now. We will move to the first panel that will be moderated by Dr. Kundal. And I will pass the floor to him immediately. But Tidiane will stay with us so we could have questions later. Please.
Well, thank you very much and welcome everyone to this panel. I'll try not to introduce people at length, partly because we have no time. I think if we had followed time, we would say we are only remaining with 15 minutes because as you say, you have 3 more sessions and we have to finish by 4. So maybe the first thing I'll do is just to introduce Angela, and Angela is going to make a short presentation. Please, you have about 5 minutes if you're going to make a presentation.
That's unfair. But I will try to go to the main points. Maybe if we can have the, yes, thanks a lot. Well, I'm tasked to set the scene and try to together understand and discuss how STI for SDG roadmaps can help to identify, mobilize STI investments towards the Sustainable Development Goals. I'm from the Joint Research Center, and there we have at the European Commission, more in general, we have a long-standing experience on developing what we call place-based innovation strategies, so localized strategies that look at the specificities of each place. In the past few years, we saw, of course, the change in paradigm and in the change of the world and the new direction in addressing sustainability challenges. So internally, we started a reflection on how the Sustainable Development Goals could be embedded into our approaches. And this came into different ways, in particular, the understanding that frameworks like the Sustainable Development Goals can be localized to reflect the specificities of each place. And we need to look at the challenges of each place, each city, each region, each country. And when developing the innovation strategies, research and innovation strategies, we need to look not only at the economic and scientific potential, but also look at the actual problems, actual challenges that they're facing. This has also been taken up in different fora, including the United Nations Interagency Task Team. We are very proud to be part of this group of UN agencies, including UNESCO. And I must say we contributed in many ways through also the development of publication. The main one is the guidebook for the preparation of SDG for SDG roadmaps, but also the launch of the Global Pilot Program in which few countries started developing roadmaps, and we are lucky today to have Ghana here, who was one of the first ones to develop roadmaps with this approach. There are many other milestones that I will not mention, but this work, together with all the outputs of this work, brought us to start a new work stream in Africa for the development of SDG for SDG roadmaps in Africa. So basically, we are trying to adapt the experience we have at the European level and beyond, so in the neighborhood of the European countries outside in Africa. And currently, we are working with 6 countries, namely the Gambia, Malawi, Namibia, Mauritius, Rwanda, and Seychelles. We have 2 of them connected today, 2 representatives. And I will try to briefly go through the methodology. The methodology we are using is very much inspired both by the guidebook that we developed with the other UN agencies, but also by the experience we have at the EU level. We try to provide to countries a tailor-made approach, tailor-made support, because we believe that only in this way, creating ownership, we can actually support the process. So we don't provide support to all the modules that you see here. The idea in the end is to prioritize SDG investments, and I will show in a bit how, to identify investments projects for sustainable development. Sorry, I went too fast. So we start by discussing together with our partners and identifying selected challenges they want to focus on. Each country we work with has started from a specific challenge that go from energy poverty, food self-sufficiency, energy efficiency and the uptake of renewable energy, and so on. They have full ownership of this challenges. They know why this is important for them, but this is not necessarily the most important challenge. It's just to demonstrate the approach and learn and try to develop roadmaps that can start, let's say, doing something for these problems. Once this is done, we go through the diagnosis phase, which for us means 4 different pillars. So we look at the SDG challenges more in detail through quantitative and qualitative analysis. We look at the SDG potential of each country, so looking at the main SDG indicators, but also through interviews and other qualitative analysis, we managed to understand better the SDG context. We look also at the SDG policy mix, so looking at the policy frameworks that are available, that are in place, the stakeholder mapping, the actors that are active in the sector, but in this case, it's not only referring to the SDG actors, but also beyond. So if, for example, we're looking at food systems, we'll also open up to other actors. And finally, the triangulation of these pillars will bring us to identify SDG investment opportunities. All this is achieved, is done in a consultative, participatory way. We have many moments in which we consult, we involve stakeholders in different ways, from online in-person workshops to interviews, stakeholder survey, questionnaires, and so on. Each of them has a different purpose. Of course, we don't tend to repeat the questions, but each of them will focus on the identification of the scope of the roadmap, to the identification of STI areas for investment, challenges, and so on. This is just to show that and also give recognize how much the participants in each workshop, in each moment of the process contributed. We were very lucky with all of them because we really had participants that contributed a lot, and each phase was really enriching and very useful for the process. I will show here some preliminary results, but of course I will not go through all the points. Just to say that in the end, what we aim to collect and to understand is, on one hand, STI policy challenges and capacity gaps that the roadmap can help to fill. But also, on the other hand, we identify STI investment priorities. Here, it's just a list of preliminary priorities that all over the countries we are putting together, from, for example, raising awareness on healthy activities and habits for the country that is focusing on health, to sustainable water management techniques, and so on. Of course, this will be more detailed in the report. So finally, to respond or to start responding to the question for this session, how STI roadmaps can help mobilize STI investments decisions towards the SDGs. Well, this approach is powerful because it comes up with actionable policy frameworks. So they include STI investment priorities and possible STI projects, example of STI projects that can be directly implemented. Another important characteristic is that they are focused on specific challenges of the country. They are informed by evidence, so they are data-based through different resources. And finally, stakeholders are engaged throughout the process. And I think also what is important is that not only we try to reach all the stakeholders, but also we talk to different audiences. So throughout the process, the different investors that were mentioned before, but also citizens, civil society, academia, they are involved and they are asked, what is it that you need? Tell us. So I think this is very powerful also for making it very actionable and useful. So at the end, the roadmaps will be, of course, the main users will be the governments, the countries, but we believe also that they will respond, they will be used by different audiences, and they will be really ready to use and actionable for other investors and actors. I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anja, for that. We work together on many of these activities. Actually, if you want, you can Google it online. The guide is available on the internet. You can just Google STI for SDGs roadmaps, and you'll find it, including the partners that were involved in putting it together. It's the work of the UN Interagency Task Team on STI for the SDGs. So maybe without too much time, I will turn now to Lydia Brito, the Assistant Director General from UNESCO. I think you heard from her earlier. And perhaps, I don't know, I have a question for you, which is, could you help elaborate UNESCO's contribution in the development and implementation of the STI for the SDGs roadmaps?
Yeah.
Now, maybe before she speaks, there are also 2 or 3 panelists online. Can you kindly check, please, if they are all available? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Victor, for the floor. And I want to start by really thanking both the European Union, but also the African Union for bringing UNESCO also to this very interesting process. of looking at science policies, science, technology, and innovation policies that are really impactful to the country and responsive to the needs of the country in a specific area of sustainable development. And you ask, Victor, why UNESCO is a partner and why are we important as a partner? I would say that there are probably three reasons. The first one is because we work with the countries already, and since we were created to really promote STI policies for development, for transformation, and to address really key challenges, not only at country level, but also at regional and global level. So we have already strong networks with countries and that go beyond the relationship between UNESCO Secretariat and the member states, but is also our UNESCO shares, our UNESCO Category 2 centers, our national commissions in the countries, that really allow UNESCO to interact very strongly with countries. The second is that we also work with regional and global organizations. And that's why UNESCO is together with the African Union, supporting the African Union to analyze the impact of CISA 2024, so that those lessons can then be used for CISA 2034. So we also have that possibility to work at regional and global level and work across scales, because let's be honest, a country by itself will not solve the energy issue or the food security issue or the water security issue. It's also about cooperation, about working together, about managing together resources, including human resources. That is a big issue, as you mentioned, Director, for the African continent. We don't have enough in each country human capacity to really drive the STI agendas that we need, but we can share. We can share that human capacity and between countries and really push a strong agenda based on STI. And I think the third reason is because we are also part of the interagency network in STI. We have been working with Ghana directly. We co-led the roadmap also in Kenya, and we were involved in the discussion of the first phase, the pilot phase, and involved also on the second phase. So we also are part of the UN system, and therefore in that process, creating connections with other agencies so that we can complement the mandates and the expertise that we bring. And finally, I would say that this initiative, and I want to congratulate both the African Union and the European Union to bring this innovation agenda, a joint effort from both regions, in particular, because we need science. We really need science to transform. There is no question. And that's why the decade was declared. And that means that it's up to us that are working on the STI field, that they have the capacity to really understand how science can contribute to the SDGs, to really mobilize all the other stakeholders, as you mentioned, to really embrace scientific knowledge, local knowledge, indigenous knowledge, all the knowledge that is available to really address the pressing issues of our days and our societies. And I think that part of really bringing all of us together, it's how this initiative can work, can be really impactful. So I'm glad to hear from you, Lawrence, and also from you and Angela, that it's a participatory process. It's not only governments, it's not only academia, it's not only governments and academia and business, it's also people, it's also society. You mentioned awareness, I would say literacy and a culture of science. We need a culture of science in order to change our behaviors, in order to really, really, really be part of the solution and of the transformation that we need nowadays. So I'm very happy to be here. I'm very happy that we are part of this partnership and count on us to continue the partnership. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Maybe I think as you heard, we will now go to our member states, the one that either participated in the first round like Ghana. Actually, there are a number of them who are in the first round. Ghana was not the only one. There was Kenya, Ethiopia, Serbia. Actually, Japan did to use the guidebook to produce their own. So as member states, you actually don't need to wait for us, but the guidebook is freely available. It's a methodology that you can use yourselves. So let me turn to Ghana, my friend Wilmina Kwai. I think you heard from her already. She's the director from...
Okay, thank you for bringing me here, the organizers. I'm so much appreciative of this platform given to us. And I'm here to testify that indeed, UNESCO has been very helpful, beneficial, and useful. And in the process, it has been a win-win situation because we also brought on board some experiences. So I will first start with the guidebook. The guidebook actually gives the step-by-step and how one should approach the STI for the SDG roadmap. So what did we do? Initially, we had the commitment from the presidency. So the presidency had a unit for SDGs, and they were very much involved right from the beginning. Also, our Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology, and Innovation was involved. And one thing that UNESCO actually taught us is bringing aboard all the relevant stakeholders, the youth, the parliamentarians. We actually developed a dissemination plan to make sure that this message was very much home with the people who actually matter. And so coming from the guidebook experience, the very first assignment was to conduct a situational analysis. Why did we do that? Because we also realized that the 17 SDGs, there was no way we could tackle everything in the roadmap. So there was a need for prioritization. And what we did was to look at the voluntary national reporting on the SDGs and see which ones were lacking behind. And so the deficit areas actually gave us the opportunities for us to apply the SDGs at the STI. And we say that it's an actionable plan, something that ought not to be on the shelves. It actually was supposed to be actionable. And so we looked at the deficit areas and we selected or we prioritized the SDGs that we wanted to focus on. One other thing that we did was also to make sure that we were able to establish the gap, i.e. the baseline and where we wanted to move to in terms of looking at each and every target indicator for the selected SDGs, which we did. Then moving on, we also tried as much as possible to identify the capability gaps, the resource, and also try to cost the activities that we needed to implement. And I must say that I'm amazed at how UNESCO will use very little money to produce so much, and they are always on our neck. And I'm like, wow, this money cannot do this ABCD, but then they will be on you to make sure that you produce a lot with the very little resources that you have at your disposal. So we developed this situational analysis in 2019. We move on to 2022, where we actually developed the roadmap itself. And the roadmap will give you the background situation, how we align the activities to the developmental agenda of Ghana, and also looking at the regional and also the global level. So all the development plans and policies that matter, we actually took pains to review to make sure that the aligning was done very well. So we had developed the SDG for SCR for SDG roadmap in 2020. And then moving on to 2021, 2022, we're also lucky, and also thanks to UNESCO, to be part of the CEDAR project, where the emphasis was partnership for action. And so along the line, we also realized that if you want to talk about STI, then we needed to activate the UNESCO recommendation on science and scientific research. So we had a lot of capacity building programs around that, which was developed in 2017 and was a bit dormant until we had to revive it. Then also we realized that the GoSpin, which is the Global Observatory for tracking the STI policies and the implementation processes, we were lacking in terms of capacity building. So thanks to UNESCO again, we had a lot of training around how to use this dashboard to be able to look at the trends, not just for country, but also being able to compare Ghana with other countries as well. So we realized that we're not doing badly at all. And thanks again to UNESCO, because we had moved on from the situational analysis that had a report, moved on to the roadmap, and then we had done a thorough capacity needs assessment. And again, UNESCO, thanks to you, the multidisciplinary approach, where we actually had to bring on board, move outside Accra, the capital city, to bring on board all other people at the regional and also at the district level to engage. So there was a consultative engagement to make sure that it's a bit localized. We don't have everything in Accra. So UNESCO was on our neck to do that, and we did that. We also had developed MAE framework for STI, and I think it's something very wonderful. I don't know which other country has done that. And this is a framework that is supposed to track. And the beauty about the framework is that the MNE framework is that it was participatory. It was developed with the stakeholders. And we all agree to what indicators to track even as we implement the STI for SDG roadmap. And I want to say that it's not always the case that you have money to implement everything in the framework. What the framework seeks to do is to give us that plan, that focus of where we want to go. Any other SCI is cross-cutting, so all other sectors can come in and use the framework. And I must say that probably we need to do more work on the utilization and application of the frameworks. And it's not very common that you have people always, having this framework as a domestic instrument that people will really identify themselves with. And so you need to do a lot of dissemination around it to domesticate the framework. So at a point, we also had a regional high-level meeting where we actually open up to discuss and also to bring on board the ministries that were to us of focus. So we had the Ministry of Health trying to see what are the STI applications that are going on. Ministry of Health, because in 2019 we had COVID and we had no other choice to select the SDG goal for 3 and 4, the education and also the health, because we had to move a lot of things onto the YE space. And so I think in the interest of time, I will just pause here. And I must say that thank you to UNESCO and all other people back in Ghana. We have our rep, the minister's rep here. The ministry was also very much involved. My institution was a technical institution, and UNESCO was on our neck to make sure that the ministry is very much involved, and the actionable plan that came out, the ministry actually led that. Because they would now see it as their own, the ownership. And if you don't involve the policymakers in the process, then you realize that they don't identify themselves with the process. And so thanks to UNESCO once again for all the methodologies and the strategies and the action plans that are actually actionable. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. We are actually waiting to see how it gets implemented. It's one of the discussions going on in the group. That we're developing roadmaps is one thing, but how do we actually get them implemented? So we'll be coming back to you. Let's go online. I think I saw Seychelles, but perhaps can we have Rwanda? Are you online, Louis?
Yes, I'm there.
Thank you very much. Maybe you can look at just how perhaps the guide helps you in engaging stakeholders, including government agencies, academia, the private sector, civil society, in the preparation of your guidebooks and, of course, your policies. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. I'll be quick as I can. Yes, when it comes to engaging stakeholders, and our STI roadmap actually is ongoing, and the focus was in food system and transformation, focusing on how we can improve food security and nutrition in Rwanda. So yes, we are still ongoing, but during my intervention, I just focus on how we are engaging stakeholders, as we believe that when identify the case, development, even implementation, we should actually engage all key stakeholders. So for development, until the stage we are in, I just share how this has been, how we engaged different stakeholders. From the policymakers, as I said, government level, we just have a discussion with the Minister of Agriculture. And the reason of choosing food system is actually based on one of priority sector under the STI policy. So food security and modern agriculture is one of key priority sector at national level. So we first engaged the Ministry of Agriculture as well as the Rwanda Agriculture Board to actually lead this STI development in partnership with National Council for Science and Technology. So we are like the focal person with the Joint Research Center for European Union for support. But again, the custodian of this STI roadmap is the Minister of Agriculture and the Rwanda Agriculture Board. So that is when it comes to government level. So we believe also research can contribute more. In this, we engage also our research institution, example, include University of Rwanda, the College of Agriculture, and then also we engage other research institutions like African Institute for Mathematics, AIMS, as well as the Carnegie Mellon University, as also some of universities in charge of developing some technological solutions. So in addition, we also engage private sector. We have different companies as well as some of industry ongoing. This includes Africa Improved Foods. So it's a local company which actually deal with food transformation and packaging, and with added value, so to improve especially nutrition. So we have also another Synergerats. They're actually dealing every time to proceed food from natural juice and the others. So they were involved in this process. So we have also, Rwanda is hosting the Center for SDGs in Africa. So the Center also for SDGs is involved in this exercise. And we have also other civil society involved. And this has been done through different sessions of online workshop as well as virtual physical workshop. For instance, early March, the team from European Union, they traveled to Kigali to engage this workshop. And we believe that these stakeholder engagements contribute to actually sharing best practice as well as identifying some of our key priority area to engage the stakeholders as well as support in development. So the next step we are in is, as we are developing the drafts, we believe by end of May, to engage again this broad area of stakeholders to actually validate or provide more input to the drafts of STI roadmap in Rwanda. So I don't know, because of time, I can just stop here. And if some question, you are welcome. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Maybe I will now move to Seychelles. I think we still have two more. Apologies. We are more or less out of time. I think I saw Cynthia online, Alexander, who is the Director General Division of Science, Technology, Innovation at the Ministry of Investment, Entrepreneurship and Industry of Seychelles. Would like to hear from you, your experience, especially in incorporating unique socio-economic and environmental context of your country. I think the whole idea of keeping Seychelles pristine comes to mind. Are you there?
Can you hear me? Thank you, Chair.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon to all of you. Like any small island developing state, definitely Seychelles faces unique challenges due to our limited resources. And from the past, our economy has been heavily relying on tourism, which in turn has led less attention given to other sectors, and especially increased our dependency on imports. So this is the basic scenario where we speak about any small island developing state. And in the case of Seychelles, our remote location, geographical location also plays a very important role. However, we have recognized the need for self-sustainability. Therefore, we have been prioritizing the adoption of new technologies and fostering innovative approaches to diversify our economy. Also, if you see, as an island country, we have limited access to higher education, and we rely on scholarships and partnerships to move to other countries, developed countries, to other developing countries to see what is happening there, to advance our innovation and entrepreneurship as well. So also it is important, this collaborative aspects with universities from different fields, with and also considering different funding options. Everything has been playing a very crucial role in the case of Seychelles. So the STI roadmap will definitely play a vital role in realizing our national development strategies and address our challenges that I have just mentioned, which will encompass the digitalization needs, the need for economic diversification, and most importantly, climate change mitigation and adaptation, which is very important as an island country. So we expect the roadmap will able to help us identify partnershiping with diverse stakeholders, so that we can we are dedicated to forge a sustainable and resilient future for Seychelles. We also see that we hope to see this stakeholder engagement that we are currently doing, and also the roadmap once it is developed, it will be collaborated to the efforts that we are having to foster business growth and economic diversity. We also aim to expand the economy through integration of this STI and also research in the country's projects. So this will be a basic ground where we will be developing other projects, and we will also be analyzing the existing projects to see where we can integrate STI into it. And finally, I would like to just mention the leveraging the connections with businesses and younger generation to facilitate the promotion of fresh idea has been our priority, and we hope to see how we can use the roadmap to support and also receive support from government initiatives, so that we stay aspired to inspire more individuals to embark on these entrepreneurial ventures, especially for Seychelles, using innovative technologies, because we need to develop our self capacities to be more innovative and come up with solutions for the challenges we encounter as an island nation. So I will stop here, and then I will continue with other people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we have Daniel, is he online? Who is the Director, Transformative Innovation Africa Hub?
Yes, I'm online.
Yes, please. So how do you, based on your experience, how do you think STI for the SDG roadmaps help in mobilizing investment?
Thank you very much to the organizers. Thank you for this very important session. The short answer to that is it's been covered a lot, and fortunately, being the last person, you're in a good place, because most points have been covered, but I will emphasize some of them very, very importantly. So the way the STI for SDG roadmap is developed, as Angela mentioned, it actually focuses on specific systems, and the countries have also mentioned that. Ghana has mentioned that, and how they select priorities. So at the end of the project, having worked in the different phases of the STI for SDG roadmap, we see how by focusing the science, technology, and innovation work, you actually come up with specific projects. And so that helps too, because we've heard from the introduction from the from the beginning colleague that STI is cross-cutting. So one of the challenges is how do you invest in everything? How do you focus on everywhere? Everything cannot be priority. So by focusing the work, we're actually able to direct the investment to specific projects. And this is the way it's done in this STI for SDG roadmap is as well. It's very useful because we focus on systems. So if you select a system and some of the system, it doesn't mean other systems are not important, but by focusing on, for example, agriculture, as has been mentioned, or energy, then we use that systems or the selected system as entry points into other systems. So ultimately, we're able to focus on 1 or 2 systems, maximum 3 systems, but then those become a multi-systems approach because they help you get into other systems and then target investment on specific areas where the development impact could be maximized. So that is the way this actually works in this kind of work. Just a second, wrong time for phone to ring. Yes, the joys of online. So that is what, but let me emphasize one more point, also following what has been discussed already, the importance of partnerships and stakeholders. The chair did mention that we're already having a many formulation, but implementation is a problem. So I want to emphasize that just to support what has been mentioned as well, because of the need for implementation. We heard many of the countries now have the SDG roadmaps and work is ongoing, but we also want the more collaboration, more stakeholder work to focus on implementation. The support for formulation is great, and I will emphasize that is also been emphasized by Ghana. Actors like UNESCO and the European Commission, JRC, and the UN, others have been supporting that. But now the phase is moving into implementation. So why am I raising this? Is because stakeholder engagement is very, very, very important in this case. So how can stakeholders, including governments, international organizations, private sector, other actors actually support this work more strategically and more importantly, and then the funding also becomes an investment vehicle, as we've been discussing. We still have a case of some of the agenda setting not very strong as they need to be. So governments can help in this area, but also in the area of policies and regulation. For example, there's need to de-risk investment, so regulations that target de-risking of investment. So making the case for patient and long-term funding and investments, advocacy for investment, new investment philosophies. These are very important issues to be discussed that are important roles that governments can play. Also in the area of governance as well. So, and then if you look at the roles that international organizations can play, there is a strong need again for advocacy, the strong need for supporting, again, implementation. I'm emphasizing that for intentionally implementation of the roadmaps now, because then we need investment, we need governance, we need actors. But international organizations can really help to encourage and foster collaboration in this area, fostering private-public linkages, encouraging or supporting academia more and industry linkages, also industry, university linking to government and industry. We've had a mention about collaboration. For example, I've been academia, which is where I belong. I've been part of a collaboration with the IATT, but also with UNESCO in the other areas. So this is really a call for more partnerships and joint activities because, again, as we've heard, STI is cross-cutting. I'll quickly mention a few things, 1 or 2 things for private sector, because, again, this is important. We know there's a session coming on finance. However, the private sector investment now is still lower in many of the countries. The work by UNCTAD and other people have shown that even though the gap in finance in the emerging and developing countries is a lot higher, the need is also higher, the amount of money needed. So there is a lot of work we're doing around transformative investments. How do we bring in private sector? Again, there are issues that are redesigning. It will require the financial systems to be changed. So issues around how do we embed directionality in financial decisions? So how do we finance in a way that doesn't just look at take the idea of neutrality as if SDGs and some of the things are indifferent. Financing is indifferent to sustainability outcome. So there's a whole work we've done around financing philosophies, again, changing that, looking at much more.
Can you wind up, please?
Okay, going beyond ethical, but also including responsible but sustainable investing. And again, just a strong focus on a transformative investment. Let me jump from a civil society because I'm in academia, just one sentence on that. There's a strong need, dependence that academia really need to help again in this area. The frameworks to underpin this work is still emerging. So we need academia to come in a lot more. The theories to support the work we're doing in the STI for SDG areas really need to be evolving and quite radically change. There's a data gaps. There's for the work, many of the countries we worked in, one of the biggest challenges we saw around is data, and then there's issues of evaluation, but also learning. So thank you for that.
Thank you very much. I think we may have to bring this session to a close, partly because we really have eaten into the next session and you still have 2 to go. I'm happy to let it run if you are interested, and maybe we can knock off very late, but that's an option we have to collectively make. So perhaps we end here, Laurie? Or do you want to take a few questions?
Let's see if we have burning questions in the room. I think it's good to interact with the room. So if there is 1 or 2 questions, burning questions, we will take them. Otherwise, we will ask, yes, 1 question, 2 questions, that's it. Quick question.
Thank you very much for a very nice presentation from the panelists. My question goes to Angela. It's very nice with STI roadmap and engaging countries to come up with policies that encourage STI. But my question is, how do you go in selection of those countries? Is it need-based or that's my first question. And secondly, how do you monitor the progress of STI policy implementation, or your roadmap is being implemented in the selected countries? Thank you.
Take the second question that was here. If you introduce yourself, please.
Thank you very much for this chance. My name is Dr. Grumayana from the Addis Ababa University, the academia. So my question is going to Dr. Tierney. So my question is that to develop this the STI roadmap in Africa, one of the stakeholder would be kind of like the academia, okay? So it's very important, and the collaboration has been said already, collaboration across Africa and moving students and researchers across Africa is very important. So one of the challenges that we face right now across Africa as an academia is that the diversity of the policy in the different universities and countries, and how the African Union would facilitate to bring the very barriers and make it easy to move students and researchers across Africa that will enhance the development of science and technology and innovation. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we'll start with 2 questions. One for Angela, one for Dr. Titia. Right? Angela first.
Yes, thanks for the question. Where I will be very quick, just to say that the needs, the challenges are identified together with the country teams. At the very beginning of the process, we established the country teams with the focal points, with depending on the cases, different actors from different entities within the government or science councils and so on. And we start having discussions and reflection on what could be a first pilot challenge. As I said before, it's not necessarily the most urgent challenge, but it's just a way to start the process and demonstrate the methodology and learn together the process. So it's I think the strength of this project is also that while doing it, it builds capacities as well. And then the second question was more on monitoring and evaluation. The roadmaps include monitoring and evaluation frameworks. we are not yet at the stage of having completed roadmaps in the context of this project that JRC is running. There are other roadmaps that are completed, but in the context of our project, there will be a monitoring and evaluation framework within the roadmaps with the well-defined targets, objectives. So this will be the way in which the impact will be monitored.
With respect to your question, I think this is a very good question. I would like to make it clear. The African Union Commission is not a doer. We are like a broker. We bring together different stakeholders. For example, in the case of the academia, we are looking at to bring the African Academy of Science. They do have more than thousands of networks. We also have the Nelson Mandela University. It is a network. And for us, we are counting on them to bring on board all the network, but in speaking one voice. Because what is difficult, we are talking about 55 countries in the continent. Imagine if we go for at least 2 or 3 universities per country. It will be a mess. Therefore, your question is relevant. And we are expecting also the member state to come with a common position. And this is important for us. We depend on you. We just create the opportunity to bring all the stakeholders together, academia, funding agencies, etc., and together to build the case. Therefore, your question is once again relevant, but let us fix it together. Thank you.
Okay, so thanks to the 6 first panelists, we will now step down and 6 new panelists will come to the floor. Maybe you want to take a picture first? Yeah.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Taibuba. I'm from African Union Commission working on GMS and Africa program. I have the honor to moderate this subsection. Okay. This session on this thematic, how can the innovation agenda help innovators access financing, grow their activities faster in a more sustainable way. Et pour cela, je voudrais tout d'abord remercier au nom de l'Union africaine le fait de nous avoir conviés, de nous avoir permis de modérer cette session, mais également remercier au nom de l'agenda EU Agenda tous les panélistes qui ont bien voulu accepter de participer à cette session. Cette section qui est extrêmement contextuelle pour nous et stratégique, parce qu'en effet, mesdames et messieurs, cette session, dans le cadre de l'agenda, l'Europe et l'Afrique ont eu vraiment cette initiative de travailler ensemble pour mettre en place cette initiative africaine EU Agenda pour travailler ensemble. Agenda, car l'Europe et l'Afrique sont conscients et convaincus que le développement socio-économique tant soit souhaité devrait tirer avantage des initiatives concrètes en matière d'innovation et de technologie. Mais le défi que nous avons, malgré tous les efforts consentis, bien entendu, et la volonté des uns et des autres en matière d'initiatives concrètes, une barrière se pose. C'est les difficultés relatives au financement. Aussi bien pour le Nord, pour les pays du Nord que les pays du Sud, mais encore plus ressentis au niveau des pays africains. Maintenant, comment apporter des solutions à ces déficits de financement est la raison de cette session que nous voulons décider ainsi. Sorry, 1 minute. Okay, donc, for this session, we will first enter to an introduction in the form of keynote, which will be delivered by Mrs. Mandri Nchani, Director for Africa Multilateral Cooperation in the Department of Science and Innovation of South Africa. Mrs. Mandri will give us an overview of regional and international cooperation and opportunities referring to EU Innovation Agenda. Then we will give the floor to our 6 innovator panelists, who will each talk to us in 5 minutes about their ideas and thoughts on this matter. And I would like to ask to the panelists to save time, that we have not enough time, to take one minute of his time to introduce himself and his organization to save the time. So, to go through now to this session, I will give the floor to Mrs. Mandri Nchani.
Thank you very much, moderator, for the opportunity, and good afternoon, everyone. So the key objective of the EU Innovation Agenda is mainly to translate innovation in terms of ideas into products and services, because I think we all agree that we don't need innovation for the sake of innovation, but how do we use innovation in terms of transforming people's lives for the better? So the implementation of the innovation agenda is anchored on all stakeholders coming on board in terms of supporting its implementation, where we need government, research institutions, the private sector, and the NGO to come on board in terms of supporting the implementation. And what is even more imperative in terms of the implementation of the EU Innovation Agenda is that it is anchored on the youth. The youth are a dividend for the African continent, so we need to maximize on the youth coming up with solutions that can help us to solve the challenges that we experience both as Europe as well as the African continent. So I think we really look forward to our innovators this afternoon sharing with us the various innovative projects that they are involved in, but most importantly in terms of how those innovations are helping to address the socio-economic challenges that we have in both continents. So this session also comes at an opportune time where we are currently looking at the implementation of the agenda, because I think even like it was said in the previous session, it's very good for us to have an innovation agenda framework, but what is key now is to implement the agenda itself. And what is commendable is the support that we have received from the political principals, where the agenda has been endorsed by the ministers who are responsible for science and innovation in both Africa and Europe. So as the Department of Science and Innovation in South Africa, we have been very much involved in the processes in terms of establishing the agenda, and we continue to work very closely with the AUC as well as the EU in terms of supporting the implementation of this agenda. But one of the key things that we would like to see is how does the agenda serve as an enabler for innovation to be able to thrive in both Europe and Africa. And one of the key challenges that we know that the innovations are faced with is the issue of the risk. No one wants to fund an innovation if it's not has been tested to be able to see that it will be able to make profit on the market. So that's why we need government, we need the private sector to believe in the innovations that we have in the continent so that we also provide funding for the innovations that we have. So the implementation of the agenda also comes at an opportune time where, as the Department of Science and Innovation, we have adopted what we call the white paper on science, technology, and innovation. So currently we are implementing the white paper through the decadal plan. And in terms of supporting the implementation of the decadal plan, we have put in place various funding instruments that are used to enable innovation to thrive, because one of the things that we want to implement through the decadal plan is how do we build strong national innovation ecosystems to support innovation chain within South Africa? But also we realize that we cannot do this work on our own. We really need to work with our partners in the region. We also need to work with our partners in the continent as well as our partners in Europe. So at a national level, we've got quite a number of incentives that are used to support research and development. We have what we call the research and development tax incentives. These are used to encourage the private sector to support research and innovation within the National System of Innovation. We also work closely and support the Technology Innovation Agency, which also provide funding to innovators so that they can produce products and services that can respond to the socio-economic challenges that we have. So we really look forward to this session in terms of hearing from the innovators from the ground, in terms of the innovations that they are doing, but how we as governments can support them to do the work that they are doing even better. So we also are involved in projects that involve both Africa and Europe. And one of the projects that I wanted to highlight, one of the projects that I wanted to highlight is LIBRI, where both Africa and Europe partners are looking at finding innovative solutions to respond to the issues of renewable energy. So my colleague, Prof. Mokhtar, will be sharing more information in terms of the opportunities that are available through LIBRI to support innovation. And then last but not least, at the regional level, we're working very closely with the SADC Secretariat, where at some point we had received funding from the Finnish government, where we were implementing the Southern Africa Innovation Support Program. So through the program, there were many people who have been trained in terms of supporting or strengthening the innovation ecosystem in the region. So as SADC, we continue to implement the Southern Africa Innovation Collective, where we are also looking at supporting startups to be able to support innovation in the region. So I think what I'm trying to say is that as Africa, we remain open to strengthening the innovation ecosystems and also continue to working together with our Europe partners in terms of supporting the implementation of the agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Melanie, for insisting also on how to implement more this agenda, EU agenda, and how to involve more private sector and civil society, something like that. Thank you very much. I think we will move directly to our panelists. We'll start by Mrs. Melanie, officer at Enrich in Africa Center. Ms. Melanie, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, everyone. As the moderator says, my name is Melanie Mwangi. I'm an officer at the Enriching Africa Center, which is the sustainable vehicle of the Enriching Africa project that was funded by the EU Horizon 2020 program. We are continuing the legacies of the project. And there's a key word that has been repeated in today's sessions, and that is collaboration. So the Enriching Africa Center is actually an ecosystem aggregator Our main objective is to foster collaboration between the AU and the EU regions when it comes to the innovation ecosystems. We help different stakeholders from these regions, from innovators, incubators, researchers, and investors to collaborate into the same platform. Right now, the Enriching Africa Center, together with different partners from both regions, are doing a project called the SEED project. The SEED project is focusing on research institutions between both regions to help them bring their inventions to the market. At the Enriching Africa Center, we facilitate last mile connectivity and access to information, because when you look at the innovation ecosystem in both regions, information is very fragmented. When you go at a local level and you ask innovators, do you know some of the policies that have been created by some of the policymakers, some maybe in the room, they're not very aware. Do they know that there's a lot of funding out there that can help them take their inventions or their inventions into the market? They're not aware of this. And we're not just talking about startups and SMEs, we're talking also about ecosystem support organizations that actually work hand in hand with these innovators to help bring their products to the market. They help them with product market fit, they mentor them. What kind of support do they get? And this is something that we're actually covering in our latest report that we are releasing today in Johannesburg, South Africa. So please do receive a lot of greetings from my colleagues and my board of directors. So at the center, we do realize that with this fragmented information, it's very, very important to democratize information in terms of capacity building, funding, and that is where we come in. We do quality assurance of ecosystem support organizations. We analyze their operational capacity. Where they lack, we build capacity for them, things like grant writing. We help them with that because according to the AU-EU Innovation Agenda, funding always goes to the same parties whenever there are proposals for calls or for tenders or for grants. We want to level the playing field for everyone and ensure that social and economic impact is actually met. And that is what the center is all about. So in our latest report, it's called Exploring the Funding Landscape of Africa's Tech Innovation Support Ecosystem. We are looking at the funding flow in Africa, from the funders to the local innovators. What is the funding flow? How many intermediaries are there? Is real impact met on ground? And our report is actually free on our website. If you just Google Enriching Africa, you go to resources, you will find under investment, you will find our latest report. We do have a number of resources that are free there that you can read and learn a lot about the AU and the EU innovation ecosystems. Another thing that we do when we talk about collaboration at the Enriching Africa Center is that we have something called twinning programs. So twinning programs is where we bring innovators or researchers or incubators from the AU region and from the EU region under one roof, and they are able to co-create programs, they're able to co-create projects. We also help them gain access to funding. Some of the innovators are actually supposed to speak today who are able to access funding through pitching last year during the Innovation Festival that was in Cape Town, South Africa, and others did it online together with our partners from BPI France. Some innovators were able to gain VC funding. So at the center of our operations, collaboration is very important, and we always say that we are not competing with anyone, we are collaborating, and we're calling into any partners that are out there from policymakers, yeah, to collaborate with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Melanie, for sharing with us the activities in your center and how you contribute to the AU Innovation Agenda. Just to move to a second panelist who have to talk to us in terms of sustainability, Mr. Dima Mawetch, founder of Mawetch Creation, online. Mr. Dima, are you online?
Yeah, I'm online. Am I audible and visible?
Okay. Just to introduce yourself and your organization before giving us your report. But we have just 5 minutes, please. Go ahead.
Okay, Thank you so much, Milan, for the powerful overview of Enrich Africa. And everyone, the point. My name is Dima, and I work with Maoji Creations, the social enterprise revolutionizing the fashion industry using textile, plant-based substances and textile waste. So we do this basically in 3 systematic areas. We do this through hands-on skills training. We do it through hands-on skills training. We do it through business incubation, and also banner fiber extraction, production, and leveraging within technology, as well as developing manufacturing sustainable bags. Thank you so much.
Okay.
So to furthermore, I am here to actually basically to share my mind in through perspectives of the sub-session. Whereby I've talked about the activities we do. Basically, I've done with that. I'll be breaking down the challenges, where is experience in accessing funding, and how we've been able to overcome it. Actually, as on the matter of expense challenges in financing, it can be very frustrating when actually available funding opportunities don't align with your business goals and priorities, particularly when it comes to sustainable fashion. Access to finance is a common challenge for many businesses. While it is true that many funding opportunities tend to favor tech-based products and industries, the other challenges we have encountered is creating awareness about our work. Many people are not acquainted with the kind of innovations we're actually developing. That is, say, the commune fabrics. When I say commune fabrics, these are the products we are developing out of the plant materials, that is cotton fibers and banana fibers. To give you a little view on how we've been able to actually overcome these challenges, in terms of financing, we are focused on bootstrapping. When I say bootstrapping, we've been able to sell our products, and on the other hand, we've been able to actually apply for programs like what happened last year during the innovation AU Innovation Festival. Also, we apply for prize competitions in different areas. This to help us secure funding to start our projects and also to execute them to the completion. For the innovation issues, where we have employed various strategies, such as creating hashtags and tagging relevant stakeholders. We also embarked on regular marketing campaigns to create brand awareness, to showcase our unique selling proposition through LinkedIn, Instagram, and other media platforms. As I finish, in terms of best practices, it is important to be persistent and proactive in seeking out funding opportunities. It is also helpful to stay updated on the industry trends and changes in the funding priorities. By staying informed and maintaining a positive attitude, you can overcome funding challenges and achieve your business goals. Thank you so much. Back to moderator.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dima. Let's move to our next panelist. It's Mrs. Edma Lau, founder and Chief Executive Officer of Yo Global Foundation from Ghana, online also.
Yes, hi, hello everybody. Hello, Chair, can you hear me?
Okay.
All
Go
right,
ahead.
brilliant. Thank you very much for this platform and for the opportunity to join this very important conversation. It's an absolute pleasure to be here today. Just as mentioned, my name is Edma Ohima-Lawer, and I am the founder of Yo Global, which is a youth organization that aims at engaging with young entrepreneurs and also creating technical and vocational skills training to help young people establish themselves, which in the long run will help minimize the rate of youth unemployment. And I am also the CEO of Ilo Petroleum, which is an indigenous oil and gas service company here in Ghana. We are specialized in manpower supply, equipment and material supply and consultancy in the upstream sector in Ghana. So as you all know, the AU-EU Innovation Agenda aims to strengthen the partnership between the European Union and African Union by promoting innovation, research and development across sector, including the energy sector. And today my submission will be surrounded or will be about the energy sector and how young entrepreneurs can use the AU-EU innovation agenda to access funding and to also help grow the activities faster and in a more sustainable way. So my first point, I have 7 points, but I'm going to run quickly through them. And my first point is enhancing collaboration and knowledge exchange. The previous panelist rightfully mentioned that collaboration and partnership is very important. And I feel like this agenda can facilitate collaboration between African and European institutions, which in a long run will allow innovators and young entrepreneurs to access a broader network of expertise and resources. I'm in the energy sector, so I know how important joint venture and partnership is. And I believe that the AU and EU innovation agenda can encourage cross-border partnership and joint ventures, which in the long run, again, would provide opportunities for innovators and young entrepreneurs to collaborate with European companies, especially those in the energy sector. And these partnerships can also lead to shared resources, reduce cost, and have access to greater market reach and allow innovators to also scale the activities more rapidly. Second point is access to funding opportunities. As a young entrepreneur, I was born and raised in Europe, but I've been living in Ghana, which is the country that I'm originally from, for the past 5 years in and out. And I know how hard it is for young entrepreneurs to access funding depending on whatever sector they're in, especially in the energy sector. And using the AU-EU innovation agenda, I think that it can also be, it can also provide a platform for African innovators to connect with European funding resources or sources. And this can also be a platform that helps generate grants and partnership with African and European businesses and financial institutions, partnership with banks as well, and communication with banks, information sharing with banks as well, just to let young entrepreneurs, innovators in both continents, Africa and Europe, know that these are the opportunities that as an institution or as a private sector or as a bank, these are the opportunities that we have for you. These are the opportunities that we've created for you to have an enabling environment to succeed in your respective sector. Also, point number 3 is capacity building and technology or technical assistance. I think through the agenda, innovators can receive training, mentorship, and technical assistance from European experts and African experts as well. This support can help innovators and young entrepreneurs develop robust business strategies, and which in a long run will improve their technical capabilities and navigate regulatory environments and make it more easier for them to also access investors and partners. My 4th point will be promotional of sustainable energy solutions. Again, I'm in the energy sector, so it will be very wrong for me to not talk about renewable energy and the encouragement that if you're a young entrepreneur, if you are about to have a startup in the energy sector, there's always, especially if you have not been in the sector for a very long time or you're not about to enter the market, it's a very, very important for you to think of renewable energy or ways to come up with innovative solutions to access renewable energy. That is also very important. 5th point is support for innovation ecosystems. One thing that I've realized in Africa, or let me just say in Ghana, is that there isn't an ecosystem that helps young people or young entrepreneurs to have a supportive environment when it comes to innovation. And this can include the development of innovation hubs, research centers, technology parks, and so on and so forth, which young entrepreneurs and young innovators can participate in or involve themselves in to help them not only create a network for themselves, but also to grow their businesses and attract investors. 6 points. Hopefully, I'm still in time. I'm trying to talk so fast. But policy framework and regulatory harmonization, which is extremely important, especially in the energy sector. Depending on what country you're in, we know that there are frameworks and policies that cater to the energy sector. But overall, as a continent, for both Europe and Africa, I think the agenda should help promote regulatory harmonization and policy frameworks that support innovation and entrepreneurship on the regional, national, and international level. A more streamlined regulatory environment can also reduce the barrier to entry and make it easier for innovators to access market and finances. Last point, which will be the facilitation of market access. One thing about the energy sector is if you were not a junior, or if you don't have mentors or guardians or role models, let me put it that way, to help you access the market, it's a huge bubble that consists of a lot of technicalities. And if you don't have the basic knowledge, or if you don't have somebody who is helping you enter the market, it's very hard for you to have the connection. It's very hard for you to even participate in the conferences or the summits that happens all around the world. Even just looking at the cost of tickets, for example, as a young entrepreneur, it's absolutely crazy. But facilitating market access would also help young entrepreneurs to penetrate in the African market or the European market, depending on where you are. And the broader market access can also lead to increase of revenue opportunities and the potential for faster growth. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Edma, sharing with us your work and your experience in terms of energy, how to contribute to implement the EU agenda, and also to point that partnership, partnership and joint venture could be a solution to face this financial gap. Now we are going to move to the next thematic, artificial intelligence, which we have 3 speakers online. The first one is Mr. Darlington Agogo, founder of CEO of MinHealth from Ghana. Mr. Darlington, are you online?
Yes, I am. Can you see me?
No, no.
I believe my video is on.
Okay, let's go.
Okay.
Good.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yes, my name is Darlington. I'm the founder, CEO of Mino Health AI Labs and Caragro AI. So essentially what we do is that for the since 2016-17, we build AI solutions for healthcare. We've done this across the pipeline. So we have solutions for radiology, microscopy, for infectious diseases, non-infectious diseases. And currently what we are focusing on is building generative AI for health. So essentially you can look at it like ChatGPT, but we are building our own AI system that has expertise in healthcare. So you could ask the AI system to diagnose a patient. You could ask it just general medical questions and it will be able to answer. On the subject of challenges we've faced over the years, it's quite similar, but also has evolved. So in the starting years, if you are a new startup, you do not have the credibility to access certain funds. And so when we applied to, certain funds from development agencies, we didn't get them in the early stage, but we overcame that. So we've had the chance of working with several development agencies over the years, from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation to UKRI, NIHR Lacuna Fund. And the main thing that worked for us was realizing that we can form consortiums with institutions that already had the reputable stance that we could leverage. So some of these institutions are well known, they are well respected, but they might not have the technology capacity, especially as it connects to emerging tech. So innovators can leverage that, partner with larger institutions, form consortiums, and then you can access those funds. Now, fast forward, we have moved from building AI systems that were quite large to now building really, really big AI systems. And those ones tend to be very expensive. So to put a bit of context to it, ChatGPT to train just a single run of it costs about $5 million. So do the full thing costs several millions and millions of dollars. The GPT-4 costs about $100 million minimum. What that means is that, and this is where the trend of AI is going, and the benefit is very much clear as far as this kind of AI systems. So if within Africa or even, let's say, LMICs, we want to leverage this big AI system to solve issues as we have them in healthcare, agriculture, education, energy, we need to start re-looking at financing as it applies to AI and emerging tech. And so as part of the work we did for the African Union AI Continental Strategy, we proposed the creation of some AI fund. So we proposed a $1 billion AI research fund to be created, and also a $3 billion investment fund. So essentially, innovators do not necessarily have to depend entirely on development funds. They need to go for investment and everything. But the reality is that if you have an AI lab that is being started somewhere in the US, they can go from day one to raising $400 million. And then they're able to build a kind of technology to solve grand challenges. But if you have innovators coming from Africa, low and middle income countries, they wouldn't be given that kind of funding in the start. So what can happen is development agencies can give at least some pool of funding that supports them to push them to the next level so that they are ready for that stage of taking those large funds. Because to be honest, we need the solutions more than other parts of the world. We do have the worst forms of the SDGs or the challenges that exist in the SDGs in our side of the world. So there's more burden on us to solve the SDGs than even other parts of the world. So we should be spearheading as far as leveraging this technology to solve this problem. But what is necessary is that we need to leverage different partnerships. So African Union working with the European Union to create some of this AI fund that can look at funding generative AI applied to key sectors that are essential to the development of Africa. So that's generally going to be my recommendation. Let's relook at the funding as it applies to AI. Currently, AI funding in Africa does not meet where the development of AI has gotten to. Giving innovators, some tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars would not allow them to build the AI solution that is necessary to truly solve the grand challenges as we have them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your message is very clear. And let's move to Mrs. Charlotte Kesson. Online speaker also.
Okay, thank you for having me. I hope that you can hear me very well. So my name is Charlotte Nguesson, and I'm originally from Ivory Coast. My work have been across Africa, mostly in West Africa and East Africa. So I'm a former deep tech founder. In 2018, I led the product development of a remote identity verification software using facial recognition technology and AI. So the idea was to be able to address, let's say, AI biases around facial recognition system, especially related to dark skin. And currently, I'm working with Amini, is a company based in Nairobi, and we are also in the deep tech. So what we do, we use our space technology and AI to be able to solve the environmental data gap in Africa. And the idea, the vision is actually to ensure that environmental data is accessible and easily digestible by any key stakeholder involved in the, let's say, a data ecosystem. And I'm also an AI responsible advocate. I've been working on the AU continental strategy as an AI consultant expert. And recently, I've launched a movement called AfroQuery. So the idea is to be able to voice what we call in Africa, what data means for us and what AI should be, because we have a lot of local innovators, researchers in working on the African market, but based on my experience on what I know, I feel that we are not, we are not represented enough. So the idea is basically to ensure that we voice what we are working on, and we make sure that whatever in terms of product related to AI is built for the African market, meet certain criteria that in terms of ethics with a centric, let's say Africa-centric approach. So in terms of now to come back to the question that has been posed, so I think that based on my experience, I like to focus on areas that occur cost for startup. And when we started, even when I started my company Base Group, I think the first thing that was front of us in terms of cost, it was infrastructure, because we should know that, should be aware of the fact that in terms of AI models, they require a lot of, infrastructure. And I will say that servers and data accessibility, GPU, there's so many things that we need to build this kind of product. And I'm sure that all of us, we know that Africa, in terms of development, we are quite a bit not at this stage, but it's quite expensive. So I think that in terms of recommendation of this stage, it's going to be like ensure that we have some grants of maybe have some partnership where we can easily have access to cloud services discount, or maybe also let's say encourage local server to be more used by local innovators. And the second challenge we faced, it was related to patent, because when you launch your solution, you need to think about compliance, you need to be able to think about saving, register the proprietary of your solution. And for a lot of local innovators, it's quite hard because there's no clarity, there's no transparency on where to look at. When we talk about regulation, for instance, if you notice in Africa, we have few African countries, they have like AI policy. So most of the things we look at is more like data protection laws, and that's what we have mostly. It's more related to personal data. But in terms of AI in general, it's quite hard. So you start your product and your startup, at some point you are blocked. So I think that there is a need for bringing that clarity, having like a platform where we local innovator can look at and see what they have to do in terms of compliance, in terms of what they have to meet, and make it more easy for them to expand in other African markets when they have to do that. And so the third one I can speak about is basically for human capital, because at some point, when you are building your solution, you will need to increase your team. I mean, the number of your team, you need to be able to have like, tech talent, AI talent, especially to be able to work for you. And it's very expensive. That's very expensive. Sometimes we used to say that, oh, it's hard to get AI talent, but it's not really the hard part is not getting, it's because it's expensive, it's costly. And most of our AI engineers, talent, they mostly go abroad, let's say like that, because there is the ecosystem for them to be able to work on products, to be able to, to be comfortable a bit. So we can't afford them as a startup, we can't afford them. So we manage on our own to get some kind of scholarship, but isn't enough, because we need to think about how we can, let's say, find a way where we can have easy access to human capital in the AI space. And I'm thinking about like maybe in terms of this agenda, the innovation agenda, there is a need maybe to involve some let's say a platform where there's some connection between let's say innovators, talent based outside already, that can also be involved in what we have been doing. We can also bring some scholarship for local talent. You can start as well thinking about like, for our local university, thinking about promoting of learning in terms of mathematics, in terms of bringing courses about AI, and to prepare for the next generation, let's say for the next 5 years, to have more AI talent on the African market. Because for now, it's really hard to get, it's really hard to afford this talent. And the last part is basically to access to investment. And when we start normal, let's say, if you are a startup, it's quite hard for most of the African startup in general, but it's more harder for AI startup, AI innovators, because what we do, sometimes we start building your model, it can take, like say, more like 1 year to be on production, and it's depending on what we are building. So sometimes it's required for us to have like our MVP ready. So it's really challenging, and most of let's say most of investments comes from US. In terms of Africa investor, it's really hard to at this stage to be able to convince them to say that, oh, invest in tech, invest in AI innovation, invest in innovation. They don't trust innovation. So I think there is a need to stimulate that market, to encourage local investors to be able to think about how they can also invest in local innovation and be able to understand that stage, because they don't understand the ecosystem, and there is a need to close that gap. We need to close the financial gap. And my fellow Dalichin already spoke about like, some of the recommendations we made on the AU AI continental strategy in terms of funding. But I think that, yeah, we should always keep moving in the stage. We should think about like sustainability as well. In terms of sustainability, thinking about like how we can encourage consumption of local products, because what we are
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Yeah, we should
Conclude, please.
because yes, I almost done. We should be consumed by the local market, and this is something that is missing on the market. So it's very important to encourage that local consumption. And thank you so much. And I hope it's not a 5 minutes, but thank you so much for your time. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Give that the floor to Amina.
Thank you so much. Your Excellencies, distinguished researchers, ladies and gentlemen. It's always fun to be the last. So, so this is our last session, but not the very least, I think, most interesting. We've heard from the entrepreneurs. So in this session, we have a number of donors or funders. Sorry, I'm so used to that word. But in this session, we're going to analyze how innovation funders can leverage the AU-EU innovation agenda to identify bankable and truly innovative projects. So our participants today will explore strategies for aligning funding priorities in the objectives of the innovation agenda and maximize the impact of investment in research and innovation. My name is Amina Jama. I'm the Senior Research Advisor at the Embassy of Sweden in Addis Ababa. I was asked to talk briefly on Sweden's approach to STI's collaboration. We have a strategy, and you can find that online, so I'm not going to talk much about that. Just before I introduce our participants, our innovative Sweden strategy focuses on 4 main areas, which are knowledge-based innovation. This is to ensure that Sweden has the best education and research of world class. That part also focuses on seizing opportunities presented in globalization. The second area is innovative trade industry, and I think that has taken more position in all our development portfolios, and it focuses on strengthening innovative capacity for existing small and medium-sized enterprises, as well as increasing commercialization of research results and ideas, given that Sweden has been funding research under a very long time. We have innovative public investments, whereby the public sector is seen as the engine for sustainable growth, as well as promoting renewal and efficiency within the public sector. And last but not least, innovative people. This is to stimulate entrepreneurship and enterprise, as well as making the most of people's skills. So all in all, the strategy aims to create a well-developed interaction between research community, the public sector, industry, and trade unions to guarantee large-scale transformation of knowledge into goods and services. We believe that Sweden is leading in investments for knowledge and has been doing that for quite some time. So the whole idea of dynamic knowledge-based economy is what is steering the innovative strategy. Back to this session, and I would like to introduce Professor Mukhtar Selami, who is the Director of Science, Technology and Innovation in the National Council of Scientific Research and Technologies in the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria. to help us set the scene. Welcome.
Thank you, Amina. As Algeria's member state, we are investing as many African countries to create an environment for research based on cooperation and on creation of clusters. I was invited, as Amina said, to try to answer to the delicate question on how to identify bankable and truly innovative projects to leverage the AU innovation agenda. And I will show the countries involved in previous projects, but which projects are in the dashboard. Let's say that hitting this big milestone is a crucial step toward building the innovation agenda and to go to make it real. And performing this challenge needs, of course, to mobilize resources, to support researchers, to support innovators, and also to consider factors such as scalability, long-term sustainability, and also to consider other aspects like market demand, and also to see how to integrate all energies in this project. I take as example in the partnership between Europe and Africa, and the AU partnership. We launched, I had the privilege to participate to this event. We launched 2 big projects. The number one was in FNSEA, in Food, Nutrition, Security, and Sustainable Agriculture. It was involving 18 countries with a budget, with a contribution of the AU Commission with 7 million euros. And the total project was 22.7 million euros. And the second one, the most important, and it's running, it's the LIPRE, Long European African Partnership in Renewable Energy. This project is really huge. We involving 39 countries from Europe and Africa, 83 partners from both continents, and we have a total of set of 146 projects. A team involved. This project is mobilizing 15 million euros coming from the European Commission and 18 million euros coming from countries. Among those countries, are in the map. Of course, we have South Africa, we have Algeria, we have Togo, we have Egypt, we have Morocco. But even in this framework, and thanks to the funding contribution of the European Commission, it was possible to fund African teams which don't contribute to the funding process. Like, by example, here we are in Addis Ababa, we have Ethiopian team funded with more than 3,000 euros, etc. I'm not going to the details, but just to show that it's a good opportunity to work together and to develop projects together. Where I show some results. Next slide and last slide. Next slide, please. Next one. I don't want to be long. Just some results. We have at least 30 projects who already reached the technology readiness level greater than 6. It means that these projects are experimented in real environments. we can provide details are in LeapRe.au website. And we are trying to mobilize all African researchers to participate to a clustering effort, especially in renewable energy. And probably you heard that we had good news this week that the World Bank and the African Bank will fund to give electricity to more than 300 million inhabitants in Africa. You know, regarding the statistics, in Africa, we have more than 600 million citizens who have not access to electricity. And then by deciding to invest, that's a good opportunity first for startups, but also for researchers. I will stop here, Amina, to give more time to other colleagues.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I think that's a great start. We've been discussing, I think, the whole discussion since yesterday, finding solutions to problems in Africa and commercialization of research. I think that's a great example, especially when it comes to sustainable energy. So I would like to go to our speakers now. I think they're online. I hope, can we check? Do we have Dr. Robert Karanja online?
Hello,
Dr.
yes,
Robert
I am.
Karanja, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Hello.
Oh, thank you. Dr. Robert Karanja is a biomedical scientist and a development entrepreneur with over 20 years experience in STEM and development sectors. He has a passion for transforming Africa's development challenges into market opportunities through innovation in the life sciences. He's here today to share with us his experiences of Vilgro Africa, a venture capital that finances early stage investors. Dr. Robert, please.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jama, and good afternoon, everybody. Very briefly, let me start off by saying I'm a biomedical scientist. So in as much as I work within the investment space is because of necessity. My hope is that we get more people coming over from the STEM into the finance world. So Vilgro Africa, briefly, what we do is we're an early stage incubator, early stage investor working in the health and life sciences space. We've been around from 2015, and we basically speak to how do we get ideas from, the prototype, which is where we typically do our research, and we get stuck there because we don't know how to move it forward. So for most STEM experts, whether you're a scientist, an engineer, our typical challenges are you need to be able to then learn the language of finance to mobilize resources. You also need to learn the language of business, because what the investors are looking for is a business model. How will they make their money? How will they get a return on the investment? So Vilgro Africa is able to come alongside you and actually create a customized incubation program that enables you to move your idea from that prototype or proof of concept to actually being able to launch a product in the market. And we like to step away once you're able to raise a Series A round because the investors then are able to effectively provide you with more technical support or resources to purchase the kind of technical support you need. So why do we do this? Let me just go back to the very first panel, because I really loved the conversation about the why. So we look at the health and life sciences, and what we see is really a market failure. And what I mean by market failure is to say, in essence, we are a very neglected market. Our health needs do not translate to market demand. So if you look at Africa, which is about 25% of the global disease burden, our total market in terms of revenues last year or this year is anticipated to hit about 12.7 billion. Whereas if you look at the numbers for the global pharmaceutical market at the end of 2023, it was about 1.6 trillion. So that in essence is about 0.79% of the global pharmaceutical revenues. So very neglected. And similarly, if you look at the medtech, where the in vitro diagnostics, medical devices, we are about 0.02% of the global market. So, and this is simply because Africa's purchasing power is perceived to be so low. And the big pharma, the pharma industry typically operates in a business model of we're going to patent, we're going to have a market monopoly, and then we're going to price gouge it to the hilt. And so when they look at Africa, they're wondering, what can we do here other than CSR? And the opportunity that it creates is that we are forced to actually develop our own solutions and develop innovative business models that can still make it viable for innovators, but also address our health needs. And that's why Buildgrow exists. So we are able to speak to the problem of moving from concept to market through three critical interventions. The first one is coming on board, of course, as an incubator. We're able to provide seed capital, which is typically anything from $20,000 to $100,000. So you may ask yourself, what can you do with $100,000? And I loved the idea, the example we were given about UNESCO and how they're able to stretch the dollar. And I think we're another mini UNESCO, being able to stretch those dollars to a great extent. But basically what we're able to do is we're able to work in concert with follow-on investors or funders that come in after us because they want to see both our money and what you do with our money. So we're able to de-risk the innovation for follow-on investors. And to date, I think for every dollar we're investing, we're able to see about $8 being attracted by our portfolio companies in terms of follow-on investment. So that roughly translates to about $3 million of blended finance, grant and equity, but then being able to have a direct leverage of about $25 million to date. The other thing we do is, of course, knowledge economy is about the triple helix. So we're able to look at how do we foster linkages between industry and academia. Now, the way we define industry here is our portfolio startups. And it's been an uphill task because the way academia prefers to interpret the word industry, they want to see the big pharma themselves. Now, big pharma are thinking, you guys are doing things, research at technology readiness levels of 1 and 2. There's a lot of work that needs to be de-risked for us to be able to think, is it viable enough for us to come on board? And we need startups that can be able to move those ideas from TRL 1 to maybe TRL 6, 7, at least be able to do some first-in-human studies, if not phase 2 clinical studies. And so what we're able to do is we're able to provide grant funding to public research institutions that can then partner or provide consultancy services to our portfolio companies. And this is simply because one of the key challenges we find in the health space is that a lot of the infrastructure for STEM exists in academia, and it's very expensive for the private sector, the startups, to build that capacity. The last one we do is ecosystem building, and we're able to do this by doing several things. Acting as a convener, we do convene the African MedTech Conference, which happens every year. It's going to be happening in August. And we're able to bring together all the MedTech startups across the continent that we're able to under one roof and have peer learnings, bring regulators, bring funders, and so on and so forth, to just be able to speak to the needs of unique needs of people who are developing tangible innovations. The other thing is also looking at, I'm glad we also talked about AI. One of the challenges we've noticed is that data is really difficult to come by. And so we are also looking at building out a cloud platform that allows for organizing health data, not just for purposes of informing the health system, but also making it available for training of algorithms and all these kind of things that innovators typically need to do, but they don't have access to that data. And last one is going into the biotech space. So we are also establishing a regional bioescalator that will be kicking off later this year that looks at East Africa and trying to bring entrepreneurial scientists to have an innovating residence program that allows them to take time off from academia, focus on, again, not just getting to proof of concept, but at least being able to do market validation and being able to package that IP in a way that can go towards becoming a startup or can be licensed, more easy to license it to industry. So thank you so much, and looking forward to learning from the others. Thanks.
We'll definitely get back to you in the question session. Thank you for that, for sharing that. Of course, necessity is the mother of inventions, and I think that's a great example. I would like to move on to Mr. Jonas Diller, who is the country director for the German Development Bank, the KfW, in Ethiopia, and to the African Union. So we are talking about bankable innovation, and how do we identify that? Please.
Yeah, thank you. And first of all, it's great to be here and to be part of this discussion. I mean, KfW, as a development bank, by mandate, we finance projects that are probably too risky for the private sector and are probably also too innovative. Now, when I say innovative or innovation, what do I mean by this? Or what do we as KfW mean by this? That certainly does not mean that all our projects need to include an AI component or need to include cutting-edge technology. On the contrary, what we mean by innovation is that, for instance, we bring technologies to regions that have been there before. Namely, for instance, here in Ethiopia, we work with the Ministry of Education and finance the equipment or renewable energy equipment for universities to foster research, but also teaching in this sector. It could also mean that, for instance, in Namibia, we finance a desalination plant to provide a more stable water supply. And so that's one definition of innovation for us. The other definition may also be that we provide flexible financing mechanisms. And that was mentioned by the previous speaker, that, for instance, we blend both grant funding from the German government with promotional funding or promotional loans from us as a development bank with private equity or capital from the private market. So all this for us means innovation. Now, what all these projects have in common, though, then, by nature, they are very difficult to make bankable, just because they're new, they haven't been established in the region. So what we do in our collaboration with governments is we support making these project ideas bankable. That could be in the form of additional feasibility studies. It could be in form, especially for large-scale infrastructure, in form of environmental and social studies. But it could also be just providing technical assistance, providing guidance on how to make a project financially viable, and you have to implement these projects. Now, as I mentioned, making projects bankable is difficult. And while we do see this as a core mandate as a development bank to support our partners in making projects bankable when we finance them ourselves, we also see it as our mandate to crowd in more investments, especially from the private sector, but also from other governments. So allow me to quickly introduce a project that we're financing together with the African Union, namely NEPAD IPPF, the Infrastructure Project Preparation Facility, which is a project that, with grant funding amounting to roughly 100 million euros from various development partners, develops infrastructure projects across the continent. And when I say develop, this entails the entire range that I mentioned earlier: feasibility studies, technical assessments, environmental and social impact assessments. And what has happened over the last 20 years, roughly, is that by bringing this initial investment of roughly $100 million, $120 million, we've been able to leverage investments amounting to $20 billion, roughly. And we believe that's a great success, but we also believe that's a model that could potentially be replicated or extended at least. And I know we're running out of time, so I want to keep this brief, but why I'm very happy to be here today is that the only reason why this project has been successful is because we talk to other development partners, private sector, we talk to government representatives and try to listen and find out what their demand was. where to make these projects bankable. So it is a pleasure to be here, to be part of this conversation and to foster exactly these exchanges, to see what do different partners need in terms of bankability, what additional studies might be needed. For instance, as a European Development Bank, for us, by nature, environmental and social safeguards are critical. And I think the same goes for a lot of investors. So having these sort of conversations on bankability of projects is essential in crowding in additional capital and promoting sustainable development on the continent. So thank you so much for allowing me to be part of this conversation.
Thank you so much, Jonas. I'm sure there'll be many questions, but in the interest of time, and thank you for sharing the whole idea of innovation and being bankable and the importance of flexible funding, especially in this sector. So we'll move on to Dr. Francis Mangeni. I hope you're online. Dr. Francis is advisor for the economic integration in the Office of the Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Area. If you can hear me, Dr. Francis?
Yes, I can hear you very well.
Okay, thank you.
I hope you can also hear me.
Clearly, thank you. So the question to you is, what is the role of the African Continental Free Trade Area in driving policy changes for innovation?
Right. So thank you so much, my sister Amina Jama. Yes, you're Swedish, but you're still my sister, my very dear sister. Right. So now the theme of my intervention in response to your question is that economies grow faster and are more transformative through new products and new industries. And this is enabled by science, technology, and innovation. And in that regard, the keywords are scale, inclusiveness, partnership, leadership, and unfortunately, as we are coming towards the end, we have had several sessions since yesterday where we have looked at infrastructure, which includes energy, ICT, transport, agriculture, health, critical minerals, education, and cultural industries as key areas where we need interventions. Now, coming to the AFCFTA, we need to bear in mind that the AFCFTA creates a very large market, estimated at $6.7 trillion at purchasing power parity. If Africa was one country, it would be the fourth largest economy in the whole world. And in terms of the market itself, intra-Africa trade has been growing. It's now estimated at 28.4%, though some studies still put it at 15 or 16%, which we believe is actually an error. And then returns on investment are very high. Actually, it's estimated that they're highest in the world at 10 to 20%, with markups of 11%. Secondly, the political will around the AFCFTA is extremely high. What this means is that if there are issues to be raised, they will be attended to, even at the highest level. If there are decisions to be taken, they will be taken. The AFCFTA is rule-based in that it's established by an agreement which is binding and enforceable. Therefore, it promotes predictability, which also promotes long-term planning and investment. And the implementation of the AFCFTA will result in policy reforms, which will improve the policy environment, including for innovation. In this regard, it covers intellectual property, right? So that's at the core of innovation. It covers digital trade. Digitalization is really important. It covers women and youth. That's inclusiveness. It covers investment. We know that investment is a channel of innovation and technology transfer. It covers competition. It covers services. We know services as key enablers, and then of course goods. So this is the value proposition of the AFCFTA. But I need to add that we are not short of ideas. There's a lot of money floating around. That's why actually we are having this session. And that's why I said partnerships are extremely important. But could I add that we need always to quantify what constitutes the tipping point in terms of quantity and duration. Exactly what's the scale of the problem, and therefore how much funding does it need to make an impact which is sustainable and durable. So I think that's an analysis, that we always need to do in order for us to have some meaningful interventions. So now, having said that, Madam Jama, if you allow me, I'd like to suggest that we need to put money into implementation and utilization of these protocols, which I've talked about. We need to support technology transfer and financing in high impact investments, for instance, through business structuring, KPIs, key performance indicators, contract drafting, and innovation. And can I mention, for instance, that the African Union is working on, through the CDC, on a pooled procurement mechanism for pharmaceutical sectors, for pharmaceutical products and vaccines, which are locally produced on the African continent. So this is a prime area for support, given the importance of public health theory. Complement industry university partnerships for innovation with schools and community-based innovation centers are across the continent. This will help to promote inclusiveness, and we need to work closely with local administrations. Youth will be brought on board, women will be brought on board, rural areas will also be brought on board. Then twinning of universities and STI institutions for innovation between institutions on the continent, universities on the continent and abroad, also bring on board the diaspora. And then continental, regional, and national programs for innovation awards. Now, there will be winners. I used to run innovation programs when I was at COMESA, and there's a boy, a 24-year-old boy, who won $10,000. And within 4 years, he had made it to the Africa Forbes list and was actually employing quite a number of people. So innovation awards are extremely important. But what's important really is to create a data bank of all applications to sort out promising innovations. And this would provide a pipeline of bankable projects. So in other words, in addition to just looking for the winners, let us also look at creating data banks based on the submissions which have been made. And then curriculum reforms, and then lastly, of course, strategic plans and performance management. So, Madam Jama, this is what I can say for now. I hope I'm still within time, the time that we allocated me. I'll be happy to attend to any questions that you have. But please, can we put some funds into having an enabling ecosystem for new products and new industries for transformation? Back to you. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you actually went into the recommendation, so you covered the whole session, but thank you for that. We'll get back to you on the questions. We move to our next panelist, Ben White. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh, okay. We can hear you clearly. Thank you. Ben White is the founder, and he's going to talk about his venture, VC4A, and has been venturing in the African technology and media space since 2003. He has launched online websites, news, and has been carrying on research. So Ben is going to share with us his experiences on the different ventures that he has done so far. Welcome, Ben.
Thanks so much. Yeah, very happy to share some of what work is being done at VC4A. For those that don't know the organization, we support entrepreneurs building high growth, high impact ventures across the African continent. These are companies that are using a lot of technology to deliver innovation in key areas of the economy. It's about the approach that they take, the innovation, the disruptive business model, to redesign, transform, modernize fundamental sectors of the economy. So we're talking about healthcare, education, energy systems, financial services, transportation, logistics, agriculture, really the parts of the economy that people depend on. And that's where these companies generate an immense impact. At the same time, there's a very clear perspective for private sector investors, because they can engage and invest in what might be a very small company today, but there's a very clear potential for major success in the future. And so as VC4A, we're improving the access that these entrepreneurs have to both soft and hard capital resources that they need to continue to develop these businesses and to grow. At the same time, we're making it easier for investors to identify and engage interesting investment opportunities. VC4A is a free service. It's publicly available to anyone with an internet connection. We have 250,000 members in 179 countries that come together for cross-sectoral, cross-border collaboration. Many partners across both European and the African ecosystems. To unlock funding for innovation in the SDGs, we're basically employing a six-pronged strategy. The first is, of course, to help develop this investable pipeline. So where we reach about 5 million professionals across our networks, we've indexed 28,000 high-growth, high-impact ventures, active pretty much across all African countries. And each project leader and entrepreneur maintains their own profile, public profile, where they're also registering which SDGs the company contributes to and is recording their impact contribution. And then VC4A has integrated these same tools for more than 3,000 ecosystem support organizations that are using VC4A to implement their own programs. Organizing the marketplace is one part of the challenge. Capacity building is another. We have a startup academy. It's a free online learning center with a growing library of courses developed by VC4A, but also our partners. Courses on commercialization strategies in healthcare, scaling strategies for impact, business models for job tech, gender mainstreaming, circular economy, a growing library. More than 41,000 entrepreneurs have taken courses and received certificates. And I think there's much scope for growth there. We're also working to develop the capacity of mentors and angel investors through a mentor-driven capital program, really trying to build up the local pools of business professionals available to work with young enterprises. Running this in Ghana, Morocco, Tanzania. We've done this in Nigeria, Egypt, Zambia, South Africa, always in collaboration with local partners. And for 10 years now, we're the organizer of the African Early Stage Investor Summit, where we're convening the Africa-focused early stage investor community to come together, to network, foster relationships, to share lessons learned, but also to identify opportunities and to invest. So ACES will again be hosted this year at the end of November in Cape Town, South Africa. In terms of incentivizing more activity at the pre-seed level, we are also a proud implementer of the Develop PPP program, co-financing mechanism in partnership with our colleagues at KfW, DEG, and GIZ. So in this mechanism, being able to grant companies 100,000 euros, contingent that they're able to raise an equal amount from local private sector investors. And this is in Kenya, Tanzania, and Nigeria, and we're actively looking to expand the mechanism into new countries. And we're also in the process of setting up a 50 million venture fund to help prepare projects for private sector investors and then co-invest at the seed and the Series A level. Maybe so just few last points. We have to also work with the companies in terms of helping them understand growth and to be there when they are working to scale. Investment readiness is, of course, a critical part of this. We do this work in collaboration with investors in our community, cohorts for healthcare, energy systems, food security, education, our own program, the Venture Showcase. We've supported 115 companies that have raised in excess of 850 million in venture capital. We don't think it's just about training. It's also about facilitated access to investors. There are 20,000 investors that are registered with VC4A, and we work with a curated network of 1,400 VC funds, family offices, impact investors, accelerator funds. But so there is a growing pool of capital available for early stage innovation. And then post-investment, whether it's pre-seed, seed, or Series A, is technical assistance. VC4A has organized a global network of more than 500 experts, technical experts, that are working with enterprises to help them navigate the market and address critical issues. And because we're taking a system-driven approach, we're able to operate this at scale. It means that entrepreneurs are part of a larger system of support, but it also means that as a community, all of our stakeholders that we're connecting as VC4A, we're able to follow the progress of these entrepreneurs over time, not only to understand their financial performance, but also to understand their impact. So in closing, I would say there's a foundation in place that we've built with many of our friends and colleagues and partners across the industry, a lot of great building blocks. There's an engine for building pipeline of investable projects. There's frameworks for collaboration. There's proven mechanisms for how we can engage capital. And so we invite you to find out more and to see how we can develop new ways to collaborate for impact. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and thank you for that invitation. I'm sure one of the challenges, at least for me, when I talk to our partners, is the lack of knowledge on where to find, these opportunities. So thank you for sharing that, and the whole idea of the systems approach. I think it's very important. So with that, I think I'll ask Dr. Tebouba to take over for the finalization and the questions.
Thank you very much, Amina. Merci beaucoup, Amina. I'm very sorry for some colleagues who are online who would like to intervene. So you have not enough time for that. We have to now to end up this session. And for this, I would like to thanks. I have to do that in French. Now, I should in French. Je voudrais maintenant, à l'heure de cette session, vraiment remercier tous les participants de cette session, aussi bien ceux qui sont intervenus, les orateurs, mais aussi ceux qui sont présents dans la salle. Et je le fais au nom de l'agenda EU agenda au niveau de l'Union européenne et de l'Union africaine. Nous avions juste un peu de temps, une après-midi, pour parler de tout cela, mais une après-midi très riche, parce que l'objectif qui est visé est atteint. La première chose, c'était une meilleure connaissance pour permettre à tout le monde de mieux connaître cette initiative African Union, EU Agenda, Innovation Agenda, de le connaître mieux, que les Africains puissent le connaître mieux à l'occasion de cet ASTIF. C'est fait, je pense que, parce qu'on a regroupé dans la salle aussi bien les experts, les décideurs, les banquiers, mais également tous les décideurs également, tous sont là en tant qu'experts pour échanger sur cela. Donc, à travers ces 3 sessions, ces sous-sessions, nous avons pu passer à revue vraiment les voies et moyens qui, si on les met en œuvre, nous pourront nous permettre d'une meilleure mise en œuvre de cet agenda sur l'innovation mise en œuvre par l'Union africaine et l'Union européenne. Et les défis également qui restent, également, on les a vus à travers ces différentes présentations. Les défis restent toujours les mêmes. C'est le gap, le financement, surtout en Afrique, le développement de capacités, mais également le manque de données et de connaissances. Et je pense que sur la base de tout cela, ça c'est juste une session. Nous allons continuer la réflexion et dans les prochaines sessions également, les prochains événements, essayer de voir comment réfléchir davantage sur la base de ce que nous avons appris aujourd'hui, comment mieux mettre en œuvre, accélérer la cadence pour que cet agenda-là puisse atteindre l'objectif qui nous est assigné. Donc, je voudrais donc, au nom de l'Union européenne, de l'Union africaine, vous remercier tous et clôturer cette session. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention. Ok, photo. The ladies in this side. Integration. Balance.
We are going to start the closing of this event as we need to change the setup for the opening ceremony for tomorrow. Let's go to the closing ceremony of this session, the 6th STI Forum. We will remove all this. On peut changer d'identité. Please, we are going to start the closing ceremony. Mr. Salami, we are going to start the closing ceremony.
J'ai une intervention du Maroc. Je ne sais pas, est-ce que vous pouvez nous donner la parole, s'il vous plaît?
On va commencer la clôture, la cérémonie de clôture. On fait la cérémonie de clôture. Non, c'est bon, tu vas aller là-bas. C'est bon.
Excuse me, please. I am from Morocco and I want to take floor, please. To give you some information.
I'm going to give the floor to my colleague from UNESCO.
If possible, please.
For some word before. Please take your seat. We have only 10 minutes. We are going to stay only 10 minutes after we close. You have all the afternoon, evening. Okay, Rita.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I'll be very, very brief. I know people are tired. Your Excellencies, distinguished ministers, ambassadors, esteemed experts, development partners, fellow colleagues from the UN agencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. On behalf of UNESCO, allow me to express my deepest gratitude for the success of the 6th African Science, Technology and Innovation Forum. This platform has fostered rich dialogue and collaboration on this critical theme on delivering innovative solutions to reinforce sustainable development in Africa, as well as to reinforce the 2013 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the AU Agenda 2063. So allow me to thank all of those people who have been involved in the organization of this forum, member states, the UNECA, the African Union Commission, the UN agencies, and all our partners. I also want to extend my deepest appreciation to the ministers, to the experts, to the representatives of regional institutions, and all participants who have for the past days shared their knowledge, experience, and commitment to advancing science, technology, and innovation in our continent. Your insightful contributions have generated a clear picture of the immense potential that lies within the continent. This forum has also reaffirmed our collective resolve to harness the power of science, technology, and innovation so that we can achieve Agenda 2063 as well as the UN 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. I think here we have witnessed a renewed spirit of collaboration. We have explored pathways for mobilizing resources, bridging funding gaps, fostering partnerships, and embracing emerging technologies that will, of course, fuel Africa's scientific and technological renaissance. We have called for intensifying efforts on STEM across our continent within the framework of the African Union Theme of the Year on Education. Let us translate these ideas into concrete actions at national, regional, and continental levels. Together, we can empower innovators, nurture young minds, mobilize more women in STEM fields, but also cultivate an environment where scientific discovery and technological advancement truly flourish. As we move forward, as UNESCO, we remain a steadfast partner in Africa's journey towards the sustainable future. We are committed to support the implementation of Agenda 2030 as well as Agenda 2063 through science education, capacity building, as well as fostering international scientific collaboration. We stand ready to collaborate as UNESCO with all of you stakeholders and member states to ensure that science, technology, and innovation become the cornerstones of a prosperous, sustainable, and equitable future for all Africans. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Rita. It is this shows a collaboration we have together with UNESCO and all other partners. And in this regard, on behalf of the Executive Secretary of ECA, Ambassador Claver Gatate, I would like to express our gratitude to each of you for your active participation and valuable input you provide during this two-day forum. In the two-day, we discuss a lot of issues regarding how we can leverage science, technology, and innovation for achieving the sustainable goal and also the aspiration of the UN African Union Agenda 2063. Key takeaway, we all agree, key importance we have to rise during these 2 days. Collaboration is key. Innovation, partnership, as well as quality of human resource are the key if you want to use this science, technology, innovation to achieve our common sustainable development goal and eradicating this poverty. Now, we are going to leave this meeting, but we should remind to implement all our recommendation issue of this forum. We have a lot of recommendations regarding this financing, innovative financing mechanism. We have to find the funding of the research and development through the national budget, collaborative approach also in partnership, as well as improve the quality of teacher and education. I think there are some key takeaway from this 2 days workshop. And we would like to thank all the ministers present here and all the delegates coming from several countries. During 2 days, of course, we are going to continue the discussion for the forum starting tomorrow. And we would like to thank also our partner on this forum. It's the 6th we organize. We have UNESCO, we have the Ministry of Science and Technology of South Africa. We have also as a partner like the European Union and all partners who contribute to the success of this forum. Also, I don't forget the moderator. We have an excellent moderator, where we have a very good report at the end of this forum. Our distinguished panelists, I think they did very good job. Our interpreter, also all people participate to this organization. And I would like to give a big thank to our team at ECA for the well organization of this meeting. To conclude, let's take as a reflection and how we are going to use STI for our development. Let us think about, if we come back here next year, inshallah, what are the progress made following the key recommendation from this forum? Let's come, did we improve our capacity on education for the STEM sector? Did we put more funding to develop this STI in Africa? What kind of collaboration we build with our partners, South-South collaboration and North-South collaboration? What lesson learning we get from this forum? And what kind of collaborative network we put together? We talk about on the Origin projects, on the Alliance for Entrepreneurship. We need to see how our young generation can take benefits of the recommendation of this forum. Let's meet next year to measure the progress made from now to 2025. And thank you once again for all of you for your very good participation and valuable participation at this forum. On this, I would like to close this STI forum and see you next year, inshallah. Thank you.